I just gotta get chat open.
The thing seems to be started. Switching over to that. Bump, bump, bump. Bop, 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 bop. And then you know it, bro. Bop, 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 bop. That's only funny if you've seen Key and Peele. Turn that light on. Come on. Come on, camera.
This will be this will be interesting experiment today.
Yeah. Hmm?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
need to get my next thing I need to figure out, Jordan, is I need to get my lighting situation figured out. Funny if you've seen Key and Peele. Turn that light on.
Okay, I hear you.
Did you watch that Spider-Man trailer I sent you, Jordan?
I did.
Good.
This will be interesting. Good. Yes, you can hear us both. And yeah, when the mic, it is a definite noticeable difference when I have the mic on versus when I have the Bluetooth headphones.
Yep.
Like, my God, does it sound way better with this mic.
Yep, it absolutely sounds like a scratchy nightmare when you're using that Bluetooth headset.
When I'm forced to do the Bluetooth headset.
That was we got a funny comment once where it was like
382. 382.
Like, my God, does it sound way better with this mic? Yep, it absolutely sounds like a scratchy. There we go. Okay. Yeah, we got a funny comment. That was something to the kind of love the content. Hopefully one day you fix your audio issues. And I was like, oh. That's because this is a clip from the back half of the show.
Most of the time, it is good. It's just in the back half when my
90% of the time, it works 100% of the time. And that makes
for
sense.
At least 30% of the time.
And that makes sense to everybody. I'm sending out the thing. We're about ready to start the show.
My hands are cold.
We're doing that. We're hitting that button.
My hands are cold.
We're doing that. We're hitting that button. We are...
We
are going to Instagram. That's where we're going.
No, we're going to hell.
And then we're going to...
And back.
Post that.
Because it's Valentine's Day.
No, it's the day after Valentine's Day. Yes, Valentine's Day.
Right. Remember? No, this week is not Valentine's Day.
Remember you were like, why didn't you do this on Valentine's Day? And I said that the show was on Valentine's Day, and I wanted to have Valentine's Day. Yeah, that turns out that was very wrong, and Valentine's Day was on Saturday, and that's why we did it last week.
Right.
I was very incorrect about that.
But the important thing is 2001.
2000. In the year 2000. Okay.
And 1.
And 3. No, not 3. Because I gotta pull up my clock. Where's my clock? Gosh darn it, Jordan. Gosh.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Your counting is a very distracting influence. In 3, 2, 1. This podcast is brought to you by the Arte Media Pantheon. Please head to artemedia.org to see all kinds of podcasts from our great friends. And if you would like to start your own podcast, they can provide you with the tools and resources to do so there. So please head to artemedia.org. That's ARETE media.org. Should we start it, Jordan? We're starting it? We're starting this now? Is it time?
Yes.
It's time? It's time for the Spur of the Moment podcast. I am your host, as always. I am he, as is me, as is I am the guy. I am the guy who realized he forgot to take his medicine. I am the guy. I am the guy.
Sucks to be you.
I'm the guy. I'm Justin.
He's the man with the plan.
I'm Justin Spurr, and this is the Spur of the Moment podcast, and I'm joined, as always, by my co-host, it's the incomparable Jordan, everyone. Jordan, tell everyone how you're feeling while I take my meds.
Effervescent. It's a funny word. It's up there with pathological and ferocious.
Effervescent's a big word for you.
Fuck you! Don't be condescending, dick. How am I? I'm okay. I'm cold, which is why I'm wearing a jacket. But I'm not so cold that I need to do the jacket up. Really, it's just my arms and hands that are cold.
Congratulate me on taking my medicine. I took my medicine. Now,
I will not.
On today's show, On today's show, Jordan, what are we doing today? Today, we're talking about Spider-Man. Because we talk about Spider-Man. We don't talk about Dave Spiderman nearly enough on this show. So we're going to talk about that Spider-Man Noir trailer that made me go, huh. All right. Boy, am I going to eat some crow. Anyway, we got an announcement of a Nick Jonas movie. There's an announcement related to the trailer. The trailer for the thing gets a release date. It's very odd. Something about Tom Cruise. Oh yeah, AI slop. We're going to talk about some AI slop. John Wick video game, God of War video games, Avengers, news, Jordan, news. And then, you saw the title. It's the Dawn of the Millennium. We're going to talk about movies from the year 2000.
And 2001.
Yes. Yeah, because we couldn't both do the year 2000. Because that would
and
be
I'm
boring.
I'm gonna do 2001.
Also, Jordan, do you get that reference?
No.
No? It's a Conan O'Brien reference.
Okay.
He used to do a bit on his late night show predicting stuff that would happen in the year 2000. And then when it became the year 2000, the bit became the year 3000.
Oh, I understand.
You see what I'm doing there. But first, Jordan, let's begin with the Spider-Man Noir trailer. Because that trailer was really, really fun. And really quite unexpected. Okay. So, number one, they announced that there's two versions of this that are coming out. There's going to be a black and white version and a color version. And I watched the color trailer. I think I sent you the color trailer.
You sent me a color trailer, yeah.
Look, I understand. My initial instinct is like, yeah, you got to watch this in black and white. It's Spider-Man Noir. The comic was in black and white. But... And this is me being not elitist. I don't know what the word for this would be. I can't stand black and white stuff. I understand back in the day it was a necessary thing because color didn't exist yet.
I think in this instance, you asked what it is. I think in this instance, it's whatever the opposite of elitist is. It makes it too fancy and too like highbrow.
Right? For me, like
it just makes it feel snooty.
For me, I don't. Jake has made a case for the Godzilla black and white version, but I don't like stuff in black and white in the modern day because it never really looks all that, because they don't shoot it to be in black and white. Like that was the thing, is back in the day they shot it to be in black and white, so everyone's wearing muted and like muted colors, so it pops better on black and white. Whereas with a lot of modern day stuff, like this show is shot in color. So, like, it's clearly shot in color. There's a color version of it. So the black and white just looks digitally color corrected. And it
looks like they threw a filter over top of it.
Yeah, exactly. That's what just modern black and white stuff looks like. I know there's a movie called The Artist, which is in black and white, which is shot like an old school silent film. But, like,
so
it just doesn't interest me. But it is Spider-Man Noir, so I'm like...
My thing with black and white is okay. This is where I'm gonna be whatever the opposite of elitist is. In this instance, maybe it is elitist. I don't know, but I don't see a point in black and white. There's certain circumstances where I can understand the choice to do black and white, but I don't see the point to it. I feel like in a lot of instances, it's kind of a cheap thing to do, where like, because it's in black and white, you don't have to have the nuance and like decisions of how color works in a world. And it's just, to me, it makes it feel old. It makes it feel dated.
But like,
but like, that's where I say there are certain circumstances where I can understand the decision to do it.
Yeah.
Like if it's supposed to be the point, then that's one thing. Or if it's supposed to be like, this is the past. The past is black and white. You can't change the past, and like it's like an artistic choice or a metaphor or something.
I mean,
I can respect it at least, but I don't.
The original intent of this is it's supposed to take place in the I think it was like 1930s. Yeah, 1930s New York, and it's supposed to be he's supposed to be a reflection of the Depression era. What Spider-Man would look like in the Depression era. And
yeah, I mean, I always saw it as a what if. It's just it's a version of him, like, which is different.
To me, if you want this to be in black and white, you should have shot it in black and white. You know what I mean? Like having two versions of it does both versions a bit of a disservice, because the color version looks too bright, and the black and white version just doesn't look. I don't know, just doesn't do it. Anyway, let's talk about the content of this.
So having not seen it, but like not but like 15 minutes ago. My thoughts on it are still very fresh.
Yeah,
Um, so immediately, if you don't mind, I wanna jump in before you get to it because you've had time to sit with your thoughts.
this is true. This is
Um,
true. I have. I was just
and
gonna
I
give
need
before you give your thoughts. I was just gonna
I
give.
need to parse through it still.
I just want to give it a bit of. Well, no, do your fresh reaction right now because
Um,
there are
so
some details about this that are
my
important.
first initial thoughts are, because my only real experience with Spider Noir is from the video game where it's all the different like across the Spider-Verse universes
Yeah,
or whatever, the four different versions. That was really my first interaction with the character, as it were.
yeah,
So it's very limited. That and of course, the Nick the version which this one is
yeah.
making
No,
fun
that
of
that
or
that that
homaging or
that's what's
whatever.
put a pin in that because no, it's not, and that's one of the things I don't like about this.
Well, I more meant in terms of this one. It is because it looks like the costume from the
You're
movie.
supposed to. It's supposed to make you think of the one from the movie, but it's not the one from the movie. For very
No, but I'm saying the costume is very
he
much is.
his
He's got the
costume.
trench coat. He looks like a real life
Yeah,
version
that
of
is
the
what he
one
looked
from the
like in the.
movie.
That is what he looked like in the comic. He did have the trench coat and all that.
Not in the game that I
No,
played.
because in the game that you played, there's it's a different. That's one of the versions of his costume, but the main version of it is the trench coat. I don't know about the hat. The hat might be. I'm pretty sure it is meant to make you think of the movie, but the trench coat that is a thing from the comic. He does wear, and then he takes
Fair
off the
enough.
trench coat and he's wearing the version underneath of it.
Fair enough. But what I was gonna say is the costume looks good.
No, costume
Like
looks
the
great.
costume looks great. I don't know enough about the story to be able to tell you if this is accurate.
It's not immediately flat full stop. There's a reason for it. It's not.
But no, but my point was more just like that's my initial reaction
You don't
is
know whether or not to
I
hate this,
don't
whether or not
know
it's
if it's yeah, I don't know if it's bad. I don't
well.
know if it's good. It looks fine. It doesn't I think ultimately my thing with it, and this might just be a result of it's the type like because of it's Spider Noir, but it and you might be like, yeah, no doy. It doesn't feel like Spider-Man.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't even feel like Spider-Man Noir. That's the thing. Spider-Man Noir is way darker. It's R-rated. Number one, the big thing about this is he's not the version of Spider-Man Noir from the animated movie. For one very important reason, and that's he's not Peter Parker.
He's Ben Riley
He's
or
Ben
something
Riley.
like that.
He's Ben
Yeah,
Riley
yeah.
in this. And so this is not an adaptation of the comic. This is a new story with a new tone and a new identity. And I was very impressed by how much he wears the costume. I was very impressed by how he's legit wearing the mask. Like there's a bit where you see him wearing it. And the costume looks good. He looks ridiculous when he swings. Everyone keeps saying the swinging looks great. I don't think it does. I think it looks cheap. But to be fair, it's a
It's a television
probably,
show budget.
yeah, but it is, yeah, maybe. But I don't think the swinging looks all that impressive. I think the costume looks ridiculous when it swings. Like, to me, I think the Spider-Man Noir costume looks better when it's the stripped-down version that kind of looks like the Night Monkey costume from...
Yeah, that's kind of what I picture when I think of Spider Noir.
To me, that's when it looks its best. When it's the trench coat and the floppy hat, it looks stupid, and it looks ridiculous when he swings. I don't care what anyone says.
I mean, to me, to me, the trench coat and the hat come across like in terms of costume design, like they should only be like if he's going into a bar, that's when he wears it because he's trying to hide.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
he takes it off to fight, like
Exactly.
or like when he's swinging around, he takes it off. That's
Um,
to me in terms of like if I'm Ben Riley designing the costume, to me that's what the functionality of that feels like it should be.
yeah.
It's to disguise me.
Yeah, and like the whole thing with Spider-Man Noir is like number one, he doesn't have spider sense. I don't know that he can swing webs. I don't know that he. I guess he must because he's called the Spider. But I don't think he has organic web. I think he
I seem to remember in the game
very
even.
specifically doesn't have spider sense. That much I know.
I,
For sure.
I seem to remember in the game even it was one of those things where they were like, yeah, Madam Web has like enhanced them,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
is why he's able to do the thing. And I don't remember if it was the webs that he didn't have I think he couldn't stick to walls either.
I don't. But he doesn't have the same powers that regular Spider-Man has. But I do know the spider sense. Very specifically the spider sense. She gives him the spider sense in that game. Something she gives him a bunch of additional powers that he doesn't have, which was interesting. An interesting thing about that game because it was a nice attention to detail that they bothered to explain it when they didn't need to. Yeah, I like the tone and I like some of the character designs in this. I know that it's got the guy who plays Mad Eye Moody. It's got him. He's Silvermane. I know that they're doing a version of the Sinister Six because it appears that, and from what I understand, Sandman is in this. Um, I don't like Nicolas Cage in this. I really don't. I don't think he's right for this. I think he's way too old. It's just not believable when he's in the costume that he can physically do that stuff. Unless they manage to find a digitally put his face on a decent enough stunt double, so he's doing it without the costume. There's gonna be and to be fair, there's always kind of a disconnect of like picturing like the person doing the Spider-Man stuff underneath the mask doing it. But with him in particular, he's old, man. There's gonna be a weird disconnect. And that doesn't seem to be the point of this. The description makes it sound like it's the point of this, but it doesn't seem like he seems fully capable of still doing Spider-Man stuff. So the bit doesn't seem to be about him being too old to do Spider-Man stuff. Like, no, he's in the costume. Like, to the show's credit, I was very wrong about the fact that he wasn't going to wear the costume. He is, and he's wearing it a lot, and it's making it for me unbelievable. Like, if he was going to there's no
let's be clear though. Let's hold on. Let's be clear though. He's in it a lot in this trailer. That doesn't mean he's necessarily in it a lot in all of the show.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
That could be like be all that he's in it, and they put it all in this trailer.
But by making, there's no reason for him to be Nick Cage. Like once you're like, oh, he's Ben Reilly, and he's not even the version of Spider-Man from the movie. What's the point? You might as well recast and have him be played by a younger guy and do something. I don't know. I just don't like. I from the onset, I don't like. I did not want Nicolas Cage in this. I just don't think.
Yeah, I think part of it for me
right out of it.
I think that's part of what made it for me odd. Is it's like I don't see him as he doesn't feel like Spider-Man.
No, he really doesn't.
Like he just doesn't. Also, I was looking up Spider Noir's powers and because I was curious, and according to the Wikipedia anyway, he has the ability to shoot organic webs from his wrists. In his original two mini series, he does not create web lines. His dark webbing always manifests as a spray or net. So he could spray. He could do webs. He couldn't swing because he can't make it solid enough.
Yeah, he can't.
So that's what they changed for the game. But then apparently after he dies. After his resurrection, I should say, so maybe they mean his run. His web control is fine enough that he regularly creates web lines to swing and projectiles for opponents and stuff. So I guess maybe after for the original 2 run he couldn't, and then after they brought him back he could. I guess.
Yeah. Once it became popular, I guess maybe.
Yeah, they more aligned him what he could do with what Spider-Man could typically do. I guess at that point.
Rid of that. I don't. Oh yeah. So Nicolas Cage said his what led his the influences that influenced this version of this character. He said that Spider Noir was 70% Bogart and 30% Bugs Bunny, which in and of himself is also kind of Humphrey Bogart. So there's a lot of Humphrey Bogart in there, which is just that's kind of a that kind of era cliche. I can't think of anything you would know Humphrey Bogart from, but he's one of those cultural icons. He does the if you've ever seen a parody of the bit from, I'm pretty sure it was Casablanca he was in, where like, if you get on that plane, I'll regret it. Maybe not today. He's like that the transatlantic accent. Anytime you think of one of those movies from that era, it's kind of a cliche. They got the guy who played Mad Eye Moody, Brendan Gleeson. He is Silvermane, and then you've got Flint Marko, who is going to be in there, played by a guy you don't know, but the Sandman. Yeah, like the whole point of that original run is all the bad guys in it are they to my recollection don't have superpowers. Like that's kind of the whole bit. Seriously, are you gonna seriously do this every time I open it? Oh, that's annoying. That's it. That's Spider-Man Noir. That's it. That's all I got. I had like 5 stories that were all related to Spider-Man Noir, and we just hit them all. Nick Jonas, apparently they've announced a new starring role Nick Jonas will be playing, called Body Man. And the movie, quote, follows a violent struggle for power and ultimately survival that ensues during a. What is with the Jonas Brothers and Christmas? During a family Christmas when an eccentric billionaire signs over his Nepo baby children's expected inheritance of his private militarized company to his longtime bodyguard, as played by Nick Jonas. And then the log line is, who will make it out of their remote family estate alive?
I just do not see Mr. Jonas as a bodyguard.
I don't really see him as, no. If the idea is going to be like it's like a Die Hard thing, no, I don't really see him as that kind of I mean, he can do action. He's done a few action movies where he's a believable action star. It's just not that kind of role.
Really. No,
but he is sort of unbelievably self-serious.
When I think of a bodyguard, you have to think of a guy who you believe could protect someone else's body, and I don't think of him.
I mean, he's a pretty little guy, isn't he?
I would say so.
He's a pretty little guy, isn't he? Yeah, that is fair.
But he's no like The Rock.
No, he is no The Rock. That is absolutely true. He's absolutely not.
Or even he's not even the Hulk Hogan.
But I mean, I like those ones where it's like he's like a little guy and you don't suspect him, and he's actually a secret badass. I do kind of like that. But he is really self-serious in a lot of.
I mean,
movies,
sure,
so
like you can get one where they're like a little guy and you don't expect them to be a badass, like a Jackie Chan, sure. But again, I don't see that when I don't see that.
I guess we're just gonna have to wait to find out. So it's funny. I pulled this story because it was okay. This is another example of new trailer for Mortal Kombat 2 gets release date. And so, of course, my borderline dyslexic brain read that and went, new Mortal Kombat trailer gives release date. So then I scrolled through this to give you the trailer, and then only to discover that this article is about how there's so we're getting release dates for trailers now, Jordan. Like. I had that sort of epiphany once when people kept leaking Spider-Man trailers or Doomsday trailers, where I'm like, it's not the same thing as leaking a movie. This trailer is eventually going to come out, or a version of it, so like getting all secretive and hush-hush about a trailer is like the dumbest thing ever. I've kind of come to that realization. But Jordan, I don't think we're going to submit for this, but hey, let's do this for fun anyway. Jordan, if you want to introduce the new Mortal Kombat trailer coming out on February 25th, all you have to say is get over here or finish him. So Jordan, and then use the hashtag Mortal Kombat call with a K. So Jordan, for the audience, give us your best get over here.
Okay, hold on.
Over here.
All right. I mean, try that again, but further away from the mic because it cut most of that out. Try that again.
No, I need it near the mic. It's got to be near the mic.
No, yeah, but when you do it near the mic, it completely cuts it out and nobody can hear it. So one more time.
Get over here.
See that one it hurt. That was not.
Yeah, but it doesn't have the same sound effects. No, it's not as good. I don't like it.
And then Jordan, give me a finish him.
Finish him.
That's good. That's good. Okay, now I gotta do it, Jordan. Get over here. And then finish him. And then Jordan, obviously, this doesn't mention it, but you gotta do it. Jordan wins. Flawless victory.
Jordan wins. Flawless victory.
Oh man, that hurts my throat just hearing it. Yeah, so apparently February 25th. So probably next episode we're gonna talk about that trailer. Oh yeah. Okay.
Mortal Kombat!
See, I tried to send you the video, but it kept opening Twitter, and I didn't think you had a Twitter, and I didn't want to do that to you. But I hate talking about AI because my opinions on AI are nuanced. And when it comes to AI, you either have to completely hate it or support it unconditionally. You can't be in the middle. It's frustrating. But like the new, I guess that's the company, the ByteDance the company that owns TikTok, their AI model has came out, and there's a clip of the character from Mission Impossible, and
I mean, I've seen a lot of AI things going around lately. I know Disney has been sending cease and desist letters because of how real it's starting to look. There's one that I saw where it was Deadpool and he was fighting against Green Lantern, and they were both
Oh yeah, no, it
like
looks
in
terrible.
character, and it
Looks
looked
terrible.
not no, I wouldn't say terrible.
Terrible.
I wouldn't say great, but like it looks good enough that like I'm like that's the worst it's ever gonna be. 5 years from now, it will look movie quality. 10 years from now, it'll look movie
Not
quality.
according to experts. According to experts, it's pretty much about at its peak.
I just don't believe
The
that.
companies want it to hit higher numbers, and it's just not anymore. But the point is, it was Brad Pitt. It was Brad Pitt versus Tom Cruise from the Mission Impossible movies, and they're all the same video. Every single one of these clips is they're like 15 seconds long, and they're two characters, and they do the exact same fight choreography. One of them punches the other one in the face, the other one punches the other one in the stomach, and it's clearly been skinned over. There's no creativity. There's nothing to it. Like, yeah, okay, it does kind of look like the person, but it never sounds like the person. Like I've seen a bunch of them for like Super Sentai and like Kamen Rider, and they A, never look right, they're always slightly off, or B, they don't sound right because they haven't got sound yet. Like some of these, yeah, they look okay, but they've clearly been skimmed over with just clips from other things. So like, no, the skin may look impressive, but the skeleton isn't. Like none of it is impressive looking. Like it looks, like I say, it looks like Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt, sure, but what they're doing is not very interesting. Like I saw one earlier today where it was just like a bunch of characters, all appear in like a city and they all start fighting each other. And I'm like, sure, they look like the Thing, but it's not very interesting looking. Like, is that all this technology is capable of, is having like recognizable IP punch each other? Like, it can't, it just can't do the things that humans can do, and it just doesn't look very interesting. Like it just
Not
doesn't.
yet. Give it a year or two.
No, I don't think it ever will. I don't think it ever will, because if in order for it to look nah, not that I don't think it ever could. I just think we're at the point where it's nuance. There's nuance where yeah, is it bad? Yes. But is it as bad as a lot of alarmist people say? No, it's not. It's just not. Just flat out not. I'm not pro AI. I am like anti AI, and I'm pro AI for administrative work, like using it to do the boring shit, like checking your emails, like running archives, like shit like that. Like there's nothing wrong with that. And if you're gonna
The
come at
things
me
that
and
are
be like,
boring, or the things that literally would take thousands of years for humans to do, but they could do in like a short amount of
right,
time.
exactly,
Like
right,
sorting, parsing through billions of gigabytes of data and stuff like that, which just humans there's not enough time on the planet to do.
no, like my thing is with the creative stuff is I don't understand why there's like this all or nothing mentality when it comes to AI, where it's like, why can't we like, hey, have AI generate something and then you have to build upon it. Like you have to go.
Yeah, I mean, I've said for a while now, like if we're talking in terms of Hollywood, even having AI make like a very basic concept of an idea of like like something that you will then take that basic concept of an idea and pay humans to do storyboards for, and then the humans that do those storyboards send it off to other humans that then do the animation from, and then you can be like, okay, well we get started with AI maybe to give you the general idea of what the idea is,
right?
But humans have built on it.
Like I don't understand.
It's still human.
I don't understand what's wrong with being supplemental, right? And like I'm the kind of person where it's like, yeah, okay, then get better. Like that's the thing is, like, as humans, make more interesting art, make more creative art. Like, yeah, if the blockbuster bullshit is gonna get reduced to Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise, fake CGI looking Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise punching each other,
like I think there's a limit.
It's kind of what it already is. So like
I think there's a limit for what AI can and like should and shouldn't do. But like, for example, let's say that you are just like, you're a person who you have an injury in your hands or something, and you can't, no matter what, no matter how much you practice, you could never draw, right? Like you could never do that. But you could use AI to help other people who can draw have a glimpse inside your head.
Yeah.
Have a glimpse inside of what you're trying to get across, that you want them to do that. Maybe you can't I could never describe to you the things that are in my head. But if AI can at least give you a glimpse so that a real artist could take that and go and do something with it,
Yeah,
I don't
but
see an
there
inherent
has to be
problem with
a
that.
real person component in there, and yet
Yeah,
AI should
yeah.
never make money. I fully believe it should never
No.
make money. You should never be able to profit off of it, and like people are going to
Only
come at me and be
insofar of the
like,
fact of like if I'm using it just to give an idea, and then like you and I go off and we take that, you know what I mean? Like, but
yeah,
that's not to me the AI making
and
money. That's me
and the
taking an
people
idea and running with
or
it.
AI companies that make money off
Yeah,
of AI
yeah.
shouldn't exist, and most importantly, people are going to come at me and be like, Justin, but the water use, and Justin, the unethical, the data centers, and like there's lots of things within your life. The thing about AI usage is not about the individual. It's about the corporations and the companies. They're the ones that are using it in
Yeah.
a destructive manner, and they've always done that with everything. And then they astroturf outrage campaigns and moral outrage campaigns, and this exhibits a lot of people's outrage towards AI exhibits a lot of moral panic symptoms, where this looks an awful lot like and I think it's because, and I've said this before, I've lived through moral panic about stuff, and this mimics a lot of the moral panic that, remember the moral panic when we were in high school about Wikipedia? And how Wikipedia was going to be the downfall of
It's
academic
replacing
education.
the libraries.
It's replacing the libraries. And the kids are just going to use it to cheat on essays. And then they eventually taught us that Wikipedia is not a source. Like, that's... Like, this
It's a resource, but it's not. It can't be your only source. That was the big thing. That was the big thing they said near the end of my school careers.
Yeah.
It's a great resource, but it can't be your only source.
Right, and it's like, yeah, it just seems like a lot of people are just not adapting properly to a thing that, yeah, isn't great, but like, for example, there's a lot of statistical cases about the water usage for AI being not as bad as people make it out to be, and the water wastage on things that are everyday items are way worse that we just don't want to talk about. I'm
gonna put it in a way that a lot of Americans might this might sound familiar to them. You know, it's not the AI that's the problem. It's you don't blame the AI for doing a thing. You blame the humans that are using the AI incorrectly. You know, like a gun. Like, you don't blame the gun. You blame the person.
Whoa. We don't do that kind of podcast. But yeah, the point, to bring it back to the Brad Pitt Tom Cruise clip, which I'm just using
a thing some people might recognize. You know,
but like
an argument that way too many people use.
I saw 5 versions of this exact same video. Like, I saw one where it was Sonic and Mario, and it was the exact. I saw one. I sent one to you where it was Luigi and Mario.
Yeah,
the choreography in that video is identical, like move for move, shot for shot, and like people who do karate or kung fu in movies and shit have pointed out that it looks like shit. It's like, yeah, it's like, okay, it's a vaguely recognizable thing, but like, then okay, do a smaller budgeted independent movie, a smaller budgeted like thing. I think more creative like artistry should come out of that. If you see that and you're like, this looks like slop, then make something more interesting looking. Like hyper realism doesn't need to be the end goal. Like, our favorite animated movies have been stylized and artistic. Like, we can do that with live action movies as well. Just make it more interesting than the slop. And then, okay, yeah, if the slop wants to make the blockbusters that are already slop anyway, I mean, I'm not saying that's okay. I'm just saying, like, then work with that. If it can make an effects artist's job easier, and they only have to work an 8-hour day instead of a 12-hour day, Like, why are we doing, again, all or nothing mentality? It has to take away jobs.
Well, and
Why
that's
can't
where
it affect
the
our-
ultimate problem is that we currently live in the Wild West.
Yeah.
A lot of the countries and stuff that like where these movies get made, America in particular, needs to have rules and regulations that stop corporations from using it to just flat out replace humans.
Yeah,
If you
absolutely.
have laws which are like, it can only be used to make 30% of a movie, then at that point, yes, it can be used as a supplemental tool and
Yeah.
help artists without fully replacing the human. But the problem is that because it's still so new and so fresh, those rules and regulations aren't in place. The things that protect the human
Yeah.
element aren't currently in place. So it ultimately, and this is where my frustration lies, this is the same thing over and over again. What these people are mad at is not the tool itself. What these people are mad at are the corporations and companies and ultimately capitalism that takes advantage of the human element. That's what you're mad at. Get mad at the right thing. Like if you're gonna get mad at the right thing.
Like I'm not in that industry, so I'm this is pure, like, we're talking straight from our rectums here, right? But
No,
like,
I mean sure, but like still.
But like, I don't understand how in one breath, like, the video game industry and special effects industry and special effects houses are constantly like crunch, and how it
costs so much money and it takes so much hours. And
just more on an individual level. A lot of them are like for video, and like Naughty Dog was notorious for crunch, for like making their animators and their programmers work like 20-30 hours or whatever, like end-to-end weeks to try to get these games out in time. What if we have an AI that makes rendering faster so that they can render more shots, so then they only have to work a 7-hour day, or they can work a regular work day, a 6-7 hour work day, instead of having to work a 10-hour work day or a 12-hour work day, and you have an AI system that is rendering your animation that you've hand done yourself faster. Like for me, I know we had a friend laugh at this take, and I know it's reductive, but to me it's always like, whenever it comes to fictional evil AI, everyone's like, you want Skynet? This is how we get Skynet. But there is good AI in fiction as well. No one ever is like, hey, how do we get a C-3PO? Like, it just feels like we should be getting a C-3PO going, you know? Like,
or the robot from the Wild Robot.
Yeah, or Data. Like, hey, it'd be sweet to have a Data, right? Like, everyone always wants to be like Skynet or the Borg, and I'm like, yeah, but Data's pretty chill.
Bender.
Or Bender.
You could have a happy medium in between the two.
Right.
Kind of an asshole, but like
also,
still lovable.
Decent deep down. I'm just saying. I know it's reductive, but still, I know someone's gonna come at me and yell me about my opinions on AI, as always, because it's too nuanced. It's too nuanced, and it's too in the middle, and it's like,
again, that's where I say my ultimate way to wrap this up is you're not mad about AI. You're mad about how AI is being used.
And the company.
Let's get that point clear. That's what people are mad at. You don't get mad at the tool that's being used. You get mad at the way the tool is being used.
You're not mad at AI. You're mad at OpenAI, the company, who is misusing the AI and fucking up the environment. But I firmly believe, like anything, there's nothing wrong with the tool itself. It's about how you use the tool. And
absolutely,
we're using the tool badly.
It's just human nature is to use things in a poor way. For example, the atomic power was supposed to be for things that weren't weapons.
Yeah.
Right? Exactly, but human nature is human nature, and that's what you should be upset about, not the tool itself.
Exactly. Like, I don't.
There are ways to use it ethically to use it good.
It's hard because, there's lots of. But I need to be firm and clear. The generative AI is bad. AI is bad. Okay, I need to say that firmly. This shit where it's Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise fighting each other is god awful. The next thing we're gonna be using it to do is bring people back from the dead. That is immoral and disgusting and But like, no, you can say, this is my final bit. I don't see there being anything wrong, and also no, don't use it for therapy. Like, that's weird. People who have full bore conversations with AI, that's weird to me.
Absolutely do not date your AI.
No, don't date your AI. I use my AI to write hashtags. Like, I saw a thing where it's like, okay, don't use ChatGPT, use one of the other free ones. I don't pay for ChatGPT. I use the free version. But I use it to write hashtags and generate video descriptions. Hey, if you want to come and volunteer and write my video descriptions for me so AI doesn't have to do it and then I can give the job to a volunteer human person, sure. Maybe one day I can afford an employee and then I will pay them to do it. But until then, I'm going to use it as a
I'm
hashtag
going to use the
generator.
resources that are available to me.
It makes generating hashtags 1,000 times faster and easier. Okay? That's the usage I use out of AI. I don't use it to generate images because that's...
We will now step down off our soapbox.
Yeah, there's my soapbox going down over there. Okay,
and move on with the news.
It's just like final thing. I swear, it's just one of those.
That was the final thing. You already said the final thing.
No, I just I needed to make that clear because otherwise people are gonna yell at us in the comments. This is gonna
I mean they're gonna yell at you.
No. Like, both of us together, one unit.
I'm not hitching my boat to your dock.
Both of our opinions are far too nuanced. There's gonna be someone who's like, you pro AI. Anyway, I'm
not pro AI. I'm anti corporation.
Anti corporation. There's a difference. Jordan, they announced, and I can't believe it took them this long to announce this. They're making a John Wick game,
I saw that,
an actual good one instead of like a shitty 2-person side scroller game that they did make. Where we're like, what are you doing? This game is built for 3D action games. This franchise. Why would you make it a 2? I'm pretty sure it was a 2. It was a 2D game. I don't know if I'm pretty sure it was a 2D side scroller, but why would you do that? That is a way. I've never been like, that's such a waste of IP. Make a Grand Theft Auto clone, put him in the car, and have him drive around to town assassinating people. Like, why would you? This game makes itself.
This one, I mean, that's one way to do it. I don't know. I was gonna say I don't know what the actual gameplay for this one is going to be. I just saw that they were making a game, but I mean, another way they could have done it is they could have done it more in the style of Hitman, where it's like a big open world level and you populate it with the people in it or whatever. You could have also done it like that.
It's being described as a third person. That's probably what it'll probably be. They'll give you a target and you have to make your way through. Probably. Like that. But I'm just they've got the car, so having the car, it just makes sense that he would drive it. It would be.
You would think, yeah.
It would be the thing where he drives it around town.
I mean, I'm just excited that it's not like a Dead by Daylight or whatever one of those arena style ones, which they're all like that, and I hate that they're all like that. So it's nice that if this one is not like that.
Apparently, Keanu Reeves reprising his role. He's gonna be John Wick.
Dope. That makes it even better.
To be fair, though, maybe if I play that world, it'll be a bit more fun. I've just never, other than the first one, I
watched the first one. The first one was fine. I don't know how there's like 7 sequels.
The second one did nothing for me. I'm gonna keep watching them in the hopes that one of them works for me. But thus far, the second one did nothing for me. But like, I don't know. That felt like one of those, like, the first time it doesn't do anything for me, and then the second time I watch it, I'm like, no, actually, I do really like this franchise. It felt like one of those franchises.
I don't know if I've ever tried to watch any of the other ones.
Speaking of 2D games, Jordan, they announced 2 God of War projects that are coming out.
So that is real then. I keep seeing something about a 2D one where he's like him as a kid or whatever.
It's a prequel game.
What's it for?
PlayStation, by the looks of it. PlayStation 5.
So this is where I'm gonna show my my snootiness, I guess. Why would I play a 2D game on the PlayStation 5 like that? I just don't. That's not.
Some people like the
okay, 2D I get it. That's where I say I'm gonna be snooty. No, but if I'm gonna play a 2D side scroller, that's a mobile game. I can play that on a mobile thing, not on a console.
Again, sometimes 2D side scrollers look really pretty on the console. I don't know. I don't like 2D side scrollers really, so I'm not. After I turned 10, they stopped being fun.
I mean, again, they're good for like if I'm.
Fair. I still love Sonic the Hedgehog. That's not
like
fair.
They're good for like if I'm on a bus going somewhere and I need to play a game.
They're usually good for about an hour's worth of entertainment, and then I get
bored. If you're on a bus.
Yeah. No, I've never. I don't. I mean, maybe it's gonna go to mobile, but as far as I know, it looks like it's gonna go to PlayStation.
I don't think mobile really exists
Man, this is
anymore.
really obnoxious. Every single time I open a page for this website, it opens an ad. It's really obnoxious.
Ugh.
Oh yeah, and they
But
also
I
announced
mean,
that they're doing a remake of
cool.
the
Good for people that enjoy that sort of thing, I
It's
guess.
right. I mean, hey, it makes you happy. It's not the first prequel they've done. There's another prequel they did for the PS3, I think. That was
There was one for the
alright.
PSP where it was him when he was young,
Yeah,
before God of War
there's
1.
one that they made where it was after God of War 3, and they were like, "What do we do with Kratos?" And then they put out a prequel where he didn't have the white makeup, the ashes or whatever. It was before.
I'm pretty sure that was the PSP one.
No, the PSP one. There's two. There's the Ghost of Sparta, which is about his brother, and I can't remember the other one. But no, those ones he's still Ghost.
Huh.
And
All right, fair enough.
that other one, I think it was like God of War Ascension or something, is what it was called. Oh, and they're also making a remake of the original trilogy, complete with original voice actor is coming back. And
Ooh, that's cool.
People are like, are they gonna redo it because it's completely apparently from the ground up? And so like people are like, is it gonna be in like the gameplay style of the new games? And that is a dumb and incorrect opinion. No, that wouldn't make any sense. It would be a completely different game at that point. It's probably just going to be a substantially prettier version of the original. The only thing that I would take, like in terms of improvement, is I would like a free moving camera. I would like for them to get rid of the
Yeah,
fixed camera.
that I would do as well. And I mean, if
Just
I was
make
doing
it
it,
pretty.
if I had it my way, yes, I would make it so that it's free, open camera. I would make it where when you're using the bow and arrow weapon,
Yeah,
that it goes into like a first person or something.
you can aim
Um,
over the
you can
shoulder. Third
aim,
person aim would be nice.
yeah. And because it's on a PlayStation 5 and you can have more, I'd have more weapons.
Yeah. More weapons would be nice.
More weapons,
More,
more maybe expand
make it
areas so
really
there's more
bloody.
bosses. Make it more bloody would be cool. And just make it longer.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. See, I like the fact that those games are short because it's like a nice how you can knock it out in a couple of
Sure, but
days.
if you're doing a remake, you
Yeah,
add stuff.
I don't know. I'd much rather the same length and it be extra pretty.
Either way, that's cool.
Yeah, that's
I
pretty
like
cool.
those games. So I'm kind of
Um,
I'm loosely excited for that. I was
Jordan,
never a die-hard God of War
I
fan,
imagine
but
you're
like
probably
I enjoy them.
you're probably wondering, Jordan. You're probably thinking, you're probably concerned about how much Chris Evans is going to be in Avengers Doomsday.
Sure, let's pretend I was.
A lot. Moving on. No, yeah, they were
Okay,
like
okay.
he's in it. He's in it a decent amount.
The
Um,
question is, though, is he in it a decent amount as one character or multiple
who
characters?
knows? So it's really funny. So this,
I still theorize that he's going to actually be evil Hydra Captain America.
I think that too. Jordan. So the title of this article is really funny
Is a lie.
because it's really a case of perspective, Jordan. Because it says Pirates of the Caribbean 6 update is good and bad news. And really depending on who you are, the good news and bad news could be two completely different things. See, for me, Jordan, the good news would be that it got canceled, and the bad news would be that they're making it. For other people, it might be
It's
that
the opposite.
it would probably be the opposite for people who actually like that franchise and want it to continue and have forgotten that the last two movies were bad. Actually, the world does this thing now where after about 5 years they just forget that bad movies were bad. Actually, like it's happened. It keeps happening with those Star Wars movies. It's happening with these movies where I've had multiple conversations of people being like, those last two Pirates movies were good. Actually, you're wrong. They were bad. Actually, Jordan's seen them. He can testify.
I saw the last one, which it was so bad that I hadn't even remembered that we had watched it.
Yep. Just a reminder.
And I still barely remember what happens in that one. And the one before that, I remember being okay, but like it was weird that it felt off.
Well,
He felt off.
from what I recall, the fourth one tries to reintroduce a version of Elizabeth and Will.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
like I think I remember the entire time that they're like the Spanish are coming, and then the Spanish show up for like 2 minutes and then just leave. I remember that.
I just remember them not being very good,
The
and
fifth one is
ultimately,
notable because he was
ultimately,
wearing
I also remember being like, um, it was really always Will and Elizabeth's story, and Captain Jack happened to be there.
Yep,
He
very
was
much
never
so.
meant to be the main character, and so when you then remove the people that were your main character and shove him into the role of main character, it doesn't work. It
Um,
could work, like if they were brave and they did like a prequel where we find out how the Black Pearl became the Black Pearl and how Jack became who Jack was, and you recast and have a different person be that character. I think you could. I think that could work.
that
But
sounds that okay. I'm gonna say once again the only way I would be okay with Jack Sparrow and Johnny Depp coming back. But the fifth one, just to remind everyone, was the one where Johnny Depp was so drunk that he could not remember his lines, so he had to wear an earpiece that they had to feed him his lines through. So that one was bad. And everyone could anyway. Yeah, the producer, the producer, Jerry Bruckheimer, who said it was going to happen, Pirate 6 with Johnny Depp. They finally convinced Johnny Depp to come back after unceremoniously dropping him. And apparently it's not happening for a while. They're going to make Top Gun 3 before they make Pirate 6, which just tells me, given Johnny Depp's age, that's probably just not going to happen, which is good. That makes me happy.
One can only
One
hope.
can only hope.
Again, the only way that I'd be okay with a Pirates movie at this point is if it's a prequel.
Well, okay. So I always said, and to be fair, this was when after Pirates 3 came back and they announced Pirates 4, and then I said the same thing with Pirates 5. And it looks like they're finally doing it in Pirates 6, but it's too late. My pitch was always Jack Sparrow's son. At one point it was Jack Sparrow's son. He's played by Zac Efron, and it's a father-son trip with Jack and his son bonding. And then at one point it was going to be with Margot Robbie, and I was like, okay, Jack Sparrow's daughter is also kind of fun. But no, the only way I'm okay with them bringing back Jack Sparrow is under one condition and one condition only: he dies. You kill him off, and you kill him off
and
not early
in terms of a sequel,
because that would
sure.
be too. But you kill him off about midway. He sacrifices himself for his kid. He dies in a blaze of glory. That way, Johnny Depp gets a reasonably beefy role, and then the character goes down, and then he never has to come back again. He goes off into the sunset. That's it. That's the only way. But he has to die, and he has to die visibly on camera. And there has to be no question as to whether or not he can come back. Like, he needs to be definitively dead.
That, or a prequel.
No, I mean, to be fair, if you're gonna do a prequel for Jack Sparrow, I'd be much more interested in them doing a young adult television show. Like a Disney Plus show.
Sure, I don't care what it is. I'm just saying, for me, that's the only way I want to see anything Pirates of the Caribbean.
And I would base it off of the books.
Or you completely reboot the entire franchise and you do it fresh.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah, I would do a like a Percy Jackson style show, about as an adaptation of the books where Johnny Depp is a kid.
Yeah, absolutely. I could see that.
That'd be very interesting. Jordan.
But the point is that I don't want a sequel. I don't want Johnny Depp coming back and doing more. No. I don't want to, even if they didn't bring back Jack Sparrow.
Johnny Depp trying to do
even if they didn't do Jack Sparrow and they just did a Pirates of the Caribbean that was just other pirates, I don't want that either.
No.
For me, it's either reboot the entire thing, which I think it's too soon for that, and I would want to wait 10 years ish before we even did that. Or prequel. To me, prequel is the only interesting possible thing you could do. And if we're doing what you've described of it being a show, then for me, the season or the series finale is he does the events that lead up to him getting the pearl.
Yeah.
That's how you end the show.
That's the plot of the books. There's a series of books where Jack Sparrow is a kid, and that's what those books are about. It's about, it also explains why he
has the
tattoo and him
not tattoo, the scar or whatever.
Yeah,
brand.
And
the brand.
He has the brand. It explains all that. His relationship to the trading company or whatever, all that.
Yeah.
Jordan.
I think that could be an interesting show. I do.
Jordan.
And it's a way to get the series away from Depp.
Good news, Jordan. They announced officially, has no official title, but on May 19th, 2028, they're making The Mummy 4 with Brendan Fraser and Rachel Weisz. It's official.
Won't he be too old by then? Won't he be sad?
That's my thing. I think it might be too old and sad, but also I don't know. I mean, he was the bad guy in that Batgirl movie that never came out. So maybe you could do it. I still subscribe to the retcon the third movie. Number one, if Rachel Weisz is coming back, there's no way they're not retconning the third movie. So just retcon the third movie.
Does she die in the third movie?
She's played by a different actress.
Oh.
So just retcon it. Recast the kid and have it be about, like I said before, like Rick O'Connell's a grandpa and he can't do what he used to do, and then make that the joke. Like it's the only way you could do a movie like this. And then bring back everyone. Bring back Emotep, bring back all of them. Bring back the brother. Hell, even bring back the Scorpion.
Sure.
Make it about it.
If you're gonna bring back Emotep though, then it has to be a thing where like they have to team up with him.
Something like that, yeah, where they fight an even bigger bad. That's what The Mummy 3 should have been. Like you team up with
they have
the
to
bad
fight
guy
an
from the
even
first
bigger bad guy or something.
Bigger,
you
more
team up with the
mummy. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
that's what you do.
You have to team. They have to summon him so that he can help them or something.
This is the fourth one. Don't get creative. Just at this point, just
make it big.
Just do the thing that everyone recognizes. Just go in and play the hits. Like that's what you're doing in the fourth one. If you finally after this long, if you finally negotiated a fourth one, just play the hits. Jordan, you want to take a? You know what? No, we'll do this one first. Actually, we'll end on the fun one. So they announced, and this was not a big surprise to me. It was just kind of a matter of when this happened. I knew that they had recorded it, and I was just waiting for them to announce it. They are releasing a pro shot of Netflix's pro shot of the Stranger Things play, which I am actually.
There's a Stranger Things play.
Yeah, we joked about it before. What is it? 5 hours long, and there's no intermission.
I mean, I was gonna say, what did you have to sit there for 5 years for the final part of it to come out?
You watch half of it, and then the intermission is 5 years, and then you see the rest.
Yeah. That tracks with Stranger Things.
Yeah. I know that, and they make you sit there the whole time.
Or is the plot of it that it takes place in between season 3 and 4, and it came out way too late after the show was already done?
No. This one takes place between season 4 and 5.
Oh, and it came out way too late after the show was done.
No, this actually did come out before season 4 and 5 actually. No, it's called Stranger Things: The First Shadow. We've definitely talked about it before, but it's a prequel, and it's about
probably, but much like everything else with Stranger Things, the second we stopped talking about it, it left my brain.
Yeah, it's like Tinkerbell, and the minute you stop talking about it, it loses its power. No, it's a prequel, and it's about Henry Creel, the person who becomes Vecna. And apparently it's actually kind of good. It's honestly pretty good. I actually want to see this. Unlike the cartoon, where I will watch out of passive interest, I am actually interested in this. Apparently, a lot of the details from it wound up in season 5. Apparently, there's a lot of references to it in season 5, and I've heard it's good. And yeah, more pro shots in terms of theater. More pro shots. It's not a musical. It's just a regular play. But more pro shots. Like I'm always
part of your world, part of your Broadway world. Haley says, and yet we will be doing an episode on that. Law.
Excellent.
I think she might mean, and yes, we will be doing, but I don't know.
I mean, and yet it will happen. It is inevitable. Inevitable.
You can't escape it.
No, I want to see it. I want to watch it.
Like everything else, Stranger Things, you can't escape it, Justin.
Unlike the cartoon, I am actually interested in this because I like theater.
We're gonna have to watch that too, Justin.
The cartoon.
You have to watch everything.
Oh yeah, I know. I have to get back to. I put a pause on watching Stranger Things because I want to finish Kinnikuman Man for our anime season premiere for our next season. I want to watch all of it for that season premiere. So. Including the Netflix show. So I put Stranger Things on pause for now. But yes, I will finish that show. We will come back to it. Hopefully when the cartoon is out. Maybe by the time the cartoon comes out.
She says, yes, we will be doing this as an episode.
Yeah, I know. I want to see it. So, like you say, I'm actually genuinely interested in this. Like, I'm not excited. Excited is not the word, but interested. I'm interested in seeing this. And like more pro shots. Like if this does well and it encourages Netflix to invest in pro shots, like theater pro shots, that would make me so happy. But yes, we will come back to Stranger Things, and we're gonna come back. I said this in our Kaniku Man video, but we're gonna come back to Kaniku Man as well, because I think I'm gonna try to trick Jordan into watching some of it. Not all of it, because it's impossible, but some of it for fun.
I can't be tricked.
I'm going to attempt.
You'll have to roll your d20 for a deception.
Natural 20.
Well, I guess I'm going to be doing that thing that you what? There's no deception. What? You've completely convinced me.
Haley's here. Perfect timing, Haley. If you're still here, this is fun. This is going to be a fun one to end on. Jordan, you want to take a crack at how much money Snow White lost?
400 million.
Okay, well, let's start here. How much do you think it? How much? Hold on.
Give me the budget for it, and then I'll guess how much it.
Was 336 million. Sorry.
Okay. I'm gonna guess it made, because I know it didn't do very well. 400 million.
Okay, this article is very confusing. So hold on. Blah blah blah. It made over 200 million. So it cost 365 million to make.
Okay, so it lost 100 million.
So it lost 100 million. It made 200.
Wow.
It made over 200 million globally, which
wow. So it did bad.
Yeah. So okay, the outlet reports, the Forbes reports that it cost around 336.5 million to make. Deadline had previously reported that it cost 270 million to make, and it only made 200 million globally. Oof, that is bad. That is bad. But like,
that is embarrassing.
That also is confusing then, because that is bad. That is harrowing. But like according to this, Aladdin made $1 billion. So like, why are you pushing forward? I sent it. Did you end up watching? I sent you the clip of the Rock.
Are we? She says, "Are we surprised though?" No, not really. Not inherently for that one.
Sort of.
Not for that one. No, I'm not.
Yes and no. Yes, I am, in the sense that like the Disney IP is so recognizable that people will watch it kind of no matter what. So like, I'm surprised it didn't do better.
Yeah, but I'm not, because people didn't like the actress.
Well, no, but adults didn't like the actress. That's the
yeah, and adults are making the decision of who's going to watch, which of their kids are going. Yes, they are. No. They're the ones that are spending the money. If they don't like the actress, they don't like the people, they're not going to take their kids to it.
But if the kid asks to go see it, they're not going to say no. So like,
I mean, Justin, this is an instance where you're not qualified to talk about this. No, you're not a parent. I'm not qualified to talk about this. I'm not a parent.
It's one of those things where like,
I am an adult who knows what it's like to have adult money. And no, on my kid's whim, but I'm not. If I don't want to take them to that movie, they're not going to that movie.
So many of these movies that were worse than that one, like Lion King, made more money. So it's like, no, they will just bring a kid to it. Moana 2 made more money, and that movie sucked.
Yeah, but they didn't.
Balls.
But the people didn't hate the actors in that.
That's what I'm saying is people will just bring a Disney thing. So I'm surprised it didn't make more. I'm not surprised it bombed.
Haley says it's not that I don't like the actress; it's just the movie plot was bad. No, I mean, I wouldn't know. I didn't watch it, so I can't judge.
A lot of it was because people just didn't like Rachel Zegler. It really is full stop, flat out. That's what it was. But like, still, there's a lot of worse Disney things that made money. It's not that this bombing surprises me. It's how badly it bombed. Like, I figured it would at least make its money back. Because it's just off of the back of it being Disney. Like it not being a
I feel
massive
like
hit is
if it
not
was,
surprising, but it not
I,
making
I
its money
feel,
back is surprising to me.
I feel like if it was, because you got to think of the kids that are looking at it now. Is Snow White still one of the more
Oh
popular
yeah,
princesses?
to
Because I
little
don't think
girls.
she
Oh
is.
yeah, this was huge amongst little girls. I saw especially little girls of color. This was massive. This was There was the same thing with the Little Mermaid. The Little Mermaid was massive amongst young girls
Yeah,
of
the Little
color.
Mermaid I could see being big. There's
But
princesses that I
yeah,
get
yeah.
being big. I just
There's
I
all
it
kinds of videos of
considering
her.
considering how old Snow White's movie is,
Nah,
it's
Disney is
just
really good at
she's
that.
not relevant
Oh no, she absolutely.
anymore.
She's equally as relevant as Sleeping Beauty and
Yeah, I would put them at the bottom of the poll
yeah,
too.
no, like there's so many little girls showing up to that premiere dressed up, and no, it was still
Fair enough.
absolutely mad. The concept of the Disney princess is still absolutely massive amongst little
Sure,
girls.
it's just it's like there's a hierarchy of like most
Nah,
popular
not for
to
your little
least
girls. There
popular.
isn't.
I would have. Well, I
Not,
mean, yes, there is. There is always a hierarchy in these
nah,
things.
not.
Yes, there is.
Yeah,
When you have a group of characters, there will always
they're
be one that
they're
is the favorite.
they're popular as their own entity. Is that's at least.
Sure, but that's kind of my point, though. So then Snow White isn't popular because Snow White is
Oh, I
popular.
never said
Snow
Snow
White is
White.
popular because she's part of the princess
Absolutely,
pantheon.
absolutely. But that's what that's why I'm saying I'm surprised. Disney movies will succeed on those merits. So I'm just surprised that this one didn't.
Yeah, well, that's where I say the reason why this one didn't is because
People didn't like
the
Rachel
adults who
Zegler.
are making the decision to take their kids to the movie didn't like the actress.
Yeah, I guess just
That was clearly a big enough factor.
blind nostalgia didn't carry that movie enough is what it was. That's the thing that carries those
I
live
mean,
action remakes. Is just
the thing
blind
is that
nostalgia.
both things can be true. If there's one lesson that we've
I
learned
think
on
both
this
things
show,
are probably true.
both things are true.
The surprising part of it is Disney's decision to push forward with those garbage live action remakes. That's the
Yeah.
thing. This movie, for all intents and purposes, bombed
Failed.
horribly.
Failed.
Bombed horribly. So like, I sent you the clip of it. I sent you the clip of the Rock singing "You're Welcome," and you said,
Yeah, I didn't watch the full thing, but yeah.
"Oh, yeah." And I was like, it's embarrassing. He has to read the lyrics for a song, and you were like, well, you would have to read the lyrics, yeah, but I haven't sang that song 1,000 times in 1,000 different contexts. He has no reason to not remember the lyrics to that
So
song. It's embarrassing.
my
for
thing
him.
though is that
The girl remembers
when
the lyrics.
when you sent me the yeah, but he also, I don't know how to say this in a respectful and professional way.
Say it in a respectful way.
He doesn't seem like he seems arrogant. He doesn't seem like the type that takes the time to actually memorize things. He seems like the type that always has a script.
I mean, all right, I could believe that. That's believable.
But
But it was exactly the same. The performance was exactly the same.
I was gonna say though,
Other than the fact that he was flat.
I was gonna say though, when you sent me that thing, I just was like, I don't. So is that like supposed to be a promotional thing, or is that like?
Yeah.
Because it's live action, so that's not. At first, I was like, "Oh, well, he's in the studio, he's recording."
Well, yeah,
I'm like,
they don't always sing. I'm guessing based on the fact that, well, from what I recall of the original version of that, it's a lot of it's probably going to be on green screen, so he didn't sing it live
he's
on
dancing
set.
and stuff.
Yeah.
So
It's one of those movies where they didn't sing live on set. They pre-record it and then they ADR in the song later.
so then, yeah, I mean, a lot of voice actors have a script in front of them.
Yeah, but this is different. He already did this song. He recorded. He spent hours recording it, and there's so many times where he could just sing
he
it.
doesn't. He doesn't
embarrassing.
scream to me.
It's
He doesn't
embarrassing.
scream to me or read to me as the I memorized my script.
You know, but
type.
this is different. This is the script he's already done, and it's a song he sung
Yeah, like
1,000 times. He should know
10
the
years
lyrics.
ago.
No, but he's performed it. That would be like the girl not knowing how far I'll go. It's like
Yeah,
you
but
sung these songs
she
hundreds of times. You should
seems
know them by now.
like a professional,
he is too.
and he doesn't.
But yeah, okay, ego. I'll give you ego. But I was like, that's embarrassing.
For me,
You
it
should be
screams
embarrassed.
ego.
You're embarrassed. You should know that. You should have this song memorized by now. That's embarrassing. But more to the point, it sounded exactly the same, except for he sounded flat because he's however many years older now. The vocal cords don't sound as good, but the song sounded. The performance was. I think he tried to throw in a little vocal flourish. So it's like, once again, what is the fucking point? Like we didn't.
Yeah.
This didn't.
I'm kind of getting to the point where there's only so many times I can say my opinion on it.
The
I'm
girl
kind
I
of
at least get. The girl I get because the girl is played by a different actress this time, so the vocal performance is going to be slightly different. With him, why did you bother re-recording it? Why didn't you just ADR in the original performance? If you were going to ADR it in anyway, why did you need to re-record it? What's the point? It's like we didn't
I guess
talk about
because
this,
then
but
I guess because then his singing voice would sound 10 years younger than his speaking
I
voice.
guess. But yeah, they announced that
I'm at the point where like I won't watch it. I didn't watch the Lilo and Stitch one. I'm done supporting those.
I probably will for this, but that's it. That's it. Just for this. I'm not gonna do it for fun, and it's not gonna be fun, and it's probably gonna enrage me, and you're gonna see me get angry on camera again. But the thing, yeah, they announced.
I have a hard time even doing it for
they,
this.
they announced they announced the casting of Hiccup's mother in
How to Train Your Dragon 2.
How to Train Your Dragon 2, and they announced it's the same woman who plays her in the animated version, and everyone got excited.
Then
And what's the
point?
Like there was this video I saw where they
I'll just go watch the original movie. Thanks.
They put this side by side of the lines from the original compared to the lines from the live action, and the lines from the live action are all flat and awful. It's just like
Yeah, I'll just go watch the original.
What
good
is
version.
the point? Like, if you're gonna do a live action version of this, hire a different person to play Maui in the context of Moana. Hire a different person. Do something different. Otherwise, not to go back to the AI conversation, but otherwise you might as well just use AI to make live action versions of these characters, because what's the fucking point? Like, what's the point? What's the point in having Rock dress up in a comically stupid muscle suit to play a character he's already played? Just hire a young, muscular guy to play Polynesian actor, give him a chance, let him be some new up-and-comer, have him play Maui. Like,
I mean,
why
if you have to,
this? What is the point?
If you have to force your live action slop of like upon us, yeah, at least do that.
Yeah.
Or don't do it at all.
No, but okay, wait.
That's
We're
a
operating from the
fine
perspective
option.
that we have no choice. If you must do it, then at least be creative with it. Like, at least hire some. Why is The Rock playing a character he's already played? Again, what is the point?
Yeah,
What
like
is
I
the
said,
point?
I have nothing new to add to this.
Like, why not just do? Yeah, at that point, Disney might as well be like, hey,
Much like Disney and all the studios that are doing the live action versions of these, I have nothing new to add to this. So I abstain from any further
yeah.
conversation.
Well, it's just like, why? Yeah, at that point, why not Disney? Why not that I'm encouraging this, but Disney, why not just do feed it into an AI generator and be like, what if Maui was live action and played by The Rock? Or and then the same with the other one. Like, why waste money filming this? Okay, I feel like I'm encouraging them by saying that, but that's the point of this. Is like, it's the same performance. He's not like, I think he added one little vocal flourish towards the end to make it sound different, but that's it. Like, that's it.
No, that's where I don't agree with your statement. It's not the same performance. It's the same performance but worse. So
yeah, because it's an actor trying to recreate a thing you already did.
yeah,
like,
so it's the same performance but
why?
worse. You're getting a garbage version of the movie. Just go watch the original.
What is the point? And but to go back to the Snow White, it's like, I don't understand why they do, like, I didn't much care for Snow White, but that at least tried to do something different. But that bombed. So, like, Disney, why? Unless
Go back to doing it. Stay in your lane, Disney. Go back to doing your fucking animated versions of these movies. Or if you want to do live action movies, have them be original live action movies.
Or I do an actual.
Stay in your lane.
Or do an actual adaptation, like an actual proper adaptation. Like,
there are definitely ones that I think there could be live action adapt. They're just choosing the wrong movie.
Well, no, even then, even if you want to do you wanted to do a live action adaptation of Moana, and
It's too soon.
Well, hold on, and you wanted to do, like, you hire a different director and different cinematographer, and you hire like Polynesian people, and you make it a bit closer to and you know what I mean, like. You actually do something different where you, like, there's a live action Pocahontas movie from the 90s, which is like the anti-Disney one. If you do something like that, where it's like, yeah, you're doing an adaptation of this, but it's different, then I have no issue. It's not an adaptation the adaptation that I have an issue with. It's it's attempting to recreate a thing that already exists. What is the point? It already exists. Why are we trying to recreate like that Snow White movie? Sure, it wasn't a great movie, but it wasn't just a blatant recreation of a thing that already exists. Like that, or like the Aladdin one, where it's like that's at its best when it's not a blatant recreation of something that already exists. That's my line. That's where I stop. I'm like, no, I don't have an issue with you wanting to do a new version of Moana. I don't. I don't have an issue with you wanting to do a more newer version of Frozen. Like, I don't have an issue with that. But don't just redo Frozen, but with real people. The theme parks do that. That's their job.
Like I said, stay in your lane.
Stop taking that away from the theme parks. Like, no, they don't. Disney doesn't have to just purely be animation and like, no. If you want to remake and retell stories that you've already told, like Snow White is from the 1940s. If you want to retell,
yeah,
Snow
sure,
White,
but that's not what they're doing,
it.
Justin. What they're doing is they're trying to just they want to keep their brand going forever, and they want the same versions of the same characters forever. That's my problem. That's my line. I don't want to see a live action version of the cartoon movie that I have. I don't want that. You want to do an adaptation?
Nobody
Sure,
does.
Okay. The conversation could be had for that. There are ways to do different
that's what I don't
whatever,
get it.
sure, but
It's
I no, what they're doing is bad, and I won't
like
engage
every
with
time
it.
one of these comes out, everyone complains about them, and then they go and they spend their money on them. So, but then it's weird because when they don't spend their money on them, like with the Snow White, you like Hollywood always learning the wrong lesson. Like you would think that would have taught them that these movies don't make money anymore because nobody wants them. But then they go ahead and they do Moana, which is like, yeah, the Moana, in my opinion, exemplifies everything that is wrong with that attitude of filmmaking. Right, that's what I do. And anyway, it bombed horribly. That was the bit. That's the news. Jordan, together now. Give me a news theme while we milk some cows. You're not milking cows with me. Today's show, as always, is brought to you by Wild Education. Please check them out. We've got their links in the description. They have their very last open house on I'm stalling while I bring up the date.
Hey, you think of the animals. Do it. Think of them. Think of them. Do it now. Think of them.
Shoot, sorry.
I did it. I bought you all the time that I could.
I was arrogant, Jordan, and I assumed that
this is embarrassing now. You should be embarrassed.
Because being slow. I thought that I could remember the date, but now I don't remember the date.
The date was dating McDaterson.
Final open house. Okay, here we go. Let's try this again. Wild Education is having their final open house where you can go see the animals in their current location before they move to their new location. It's going to be Saturday and Sunday, February 28th and March 1st from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. each day. Adults, $15. 18 plus. Kids, $10. All proceeds are, I assume, going to go to helping rebuild their rescue in their new location, which they found very excitedly. So if you live locally in the Lower Mainland, you can go check them out on the 28th and the 1st. And you can support their GoFundMe. I always have the GoFundMe in our description. And you can check out their YouTube. They have a YouTube, Wild Education, and their Facebook. And you support them. They take care of little animals. It's good. It's good for you. It's good.
Do it.
And also, because we'd like to maybe get paid. Speaking of AI, I selected this sponsor because dawn of the millennia and whatnot. But if you have a YouTube channel and you want to just, the truth is, Jordan, when it comes to YouTube, part of your success on YouTube is involved in short form content, not just YouTube, but also TikTok and other social media platforms. Short form content is the way to help build your channel and your content. And the best way to make short form content in a very quick, very fast period of time is by using Vizzard.ai. And using their proprietary AI technology, Jordan, Vizzard.ai will take a clip that you give them, and it'll go through that clip, and it'll cut it, and it'll format for you, and it gives you all sorts of options to change the formatting if you wish. I don't. It'll give you titles, and it'll give you a rating on how likely your video is to go viral. And yeah, if you sign up with them using our link in the description, that helps us out, and it'll help you with your YouTube, TikTok, Instagram journey. So please sign up for Vizzard.ai today. They have helped this channel a lot. Just a lot. Just like a lot. And you'd be helping us out. And helping yourself out.
And you want to help us, don't you?
Don't
you want to.
So
don't you?
For Vizzard.ai.
Do it now. Do it now. Do it. Do it. Why aren't you doing it? Do
Jordan,
it right now.
Before we move on, it's because I want to demonstrate. Jordan, promote Vizzard.ai for me.
Vizzard.ai is awesome. Get it now. Do it.
See?
Do
I can
it.
do it anytime.
Do it.
I could do it anytime. I mean, here are all the details earlier, and he could have given you more, but he gave you just enough.
Do it.
Just enough. Vizzard.ai.
Get it.
Click
do
the
it.
link in the description below.
Do it.
Today.
Do it.
Moving on.
Do it.
On today's show, in the second half of the Today's Show,
do it.
We went back in time to the dawn of the millennia.
And 2001.
I mean, that's still the dawn, Jordan. Dawn doesn't just immediately. That's the dawn. The
2001.
The middle part would be like 2005. So you're still part of the dawn of the millennium. Is my point. 2000 and 2001 is the point. So we're talking stuff from the year 2000 and 2001. Jordan, what was your first thing?
Yeah, so my first thing is Monsters Incorporated. Long before they went to university, they were already at a successful job.
They were incorporated because Monsters University is a prequel.
No, I know. I'm saying long before that.
They were already incorporated.
They were already incorporated. They had careers.
Yeah, the big thing about this movie is they had to learn how to animate fur. I remember that's the big anecdote about this. The first thing they learned how to animate when making this movie was Sully's fur. That was like the main thing.
Yeah, apparently it was a nightmare.
Yeah, it was like was it generate each individual strand of hair, and it was an absolute nightmare.
But it looks good for 2001.
I maintain this movie still looks good.
It still looks good.
This movie only works though because of John Goodman and
Billy Crystal.
Thank you. I don't know why I can never remember his name, and I always feel terrible. Billy Crystal and
they're dynamic together.
Oh I don't know if this was one of those cases where they got to like record together, but it seems like it because it feels like it.
Feels like it.
It absolutely feels like it.
I find it funny how and you know, never think about this as a kid, but when for Boo, apparently the little girl that they had, they literally just followed her around with a microphone.
You can actually find behind the scenes videos of them chasing her around with the microphones, just saying the dialogue. Yeah,
and it's so
true.
Cute.
It is so cute. It is so funny. I would love for them to do. See, but they kind of have. They made the series, but I still want them to make Monsters Inc. 2, and I want them to bring back, assuming nothing bad happened to her. I would like for them to bring back the original Boo.
I mean, that would be awesome.
Like the voice actors and everything, who I assume is an adult now.
Probably.
And I'm assuming nothing bad or otherwise tragic happened to her.
I genuinely have no idea.
God, now I feel like I should Google it.
But
keep talking while I Google it.
I really like this movie. I have a lot of fondness for this movie, and the part where Water Noose is like, I mean, the fact that Randall and Water Noose in this are horrifying, which is ironic because they're monsters. I should have said they're real monsters.
They're monsters on the outside and the inside.
Like the fact that their plan is to kidnap children, attach them to a machine, and extract
effectively torture them.
Yeah, is especially in a kid's movie. You never really, as a kid, think about how horrifying that is.
I would equate it to the Monsters World version of waterboarding children. I still don't think I could think of.
It's upsetting. Especially like the part where they actually have her like strapped into it and the things, and it's like, this is genuinely like, I'm impressed they could get away with it.
So it's funny. I'm just looking up the filmography of the girl who played Boo, and it's just a lot of Boo archive sound, Boo archive sound.
Yeah, she only did that, probably. And then the part where Water Noose is like,
Good news is
um,
she's still alive. That's the important part.
that's good. The part where Water Noose is like, I'll kidnap 1,000 children if it means protecting this company. I'm like, oof, that feels way too relatable
Right?
in this
Solid
day
twist.
in this day and age.
I wouldn't surprise me if he was in some way a take on there's a number of CEOs in that world who I'm sure that they probably are taking the piss out of with that character.
Um,
That's a good solid twist though. Mostly
I
because
mean,
they do
yeah,
such a good
no,
job of making you think that Randall is working alone, and
right?
there's a point where if you're paying attention, you start to figure out that there's no way he's working alone. But the twist that it's Water News
Um,
is good though.
and I mean, yeah, no, this movie was very successful, very
Oh
popular.
yeah,
You know,
prequel
they
and a television show,
prequel and a television sequel.
which they
Um,
absolutely they brought back John Goodman and Billy Crystal for that, as well as Steve Buscemi comes back as Randall for that as well.
really? Oh, I
Yeah.
didn't know that.
He shows up in the second season, and it's a oops, spoiler alert, big twist.
Oh, interesting.
Uh,
But yeah, no, I really
allegedly,
like.
it's
I really like
supposedly
this movie.
the show takes place after the movie, but before they fix the door.
Interesting.
Because
Okay.
apparently, don't quote me on this because I have not seen the show, but I think the second, because I'm pretty sure there's 2 seasons of it. I think the second season of it, one of the subplots is the hints at the door, at Mike building the door, or it sets up that him fixing the door. But
Interesting.
I could be wrong about that. That's where I think I
Um,
recall seeing that somewhere on the internet somewhere.
and so I will say, before I wrap up Monsters Inc. Um,
Love Monsters Inc.
as an adult, it fascinates me because, like, okay, so they exist in a different dimension,
Are you about to overthink this?
and I am absolutely. They live in a different dimension, and they use these doors that they themselves build to enter the human world and scare in the first one in this movie, scare children. So that in and of itself is a fascinating concept. We only ever see Monstropolis.
That's true.
What's the rest of their world like?
That's true. And also, I mean, how did they wind up on our planet? Why
How did they?
wind up?
How did they? How did the first monsters of this monster
I
world
choose to think it's a teleportation
discover?
thing. They're on their own planet and they're not in another dimension. They're on their own planet. It's a teleportation thing.
I mean, even still, how did they discover Earth at that point?
I mean,
I
that's a good
choose to
question.
believe. I choose to believe that Monstropolis is like like the old Jules Verne like center of the earth thing.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
I choose to believe that the Monstropolis exists somewhere on the same planet,
See,
but it's like in a hidden place.
to me, that's why you do the show. You do the show. I mean, the show doesn't answer those questions, but that's why you do the show. Like,
Is to
it's to
explain all
answer
those
questions, weird, pedantic questions like that. Because I'm like, yeah, those are totally fair questions. I would love to see a movie about the founding, like who invented the doors. How did that happen?
How did they
That would
figure
be
out that
interesting,
screen
but
power
Disney-
can power their city, or
Disney
stuff
would
like that?
never make that movie. Kids would roll their eyes and fall asleep at that movie.
But like as an adult,
For an adult, I'm like, I'd watch
I
it.
don't know. I don't know. I mean, the people that are making these things now are us who grew up with it. So I mean, I could see
Make-
I could see
Make
them
Monsters
doing
Inc. 3
something.
and make it part about him reuniting with Boo, and she's an adult now, and make it part about the foundational origin of Monstropolis and where the doors come from. Make it about both.
Because like like
Do
especially
that.
in that first movie, like they have
I don't
this
know how
whole
you do it, but just do it.
propaganda. They have this whole propaganda about like children are poisonous and children will make them like will do
Yeah, you're
blah
not
blah
allowed to
blah.
touch kids. Why?
Where did that come from?
Yeah, where did that come from? Why?
Also, and this was a thing that
Because being able to
that
touch kids, if that was fake, being able to touch kids would make their jobs a lot easier.
right.
So what was the motivation behind that?
There's a thing. There's a line in this one that I noticed, where
Wait,
they
actually,
make it.
the kids being poisonous thing, that might have been a thing they explained in Monsters.
I
University.
wouldn't know. I never. Or the show. I never watched the show.
No, I'm pretty sure they explained there's something to do with the kids being poisonous in Monsters University. To be fair, I've only seen that movie once, So
I've watched it. Yeah, I think once or twice.
hey,
There's a character that they mentioned though in the first movie
that's a
who
top
I
one.
was like, the name sounded familiar to me, and I'm pretty sure she's a character that's in Monsters University.
Where's Monster?
Like in the very beginning, there's the secretary character is answering the phone, and she's like, she says a name, and I'm pretty sure it was Hard Scare or whatever, Hard Scrabble, the one who ends up being the leader of the program
Oh, interesting.
in the. But I can't confirm that. But I there it was a name that she says that tweaked my brain where I'm like, that name sounds familiar.
Jordan. That it about Monsters University. Do you have anything else?
Monsters Inc. We didn't watch
Yes,
Monsters
yeah, Monsters Inc.
University.
Monsters Inc. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, no, it's a good movie.
It's a good movie. I not my favorite Pixar movie, but
It's up
definitely
it's up there. It's
definitely
up there as
top
one of my
definitely
favorites.
top 10. Definitely top 10. So Jordan, the year 2000 was a funny time. Um, this was another episode where it was just me plucking shit from my childhood, and a lot of this is gonna be me defending shit from my childhood.
2000, yeah, I was 9.
Oh man, I'm plucking shit right from there. I'm gonna be defending a lot of things from my childhood in this episode. Um, my first thing is a movie that you may remember, Jordan, entitled "The Adventures of Rocky and Bullwinkle."
Yeah, I remember that movie.
Just as background, when I did Star Trek with Jake and Eric, and I said I watched that was on Monday, and that was the first movie I watched, and I went, and they made a
Motion
face.
Squirrel.
They made a face that was so funny that I don't think we got on camera, but I wish we had, because they were like oh like, and I went, well, hey, I like that movie and I like this movie, but it's a bad movie.
I
There's
mean,
elements of this that are impressive, but there's so many jokes that are just legit. The funniest bit about this movie is Robert De Niro plays Fearless Leader.
does he?
Yeah, he plays Fearless Leader.
Oh,
And
see, it's been
okay,
years
I
since
guess
I've
I
seen
guess I
this
got I guess I
movie.
gotta do okay. No, well, before I tell you this funny bit that made me laugh, Rocky and
I just
Bullwinkle.
remember that he likes to turn people into vegetables.
Vegetables. Rocky and Bullwinkle is a cartoon from the 1960s, very much in the midst of the Cold War, and it was
Yeah, that's why the villains are Russian spies.
the big no, they're not Russian. They're from Pennsylvania. There's a big. They're not technically Russian. They have
No, but I
vague
mean, but I
Eastern
mean,
European accents that make them
but I
sound
mean,
Russian, but they are in fact
but
not Russian.
but I mean, in terms of function,
Yes, they are the Russians.
they,
Yes,
they are
that's the
Russian
joke. Yes,
spies.
they are Russian spies. That's the joke. And the thing about cartoons is back in the day. So as late as the 90s, cartoon shows were segmented. So every single cartoon had different. So like the Rocky and Bullwinkle show was Rocky and Bullwinkle. It was Dudley Do Right, and it was oh shit. Oh my god, you did the movie. Come on, Jordan, help me out. Time traveling dog, Mr. Peabody and Sherman. The third one was Mr.
Oh.
Peabody and Sherman. It's a show animated by an animator called Jay Sherman.
Jay Schultz.
Jay Ward, and you know his cartoons. He's one of those cartoonists where you've seen a Jay Ward thing, but the shows broke down. There was a Rocky and Bullwinkle sketch, and then there was a Dudley Do Right sketch, and then there was
Yeah, it's the equivalent of Dexter's Lab.
Dexter's Lab. Yeah, exactly. And the gag between Rocky and Bullwinkle and Boris and Natasha and Fearless Leader is that Rocky and
Or
Bullwinkle
Animaniacs.
another great example. That's just how, because animation was expensive, so you can only do 10-minute shorts right at a time. So then you just cut them together. Made it cheaper.
Heck, even Phineas and Ferb, you usually get two things.
I watched the first season of some of Rocky and Bullwinkle after I watched the movie. My God, it's rough. Sometimes the characters don't even move. Like there's times where they're not even, they're just still images. It's really cheap, like exceptionally. It's like.
I mean, there's probably sections where the characters don't move and it's just lip flaps.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, absolutely. It's like even cheaper than a Hanna-Barbera cartoon.
Gotta cut those corners.
Oh,
it was
remarkable how cheap it was. But so the entire bit is Rocky and Bullwinkle doesn't know who Boris and Natasha are. Like they don't recognize them. They have no clue. They run into them, and the gag is, "Hey, you look familiar." Like that's the gag. That's the whole bit.
For the movie, you mean?
No, in the show. That's their gag. That's their dynamic. It's important to remember that for the movie. So, the plot of this movie is that the Rocky and Bullwinkle show has long since been canceled, and they're only surviving in reruns, and the trees in their little forest have been all knocked down and cut away, and fearless leader Boris and Natasha trick an executive who's looking for something to make into making the Rocky and Bullwinkle movie, signing the contract to making the Rocky and Bullwinkle movie, and in the meantime allows them to get pulled into the real world because they're, quote, attached to the project.
Is that what? Yeah, interesting. I didn't remember that.
They get pulled into the real world, and he's like, hey, we got attached to the project, and there's so many great lines. But one of the funniest bits in this is Robert De Niro plays fearless leader, and Robert De Niro produces this movie. Not even produces. So he produces and stars in this movie. Robert De Niro really liked Rocky and Bullwinkle for some reason.
Apparently,
he really wanted to make Rocky and Bullwinkle for some reason.
I mean, to be fair, he probably grew up on it.
I'm guessing it must have been a beloved cartoon from his childhood.
From his childhood.
It's one of those things where like there's so many references and jokes in this that I just didn't get as a kid. Like, what's the matter you? There's an entire diversion where Bullwinkle is being nominated.
He's the alma mater.
Yeah, he's alma mater.
What's the matter you?
What's the matter you? He's being given an honorary degree, and he gets picked up by Keenan and Kel.
Yeah.
I never got that. I had no idea who Keenan and Kel were. But they show up and they do that thing where like, hey, you should know us. And I'm like, I know you now. I know you now that I'm an adult. I recognize you. There's the bit where they're reporting back to him at one point, and fearless leader's like, are you talking to me? Are you talking? That's why every time I do that line, I do it with an accent, because it's like, you must be talking to me because you're lying.
Be talking to me. And you are lying.
Now that I've seen Taxi Driver, that's funny. That line is so much funnier now. The other joke that I never got as a kid is the light that summons the Rocky and Bullwinkle to the real world is the green light. They get the green light. You know, like when you green light a movie.
Oh, that's funny.
I know. That's really funny. There's a lot of just really funny jokes, and it's like it's kind of the first one of the no, that's not true. I guess Space Jam did it first, but it's one of the first. Like, we're bringing a beloved cartoon character to the real world kind of movies, and I think the animation and the integration of I think it uses motion capture. Like, I think they actually had people in green screen suits on set.
Interesting.
The effect of Rocky and Bullwinkle in the real world looks good. Like, in my opinion, it looks good. Like, it's a weird hybrid
for the time.
What's a weird hybrid 3D 2D thing. But it's stylized in such a way that their interaction with the real world, like, there's a bunch of bits where Rocky carries people, like he flies. Like, one of the subplots of this is Rocky hasn't flown in years, and so he's feeling self-conscious about it. So he every time he flies, it plays Dreamer by Supertramp.
Yeah, that I remember.
It's the only reason why I know that song. Yeah, I just remember that tickled my dad the first time I showed that I knew that song. I was like, yeah, it was Rocky and Bullwinkle. But yeah,
the only reason I know that song.
Yeah, there's so many funny, like, fourth wall breaking jokes that there's too many to list, but they're all fun. I think it's.
I remember
funny.
Liking the movie. I remember it being silly and funny.
Their interaction with like live things is believable. Like, it's believable that they're cartoon characters in the real world, and it's like the kind of movie where they're like. They point out the inconsistency. How come the Boris and Natasha and the rest of them are live action and we're not? How come they're played by real actors and we're not? We're still cartoons. It's like, I don't know. I didn't write the movie. I'm just one of the characters. Or there's a bit where Whoopi Goldberg is there and she's a judge and she freaks out the fact that Rocky and Bullwinkle are there. It definitely feels like they were, and they ultimately did. I think Apple TV relaunched that franchise. on Apple TV, and it was quite successful. They brought that show back, but that definitely felt like they were angling to attempt to reinsert Rocky and Bullwinkle, and I just don't know. It's weird. Like it's definitely one of those things where I don't understand why those characters haven't had more cultural endurance, because like, fuck, Scooby-Doo is still around. But even of the Hanna-Barbera characters, he's the only one. Like, I would say that Yogi isn't really around anymore, but hey, again, what do I know? But yeah, this movie's so fun. I think this movie's funny.
I think with the Hanna-Barbera one,
definitely get why people don't like it. I understand why it didn't do well.
I think with the Hanna-Barbera one, it's kind of like Warner Brothers Looney Tunes, where it's like you stop seeing them as individual properties and they're all Hanna-Barbera.
I disagree with that, because I think that Scooby-Doo kind of exists in his own little island. I would say maybe the rest of them, sure, but Scooby-Doo...
Okay, fair, with Scooby-Doo being his own thing, but I'm talking more like
the rest of them. I could see that. I could see that. Definitely see that argument.
Kind of like how with Looney Tunes, it's like you've got Daffy and Bugs are on their own island, and then the rest of them all kind of just get lumped together.
Well, yeah, with Rocky and Bullwinkle, all of their characters, it's one of those George of the Jungle was one he made. Jay Ward, I'm pretty sure. The original George of the Jungle cartoon, he made that show. All of his shows have a particular sense of humor, and the Rocky and Bullwinkle, or the George of the Jungle movie, really nailed it.
The George of the Jungle one was funny, because I remember watching the movie first and then being like, "Oh my god, they made a cartoon about the movie!"
About the movie, and it was like, no,
other way around.
But yeah, with the I guess maybe that's always the desire, maybe, is to try to market each, because like they made a Dudley Do Right movie with Brendan Fraser, and then they made it was Brendan Fraser, wasn't it? Huh. And then they made a Mr. Peabody and Sherman movie, but they never associate it with Rocky and Bullwinkle. That's interesting. But yeah, it's hard to say that it's a franchise that died, because they did bring him back for a while. Oh, that was the thing. Featuring the original voice of Rocky is in this, June Foray, who is a icon and a legend. She is so many characters, I couldn't list them all, but the main one is she's Rocky Squirrel, Rocket J Squirrel. And then the guy who plays Bullwinkle is a different actor from the original, but he has the same last name, but they're not related. But he plays all of the characters who the original guy who played Bullwinkle does. It's very weird. Oh yeah, Jason Alexander is Boris of Boris and Natasha. He's funny. They do a little dance that's very funny. I'm trying to think, is there anything else? No. This movie's fun. I understand why people didn't like it. It's one of those examples of, I love this movie as a kid and I would die to defend it, but now I'm like, I get it.
I like it because I have a nostalgia for it, but I can see why people felt the way they felt.
I like it, and it completely aligns with my sense of humor. But
I have a nostalgia for it.
I have a sophomoric sense of humor, so I feel like if you say I have a sophomoric sense of humor, I feel like that means you probably don't have a sophomoric sense of humor, because you know the word sophomoric. Your vocabulary.
Juvenile. I have a juvenile sense of humor.
No, see, even then that feels like too high of a vocabulary for someone who would have a...
I like real dumb stuff.
I love dumb poop and fart jokes. There we go. That felt sufficiently juvenile. That's it. That's Rocky and Bullwinkle. This was an excellent start. This was not a bad week. There's a couple of low points. Really, there's only 2 low points.
I mean, for me, there's 3
low points. There's 3 low points.
For me, there's not really... I wouldn't call them necessarily low points. Like there's plateau points, where they're all flat. They're not great. There's no spikes. There's no peaks and valleys. But like, there's no valleys. There's no below. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, they're all meh at worst. Is that all you have to say about that one?
Yeah, I was just gonna say I saw something. I wish I could remember what. Maybe it was something they were talking about radio. Anyway, they talked about something being like a roller coaster, except for there's no dips. And I went, it's not a roller coaster then. Roller coaster is kind of dependent on the dip. That's what makes it a roller coaster. Otherwise, it's just all incline.
Anyways, so okay.
Not wrong.
I can't wrap my brain around it at the moment, so I'm just going to agree with you. So
you never said
Uh, Next movie that I watched is Artificial Intelligence, which as I'm thinking about it and collecting my thoughts about it now, I'm seeing a lot of comparisons that can be made between it and the game Detroit Become Human. Um,
I mean, it's allegedly a retelling of the story of Pinocchio.
it's also loosely based on a short story, which is called Super Toys Last All Summer Long.
So before you jump into what this movie is about, background for me on this movie, um, when I was a child, I really wanted to watch this movie for some reason, and I to this day I don't think I've ever seen it. I don't think I've seen it in its entirety anyway. But I really wanted to watch this movie for some reason. Don't ask me why. And my grandmother refused to let me. She said I was not allowed to. And I remember getting into a big argument with her. This is a local reference at the McDonald's in Cloverdale. No, sorry, not the McDonald's in Cloverdale. The Wendy's. The cowboy McDonald's in Cloverdale.
Yes,
The Wendy's across the street from it.
I do.
I remember getting into a big argument with her about it, and she wouldn't let me watch it because it was, quote, too upsetting and weird for a child. I think I was like 8 or 9 at the time.
So
Did she make the correct decision, Jordan? Was she right?
yeah, I don't. At the age that when this came out in 2001, you would have been
I
11.
was 11. Sorry, I was 11. Yeah.
I just don't think it would have done it for you. Um,
I believe that. I think
I
have I just condemned myself to having to watch this movie?
I think that I have to add it to your list of ones that I want you to
Okay.
watch
Okay. Adding it to
because
the list.
it's weird. It's weird but like that's where it's like it's okay. So compliment sandwich here, um, because that really to me speaks to Haley Joel Osment's acting ability. Because
Yeah, we're gonna talk about that
he
later.
he I okay, so the point of this movie, I'm burying the lead for people that don't know, is basically it's a futuristic society where there are robots, AI robots, whatever you want to call them, for all sorts of different
Oh God,
things
Jordan,
and purposes.
I'm thinking about it. I think I have to add 50 Shades of Grey to your list.
Please don't.
It's too late.
Genuinely, I'm asking you, please don't.
It's too late. It's already on the list.
Oh, God damn you. Then I have to find something really bad to punish you with now.
That's fair.
Um,
That's fair.
equal, and you know what? You might be watching Shade of Grey too.
No, I was already gonna watch it, Jordan.
Ah, that's true.
I
You've
was already
already
gonna.
self-inflicted that.
I was already.
All right, I have to think on
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah. No, that's fair. That's
Um,
fair. No, that's fair, lob. It's fair, lob.
um, sorry, futuristic city. There's like AI robots for various anything you can think of. There's probably an AI robot that'll do it for you.
Gross.
Um, and but the one thing that they can't do and that they are not able to do is love. They cannot love you.
Gross.
Um, and so the creator of the robot people um, creates a robot child who is capable of loving. But like you have to basically say a selection of keywords and then it will bond to you. And so the idea is like parents who have lost their child can have a replacement. That's supposed to be the intention.
Yeah, no.
And it's creepy
This is putting up
and
all
it's
kinds of
weird.
just. I don't like this, Jordan.
Um,
It's just
it's
immediately just pure on description. There's just so many ways that this can go
there's so
wrong.
many ethical problems with
I
it.
have problems with this as a concept. I don't like any of
Um,
this.
I mean, yeah, no, me neither. I mean, you were there when I was watching
Yeah,
it.
you were like
You were
immediately
you
no,
you heard
immediately no.
you heard the YouTube inappropriate joke that I
It's the
made.
one, see, everyone's always like James Corden. It's the one James Corden bit I like is Justin Bieber being like immediately no. I reference it
Like
all
it's
the
just
time. Immediately no. Immediately
but
no.
so then compliment sandwich was because like yes, I don't like the idea. I don't like this you
Isn't
know
there like a
and
weird
so
freak android circus that shows up later and they're all upsetting?
get there.
Okay.
Hold on. Because this is I have to go into depth with this movie because of how weird it was. But credit where credit is due, I believe Haley Joel Osment is a robot in this movie.
I mean, yeah.
He apparently, like, going into this movie, the actor, in order to like, hone his robot skills, he apparently very much practiced not blinking and
Creep.
like not taking breaths, basically breathing through his nose in order to
Creep.
really sell that he was a robot. And he is creepy. He does not blink. He barely he doesn't do deep breaths. I believe he is a robot. It is the creepiest thing. So credit where credit is due. Like, he nails that. For a kid actor, that's impressive.
He does, yeah.
So I wanted to give that bit of credit. Now, for the rest of the movie, it's just, yeah. So there's a point where basically the reason why the dad brings the robot kid home because their son is like sick in the hospital and they think he's gonna die, and so he's basically like, robot child that can replace him. And then his wife decides to bond with the kid, and then the kid, the robot kid, is like learning while he goes, and so it's creepy because like it can't eat, but it sits at the dinner table with them and watches them eat and goes through the motions of eating while staring at them, and oh, creepy. And so then there's a point a little bit further down the line where their son ends up surviving and living or whatever, but like he's got robot legs, and but he's played by from Lizzie McGuire. He's played by Matt,
Jake
the little
Thomas. I actually know the actor.
the little brother.
Yes.
Um,
Jake Thomas. And he sucks,
and
apparently, from what I've
he's
seen.
unpleasant in this movie, where like he bullies the robot. He has a birthday party at one point. He convinces him to like steal the mother's hair, and so basically at a certain point the dad is starting to feel unsafe around the robot because the robot keeps doing things that the son is convincing him to do, which make him look dangerous and bad and not good. um and there's a point where like it's the real kid's birthday party, and all his friends are there, and it's like, oh, it's a synth. And it's like, the one kid is like, I want to test something, and like he pokes him with a knife, and the robot kid is immediately like, ow, like, protect me, David, protect me, protect me, protect me, and like hugs him from behind, and they fall in the pool, and he's drowning. And it's like, it's creepy, and I understand why the dad wants to replace him or get rid of him or whatever, because like once the kid is bonded to him, you can't just get rid of it. You have to take it back to the factory so it can be destroyed. But the mom doesn't want to do that. So the mom takes robot kid Haley Joel Osment out into the middle of the forest and leaves him there. Go away! I don't love you anymore! Stay away from humans, though. And so then he's like in the forest, and he's like, if I become, meanwhile he's like obsessed with the story of Pinocchio.
Yeah.
He's like, if I find the blue fairy,
It's
maybe
Pinocchio.
she can turn me into a real boy and I can go back and they'll love me. And I'm like, this is upsetting and sad.
I don't like
And
this. This upsets me.
so then he's in the forest, and he's in this area where like they dump old synths, robots. And so there's all these robots that are like, like the Island of Misfit Toys, where like they're broken and destroyed, and
Yeah.
it's like the dump. It's
Yeah.
basically like that. And then the like, so there's the mother had already previously been like, stay away from the flesh circus, I think is what they call it, which is basically where humans collect old robots, and it's like a circus where they'll put them in a ring to destroy each other. Basically, it's torture.
Yeah. It sounds awesome.
The robots.
Yeah.
And so he's in with the robots, and also he has a toy who's like a super toy, which is a bear, which is like sentient and smart, and it's weird. It's just a lot of weird. This movie is a lot of weird,
So much
and I'm not going to give
weird.
away all of it because I want you to watch it, and I want you to get some of the weirdness. But
Man.
needless to say, it was probably the most unpleasant thing I watched this week.
Yeah, no, it sounds unpleasant. I'm not really.
And
tremendously looking forward to
the
it.
ending, which I'm not going to give away, is
Is it at least on streaming?
I think I had to download this. I think
Oh,
I had to
that makes it
procure
worse.
this one,
That makes it worse.
which I have and I can give to you.
Oh, okay, that's not so bad
I
then.
think I still have it. I don't think I deleted it.
It won't be for a while. So
Anyways, um, yeah, that's AI, artificial intelligence. I
that's
think
a
it was it's a Spielberg one.
that is a Spielberg one. Yeah, it's one of his bad movies. It's not a well received
I
movie.
I hesitate to call it bad, but it was definitely weird and made me kind of uncomfortable. But I also think that's the intent.
See, yeah, it is the intent. Well, I think initially it was supposed to be made by Stanley Kubrick, who is the guy who I'm saying his name now. Did that? You know who Stanley?
He's the guy who like every movie is a work of art, and he has to do 10,000 pieces to make it look
Yeah,
exactly how he
in
wants it.
terms of movies you've seen though, he made The Shining, and he made
I've never seen The Shining. I know of The Shining though, but I've never
Clockwork
actually
Orange. He
watched
made
it.
Clockwork Orange.
Oh yeah, upsetting movies. Yeah, this
Yeah.
this would fit his
Yeah,
wheelhouse. I can see
he
how.
was supposed to make it like right before he died, and then Steven Spielberg took over. So it's Steven Spielberg trying to be Stanley Kubrick, which is why
Yeah,
it's
that
not
makes
very good.
sense. That makes sense.
Um,
But yeah, in terms of like the world, yeah, no. Once I thought of it, it very much in terms of the world reminds me of Detroit Become Human.
yeah, I could see why you would say that. I could see the comparison.
The aesthetic of it.
Jordan, it's funny. I had my own Haley Joel Osment movie right after this, and then because I had to download it, I was like, oh, I don't want to have to do that tonight, so I switched Emperor's New Groove to my next one instead. So Emperor's New Groove. Um,
Cusco.
he's the king of the world. Um,
I love that movie.
I love this movie. Okay, number one, I remember the very first time I saw a promo for this movie. It's one of those ones where I remember the very first trailer of with them on the rock being like, let me guess, there's a huge waterfall behind me. Yep, jump rocks.
Oh, with their when they're strapped to the log. Yeah, yeah,
Most
yeah.
likely, bring it on. Booyah. And then I just remember the credits. I remember that trailer vividly.
Oh, it's stuck in my head. It lives
And
rent
the
free.
first time I saw a promo for this was on a VHS tape. That's how old this movie is.
Justin, for the audience, can you tell them what a VHS is?
VHS is, I mean, you know what a DVD is?
A dividend?
Or Blu-ray? It was a tape it was a box that contained tape in it that played a video on it, and it had commercials before the movies, and this was
It was,
one of
and
them.
yeah, and Justin, the most important feature of a VHS is it didn't automatically you didn't automatically make it so you could watch it again.
No, you had to
You had
rewind
to
it.
rewind it.
You had to be kind and rewind, and not be a dick
God,
and
we're old.
return a tape unrewinded. There was nothing more annoying than putting a tape in it was unrewinded. It's like, bitch, video store is supposed to have a rental is a machine for this. You're supposed to do this. It's part of your job. And I was like 10, and I didn't actually think that. Anyway,
God, I'm old.
there's a lot. This movie is very interesting, and there's a lot of things that are interesting about this movie. I think I've talked about it before, but the number one thing is that it wasn't initially the Emperor's New Groove. It began its life, and one day I would like to do another documentary episode and talk about the Sweatbox, because it's a really good movie about the making of this movie that is really interesting. But the short, as abbreviated version of it as I can, is this began its life as a movie called Kingdom of the Sun. And it was something kind of more akin in terms of its scale to like Pocahontas or like Hercules. Like this was the big thing about this was it was going to be about Incan culture. That was the idea. That's why he's dressed the way he is, because he's an Incan emperor. That's the llamas, the hills, all of the setting. That's why it takes place in Peru, is because it was going to be about Incan mythology. And George, did I lose you?
No, I knew that already.
Yeah, and it was initially going to be.
Yzma had her own song.
Yeah, Yzma had her
Owen
song.
Owen Wilson was in it.
Oh yeah. I would love for them to take. I mean, I'd be interested to know how much of the vocal scratch track exists with Owen Wilson in there as Pacha. I would love for them to re-release it, like reanimate over top the original scratch track and audio, and make that movie still, and to see what that would be. I think that would be interesting. But yes, it was initially like a, what's the word? What's the name of it?
Very different movie.
Prince and the Pauper. It was originally like Prince and the Pauper, where Pacha looked exactly like Cusco. He was identical to Cusco, and for reasons that you could actually read the whole treatment. It's on Tumblr. I don't remember all of it. I read it one time, but I don't remember all of it. But there was a reason why they switch or why they look the same. But they
Yeah, and like it was like they switch, and then
Yzma finds
Cusco.
out that they've switched, and then Yzma attempts to blackmail Pacha while trying to kill Cusco, and he still gets turned into a llama. Like him getting turned into a llama was always part of this for some reason, and she initially her whole thing was vanity, so she had made a deal with the evil spirit of the night.
Everything is still vanity to a degree, but
yeah, he had taken over. It was like she had made a deal with the evil spirit of the night, and it was about destroying the sun. Something to do with destroying the sun. There's much better videos.
And it just from what I remember, it didn't the screen test. It didn't screen test.
No, they screen tested it, and a bunch of executives, and they went, "What is this?" And it was like deflating. Again, we're gonna talk about the Sweatbox one day because it has all of that in it. And then they stripped it all down, took everything away. Pacha became who he was, and they got rid of she originally had like a tiki sidekick, our little Incan statue sidekick that got turned into Kronk, and
like I'm not gonna say I don't like what we ended up with. I like what we ended up with.
What they had sounded 1,000 times more interesting than what they wound up with. But I love what they wound up with.
But I still love what they wound up with.
Yeah, it's funny, but like, there's no reason for it to take place in Peru. There's no reason for it to even be remotely Incan. This story could take place literally anywhere. These characters could be literally anywhere. He could turn into literally any animal. Him turning into a llama has nothing to do with anything besides the fact that Pacha is a llama herder. He could be a cow herder just as easily. He could be a goat herder.
Well, no, I mean the reason why it's llamas, and the reason why in this one the llamas fits the theme of this is because it's in Inca.
No, that's what I'm saying though. Is that this movie could take place literally anywhere. This movie could take place in the.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, I'm just saying the reason why he is llama is because
Cusco could be a neighboring businessman who wants to buy Pacha's farmland, and he gets turned into a cow. It's this. It could be this, and then they have to go through some dangerous area, whatever. Like all the jokes work no matter what animal he is. Him being a llama, he's only a llama because there's all this left over. Because it's 2D animated, there's clearly all these art cells, like animation cells that have all the background animation.
Like this movie as it is, the version that we ended up with, it reads less. Funny enough, it reads less like an animated Disney movie and more like one of those family ones, like the Old Dogs or the Wild Hogs or the any like that kind of style of movie.
I'm pretty
it's funny and I like it, but
I don't think they did. I don't think they recorded together. But John Goodman once again, great. He's always a delight. And David Spade as Cusco. I mean, the writing, they got such great jokes. And there's so many great lines. What's her name? The woman who plays Eartha Kitt as Yzma, phenomenal. Patrick Warburton as Kronk, amazing. So many great lines. Iconic character. He's done a lot of really funny videos recently where it's him and his sons all having a Kronk off, and it's hilarious. It's so funny. They eventually went on to make a show, which David Spade did not do, but the rest of them did. Eartha Kitt and Patrick Warburton both did, and it's also really funny. It's all funny, but like I said,
Emperor's New School.
Yeah, Emperor's New School. It's just there's no.
I remember that. I remember watching that one usually before school.
Yeah. No,
but it was one of those things where I never really thought about it as a kid. Why is he in school?
There's a reason.
Like the very premise of the show, I now question. Like they would never put him into general population school. He's the emperor.
The concept of it, to my knowledge, was that he got put into school because it's something to do with they decided he wasn't educated or responsible, or Yzma somehow convinces them that he's not educated or responsible enough to take over the. There, it's in the pilot. They do explain it.
I'm sure it is. I'm
It's
looking
something
at it and
effective,
I'm like,
it's like a Billy
if they
Madison
wanted to
situation.
educate him, he's the emperor. He would have his own private tutor.
Yeah.
Like
I
the
think it's
idea that he would be
Yzma.
in
I
a
think
public
because
school
part of the gag of that show is Yzma's in
because she's the
disguise
principal,
as the principal. Whenever she's in disguise as the principal, Kronk doesn't recognize her, which is
even
fun.
though she still
If
looks
it's just
exactly like
like
Yzma.
Yzma, yeah. Like I said, I think this movie's funny. I think Emperor's New Groove is very funny. There's a lot of very funny jokes. The ending of it is very sweet. It's just so basic. It's just a basic movie. And like obviously as a 10-year-old, and it still aligns with my sense of humor. It has that like my favorite kind of joke is oh, this thing is happening? Yeah, this thing is happening. Like I love that kind of humor, so I love the jokes like if you were a big fat guy, this would be really difficult. Like jokes like that. A lot of
Yeah,
David Spade's style of humor, especially back then, just kind of works for me. And that fast-witted, like, everyone hits their stride. You just
sarcastic.
yeah. Like, I hate your hair, I hate your hair. I think of it as an outgoing
I'm
product.
sure you have a lovely
personality.
personality.
Like shit like that just makes me laugh. Or like or we'll burn. Open the door and we'll burn your house to the ground. Don't you mean
Don't you mean or?
Shit like that makes me laugh.
Okay, open the door, or we'll burn your house to the ground.
Yeah. Like shit like that makes me laugh. I think it's just like I saw someone describe so like there's some things we watch nowadays that are like peak Gen Z humor. This is peak millennial humor, in my opinion. Absolutely
I would
peak
agree.
millennial humor. But yeah, well, we're gonna come back to the original story of what happened to this movie when we talk about. I want to see if I can find it because it's a banned documentary. Like it was on YouTube at one point as like banned, and then I went back to watch it one day and it was just gone, and it was really hard to find.
Yeah, because Disney wants to wipe it from the face of the earth.
Because a big portion of it involves seeing the inside of how Disney makes movies, and yeah, it makes them look like the bad guys, and it makes them look bad, and they cannot stand it. But oh yeah, that's the final thing is, this was originally way more of a musical. Sting apparently because we're gonna come back to this, but the big thing in the '90s was you get a star and you have him do the music for your movie. So like big example, Lion King, you get Elton John, right?
I'm surprised you went for Lion King and not Tarzan.
Or Tarzan, yeah. Lion King, you get Lion King, Elton John. Tarzan, you get Phil Collins. Yes,
Yeah.
I was trying to think of more than one example, and my mind went blank. That's why that happened. But we're gonna come back to that idea later. But this one brought in Sting of the Police. Sting.
Yeah.
They brought him in, and
I know he does the end credit song.
Yes. And so the only
That's the only remnant of
yes.
the.
Well, no, two songs exist as remnant of the former version of this, and it's the final song which gets relegated to being an end credit song, and it's the opening song. The Cusco, that's his name. That was one of the songs from the original movie as well. They're the only two songs that survive this, which is a shame because I really do believe there is a way to integrate that Yzma song, because that Yzma song is legit good. Like it's legit good. Like I think it's the best song in that movie that isn't in that movie. You've heard it, right?
I believe I have once or twice.
I've heard a bunch of covers of it that are just genuinely good. This is another one that like I would absolutely revert this back into a musical and put it on Broadway. I would keep it at The Emperor's New Groove and I would turn it back into a musical and I would definitely put the Yzma one in there. Or if you
I
want
could
to
see
do a
that.
live action remake, do it of this and put the Yzma song in there. The point
I could
is,
see that too.
do a version of this with the Yzma song because it's good. It's tough. There'd have to be some like there'd have to be a few reworks you'd have to rework it. Like you couldn't do it 1-to-1. You'd have to rework the lyrics because a lot of the lyrics involve her devotion to this like night god or whatever. But
I mean,
a lot of it
no.
just reveals her.
If I'm doing an Emperor's New Groove stage play, I'm literally just gonna take the original Inca of the Sun version
I mean, that would
and
be
try and just make that into the stage play.
That would be kind of fun. But I mean, like the stuff like her dad was the mortician and like that, like all that stuff. I would leave all that in, all the stuff that's about her background, and yeah, I would because she still does magic in that movie, but there's seemingly no explanation for it. Like the whole crux of the plot, she uses a magic potion to turn Cusco into a llama, but there's no explanation
Why does
given.
she know how to do that? Where
Right.
did she get that ability?
Which
How does she?
that's a remnant left over from the original version of this, where she was the mortician's daughter, and her magic comes from the night, and that's where all the potion making comes from. That's where her dad taught her.
Yeah.
But yeah. Anyway, Emperor's New Groove. I love this movie. Love it. Moving on. Next.
Sorry. So my next one. So yeah, frequently we sorry, my brain skipped a beat there.
Jordan's phrase just went pause, like record skip.
Frequently we talk about how much we don't like the live action Disney remakes, and I've said I'm firmly against them. But there are some examples of movies that I think could be interesting if they did do them. This is one of those examples. This is Atlantis, The Lost Empire.
I enjoy this movie a lot.
I really like this movie, and
Disney
so it
desperately wanted this movie to be a thing. Just to start off
it takes place in 1914. And a lot of what we visually see in this movie, like until they get to Atlantis, and you get some of the weirder stuff. But even then,
nothing in this movie Disney
there's
couldn't
nothing they couldn't do in live action.
And this would be really fun. Make it an absolute period piece. Really get some good. What you said, 1920s, like some 1920s,
1914,
1914 style vehicles. Get them dressed up in like period accurate costumes and like.
And then you get like
with costuming.
And then with the technology that they have, like with 3D and stuff.
This isn't a musical. That's why they will never do it.
What?
This isn't a musical. They can't monetize the shit out of all the songs in this because there are none.
Well, I mean, theoretically they could if they made new songs for them.
I suppose. I guess you could turn it into a musical. That would be different.
Like I could totally see a wistful song. I'm not saying I want this, but I could totally see like a wistful Kataraka, the girl, whatever her name was.
Isn't it just Kara?
No. Her name she says that you can call me blank because it's shorter, but her name is supposed to be Kitagakash or Kita.
Kita, that's what it was.
But I could totally see a wistful song. I could totally see a wistful song before Milo and them show up, where she's like, "Oh, our culture is fading. I'm sad." Da, 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 like that kind of song. I could see it.
I see. This movie, I think this movie very much was marketed badly because I remember this is another example. I remember the first trailer for this movie being scary. Like I remember.
The trailer that I remember. They really feature on the first 5 minutes of it where Atlantis is like falling and being destroyed, and it's like that's barely in the movie.
I remember the trailer, them showing the bit where the end bit, but they make it look. Yeah, I remember the trailers for this being really intense and dark, and like being like, I'm not really into this, but then the movie being quite a bit more lighthearted.
Yeah, well, like I remember the trailer was basically like long ago there was like. What?
I said I'm in the target demographic for this. I was 11 when this movie came out. I'm exactly.
Oh, absolutely. But I remember it being like the trailer basically being like, long ago there was like a lost empire, and it does the thing where it's like the first 5 minutes of the movie where the things are flying in towards the center, and it's like it makes it look like it's really action heavy, and like really the thing is flooding, and it's like really scary. And then it's just that's just not the point of this movie.
Then I remember it does the backlit of the logo, and it looks like it's a really intense movie. Like
and it's just like that's really not. That's not what this movie is.
Not really.
But I love this movie, and there's I truly do believe that you could take this one into live action and do a lot of fun things with it.
Suggest though that your suggestion of that makes you a hypocrite.
No, because I've never said that it can't be done. I have said that I don't necessarily want it to be done. shouldn't be done. But there are like this is again, this is
I would only do
I
this.
say
I would
this,
only
I
do
say
this.
Treasure Planet.
Although some of the
Um,
Atlantis vehicles it would be tough, but I think you could make physical props, only physical.
I would
No
mostly
CGI backgrounds. No. We're doing this on a soundstage on green screen sets. I want actual physical
yeah.
locations. Like, I want this done
That would be my
practically.
thing. The only thing that I would maybe change a little bit, um, and mostly just because I think you can make it cooler. I wouldn't necessarily make all of their flying ships that the Atlanteans have different fish.
Yeah,
Um,
that's true.
I would maybe make it like a little different, and then that way it can be both easier to make a practical version of it and look cooler.
Remember the video game? I remember I
I
played.
do, and it was
I
hard.
remember I got as far as I think I got to Atlantis. Pretty sure I got to Atlantis, but I never beat it.
The
It's
farthest I
really
remember
hard.
getting, legitimately getting in that game, is I remember getting to the point where Vinny, you played as Vinny, and you were in the fire section,
Yes.
and you were trying to blow down the
Yes.
pillar.
I remember that. That was really hard.
That's the farthest I remember
The rest
getting.
of that game's really hard. Yeah, those games sucked. I remember gaslighting myself back then to thinking those games were good, but they never were.
They were bad, but hard, but like you loved them because they were
You're
Disney.
just like, oh,
Like
it's
you
just based on
remember,
the thing I
and this is
recognize, and that's why I should like this.
and like this is a wild tangent, but like you remember the Aladdin one, which
Yeah.
was like a sequel, and it was like Nazir's
I
Revenge or
absolutely
something,
remember that game, yeah.
and it was hard. It was
Yeah.
hard.
But to be fair, we were playing it on a shitty PC, but yes, it was hard.
No, I remember playing that. That was a PlayStation 1 game.
Was it? I very much
Yeah.
remember owning it on PC.
We might have, but it was also a PlayStation 1 game. Just like that Donald Duck Quackers game that I could
Yeah.
never manage to get to work on PC.
No.
That one was also a PlayStation 1 game.
Yeah. But yeah,
Um,
Disney really wanted to
anyways,
make.
tangent done. I really like this movie. The voice cast is stellar. Like
Yeah.
they do such a great job.
Michael J. Fox. You
Michael J.
got
Fox nails it.
I can't remember who else,
Um,
but there's someone else famous in this.
you've got
But yeah,
James
Disney.
Garner, Cree Summer,
Disney very
Don
much wanted
Novello,
this to be a thing. This is one of those ones where they made a TV show.
John Mahoney is probably who you're thinking of.
Probably.
Leonard Nimoy is also in it.
Oh. Yeah, they attempted to make a TV show.
What is Leonard Nimoy?
I think he's the bad guy.
Yes, they did. They did they did a backdoor pilot which they made into a second movie.
They released it as a second movie, but it's one of those examples of it was 3 episodes of a show that never got greenlit because this movie.
That makes sense now that I'm reading this. Oh, how did I never realize that?
This movie did not
He's
do
just
exceptionally
doing
well.
he's just doing his fucking what's his name?
Xehanort?
Mega Evil Megatron,
Oh
Xehanort.
yeah.
He's
Evil
the
Leonard
dad.
Nimoy voice. He's what?
He's Kita's dad. He's the emperor.
Oh
The one who he talks like this, and he,
yeah,
my daughter, da, 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 da. And I'm like, now that I read that, makes sense. I
This
absolutely
bombed,
see
right?
that.
This did not do very well. This was
Oh,
not a terribly successful movie.
yeah, it wasn't terribly successful.
This is a shame.
It
It's a good movie.
it only made 186.1 million,
Yeah, no, it didn't.
and its budget was between 90 to
But Disney
120.
really pushed it. They licensed the crap out of it. They really wanted you to like this, and it worked on some of us.
I like this movie.
Disney
I
was
really
going
do.
through kind of a touch and go time at the time when it came to animated films, though. This is
And
like
I think
this is not the end, but this is towards the end. This is like
if they did it right,
if Home on the
they could
Range was
make a
the
live
end,
action
this
of
is
this.
like we're trotting up on the end. This is like just
So
after Tarzan. This is well, that's what they wanted this to be. They wanted this to be Tarzan.
yes,
Tarzan
they
made
really
a
did.
shit ton of money.
To wrap up Atlantis, because I think you're the Star Trek guy, and I think you'll find this interesting. Mark Okrand, who developed the Klingon language for the Star Trek television show and theatrical productions, was hired to devise the Atlantean language for this movie. So the guy who made Klingon made Atlantean.
Interesting.
He apparently employed a Indo-European word stock with its own grammatical structure, so that it would have because it was supposed to be a mother language for all the other languages. Yeah, I thought you'd find that interesting.
It is interesting. Jordan.
I like this movie.
Jordan.
It's my final thought.
That's your final thought. Jordan, this popped up in my list of movies that came out in the year 2000, and I was like, heck yeah! And this movie is Batman Beyond: Return of the Joker. Did we talk about this for our Batman episode? I could not remember.
I think I talked about it,
Did you? Okay. Well,
but I'm not 100%
accompanying
sure.
accompanying this movie, because this movie was only like an hour, it wasn't very long. So I also watched the first 3 episodes of the show, and the show is good. I have to correct a thing I saw.
Wilfred L.
Wilfred L. Yeah. What's his face? Kevin Conroy. Incredible performances by both. In this movie, Mark Hamill as the Joker, as always, nails it, knocks it out of the park.
Yeah, he is the Joker.
They're really going for a vibe with this show, especially it's very much the show is like peak 2000s. It is absolutely the year 2000. Like,
So refresh my memory. I don't remember what came first, the movie or the Return of Joker
Movie.
special thing.
Movie.
The movie came
Not
first.
the movie. Sorry. Well, technically, I think Batman Beyond, the version of Terry Gates Batman, I think he showed up in an episode of Static Shock. I think is where he originally initiates from. No, sorry, I think it's the Zeta Project. Because when in the playlist of episodes, the Zeta Project episode with him is the first thing that pops up, not the show.
Oh, okay.
So
Interesting.
I think he showed up prior, and then his show is a spin-off that they created. And then eventually they bring him, after the show ended, they brought him back in an episode of Justice League Unlimited where he's still he's still Batman and he's an adult. And he's also played by Wilfred L. And that's where you find out that he's Batman's son.
I thought he was his clone.
He's technically his biological clone, but he's like his. It's not like he's like a copy clone, but he's like they took his DNA and put it into an embryo with his mother clone.
Yeah, the mother who I think was the police chief.
No. His mother is unrelated.
Okay.
I think you do see his mom, and you do see his mom in the show, yeah, because his dad is the one that gets killed, and that's what compels him to become Batman. I think his mother is, I'm guessing, a character who's in this show. But I have to clear up a thing that somebody said in a TikTok that irritated me because of how wrong it was, and that was
I have to be a real nerd in this moment.
I do,
please,
because it really bothered me how wrong it was. No, it wasn't even me being a nerd. It's me being like, I was a kid when I watched this show, things, and
yeah, so nerd.
it was in reference to people were complaining. Miles Morales is Spider-Man. Miles Morales is Spider-Man. Okay, it's annoying they changed his name to be a different name in the comics, so he's not Spider-Man right now, but he's Spider-Man. He's Spider-Man. And so there was this video.
Yeah, that's confusing. I had heard that they did that because he was on. There was a kids show, like a toddler show, Web and Friends or something, and they changed his name on that so that the kids could keep track of, because like too many Spider-Mans is confusing for a 3-year-old.
Okay, I get that. That does make a certain amount of sense.
I had heard that that's where it originated. I didn't realize they brought that into the comics going forward.
In one of the Ultimate Spider-Man
that's
shows,
just what I had heard.
He shows up as a major character later on, and he changes his name to Arachnakid. But no, it's like Jet or something stupid like that. It's a name.
Which I had heard.
But apparently, it has something to do with the current comic book run that they're in. Is the reason why he's changed it. Anyway, not the point. The point was somebody was like, "Oh, Miles Morales isn't Spider-Man, and Terry McGinnis isn't Batman. We never called him Batman. He's Batman Beyond." Nobody ever called Terry McGinnis Batman Beyond. They don't call him Batman Beyond on the show. Nobody's ever called him Batman Beyond. He's Batman. His comic book and his show is called Batman Beyond because it takes place in the future. But he's Batman. They call him Batman.
Okay. Hold on.
That cleared up? Cool.
Hold
Move on now.
Hold on. Okay. So, all right. Let's just pretend for a second that he is Batman Beyond, which is absolutely asinine and is just the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. But let's let's indulge that for just a second. Okay, we're gonna call him Batman for short.
Yeah,
he's Batman.
He's just Batman. We're gonna call him Batman for short.
He's dumb. Batman.
The dumb thing you said. I didn't stitch it when I saw it on TikTok. I should have. It's dumb. It's a dumb thing. No,
That's
no. And
it's
listen,
so
calling
dumb that
unless
it's
I'm wrong,
funny.
because they did bring back that character and gave him his own run in the comics. So hey, maybe in the comics they call him Batman Beyond, but in his original iteration, no, they never called him Batman Beyond. That's wrong. You're wrong, and you're dumb. Now, it was a very long intro to get to the
I'm
movie
beyond
itself.
Batman. I'm
Um,
Batman
this movie's
Beyond.
good. Like this movie's legit good. This is an
So
example of I'm really glad that in the following years we realized that animated movies can be longer than an hour 15 minutes, an hour 10 minutes.
yeah,
And like this movie would be so much better if it was an hour and a half. Like it would be so much better because the red herring that there's a red herring that they set up early on that the guy who's trying to take over Bruce Wayne's company is played by Mark Hamill, and clearly you're meant to think that he's the Joker, but the movie doesn't do anything with it. Like it doesn't like set that up as a red herring, other than the fact that he's played by. You're just supposed to kind of get it. So it would be better if they spent more time using that red herring and like playing with the mystery of who is the Joker, because the version of the Joker that shows up in this is not the Joker. Like I know he looks and sounds like the Joker, and the movie attempts to be like, well, his DNA, he made a digital DNA clone, but this version of the Joker is Dick Grayson. The
yeah.
Joker died. Dick Grayson killed him, and that's dark. Like that scene. This might be the darkest the animated series Joker ever gets, because what he does to Robin is fucked up.
Psychological
He
torturing.
tortures him for weeks. Like not even I think
Breaks
not even
him.
like, and slowly breaks him down and tortures him into thinking he's the Joker. That's dark. It's not even like he kidnaps him. He tortures him for like I think they say weeks or at least a week, like a long amount of time. He spends torturing Robin.
A kid.
And then Robin kills him, shoots him with the bang
Yeah.
gun and stabs him right in the chest. It's fucking dark. That's really dark. So yeah, the version of Joker that comes back in this is not really the Joker. And I like how he's more vicious. I like how he's more angry, and he's more like he doesn't really have that sense of humor because he's out of his element. This isn't his world anymore.
Yeah.
And I like his interaction with the Terry McGinnis Batman at the end, where he keeps going, "Oh, you're not Batman." He's like, "No, I'm different. I'm not Batman." And that you can't
You can't work me. You can't work me like you worked him.
Yeah, it's
I
great.
got a sense of humor.
Yeah, it's like a $5 clown in a $20 costume. It's like it's great. That whole bit at the end where he's laughing at him, and that's great shit. This movie's also like, considering it's a straight to DVD movie, the animation looks pretty good. Yeah, I wish it was longer and there was more to the mystery of who is the Joker. Because that would have made this so much, but that's not the movie's fault.
It doesn't break the experience.
No,
it still is a good experience.
It is what it is. It's a straight to DVD movie from the year 2000. It was never
And
going
it
to
does
be
a pretty good job considering.
Yeah, right? It looks like a more expensive version. I wish this was theatrical. Like I wish it was, because it would have been better, but there was no way it was ever gonna be. I think The Mask of the Phantasm was probably the last animated superhero movie from that company that you were ever gonna see, in that era anyway. Yeah, solid movie, solid performances all around. Everyone's good in this. Yeah, that's it. Batman Return of the Joker. You can't hear that. No one can hear that.
Okay. So, back in 2001,
Somebody once told me that the world is gonna roll me.
no,
I had the sharpest.
I didn't do Shrek. Back in 2001, what humor was different. What was allowed was different, and not always. There are things that we've moved away from, which are probably good that we've moved away from, and that's going to be a thing that comes back in a later one.
I need you to know from the bottom of my heart.
Currently,
I'm sorry.
what we're talking about is Shallow Hal.
Oh, okay. But that's so funny. There's more than one of these on this list then, because
That's why I said this will
I thought for sure you
come
were gonna say
back.
American Pie too.
This preamble is for both things. This will come back, but we have to talk on Fat Shame the movie.
I completely forgot about Shallow Hal. Oh no, yeah, Shallow Hal is. Hey,
Fat
look,
Shame the
Shallow
movie.
Hal is okay. Shallow Hal is only okay because Jack Black is deeply ashamed that he made this movie. Just deeply, deeply ashamed. The thing is, okay, this movie is gross and awful and has aged badly, and I've never seen a person defend this movie. I really haven't. I think even the worst person's like, oh, this is a bit much. No, I mean I'm sure the anti-woke crowd could find a way to defend this movie. But I'm like,
but they'd be wrong.
It's so mean spirited, even for the time. It's mean spirited.
It's
To be fair, this movie was poorly received when it came out. To be fair, this isn't like we're peeking back in time and we're judging this from our pedestal of our 2026 sensibilities. No, this was poorly received at the time. Let's be absolutely 1,000% clear here. Like I say, Jack Black is ashamed he made this movie, so. He regrets it. So, my thing is like just having not seen it. As I don't think I've seen it. I had a friend who was really into this movie for some reason, like obsessed with it. But no, maybe I have seen it. I've seen enough clips of it on TikTok that I've seen most of it. Anyway, not to be mean, but I think Jack Black maybe said something to this effect. He's just too heavyset of a guy to be this shallow.
Yeah, that's a big part of it.
It's kind of the same thing with Jason Alexander, who is somehow the worst character in that movie. He's too unattractive physically to be that shallow. I don't want to be mean. I'm a person who is in that kind of.
I'm too unattractive to be that shallow.
Yeah, okay. I wasn't gonna say it, but you said it first. Yeah, I'm too unattractive to be that shallow, so I'm not.
So. And yeah, I mean, look, there's a lot of
there's Potter in a fat suit. Oof.
You want to talk about who's the worst character in this movie, and it's definitely Jason Alexander, because you know what, Hal was happy. Maybe he wasn't seeing things the way things were in reality, but like he was happy, she was happy, everybody was happy.
Everyone was happy around them.
The only person that wasn't happy was Alexander.
Right? I'm just saying, I get the message that you're supposed to accept people for the way they look, but like if the message is like oh you should love people for who they are on the inside, like it just feels like the happy end of this is they both get hypnotized. That feels like the happy ending, where she sees him as rough, tough, and muscular, and he sees her as hot.
I mean,
not to say that she. Oh, that feels mean. That felt like a mean. If you get my point.
He sees her the way that he needs to. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what they were thinking when they made this movie.
Oh, I do. It was the year 2001, and fat phobia wasn't really a thing that everyone got shamed for.
Sure, I guess.
No, that's not true. I guarantee you, if you pull up the reviews for it, I'm pretty sure this has got like a 16%, like a terrible Rotten Tomatoes score, and I'm pretty sure at the time this was considered mean spirited.
Now that being said, I have to give this movie one bit of credit, and that's earlier in the movie. There's a point in the movie where the character that the 300-pound girl that Gwyneth Paltrow plays, what's her character's name? So I don't have to refer to her that way. Rosemary, Rosie works at a hospital, right? And there's a point where her and Hal are visiting some children at the at the hospital, right? And at this point in the movie, Hal is hypnotized, and we think that it's only towards women, right? So like we don't really, I didn't really think about that in regards to anyone else that he might have seen, right? Because that's an important thing to note is that the person hypnotizes him so that he sees the inner beauty of everyone,
Yeah.
not just women. So then there's a point later on after the hypnotism has been taken off of him where he goes back to the hospital to try and find her, and one of the kids that he had visited with is like, why haven't you come back? Like, are you going to come back and see us? And we see her for the first time as she actually is, and she's from the burn ward, and
I've
like
seen that clip.
she's very burned, and it's like I genuinely, that scene was like heart wrenching, where I was like, like he's like, I think that's the first time where Hal is even really like, there's more than just physical beauty,
Yeah.
and it's this
I
really
think
kind of sweet moment, and that's kind of my thing with this movie, where it's like it's horrible, like the fact that like the way that he treats women, the whole fat phobia of it all is terrible. Like it's just
horrible.
it's so
But
bad.
also, I think though,
But
I
the
think
idea that it's trying to put across of like there's more than that, I
yeah.
think is an
I
important lesson.
I think to be fair, I do think a version of this movie. There's a version of this movie that works. This is one of those times where I can
I can
fix
see
this.
how you can fix
I
it.
can fix this, and this is how I'm gonna fix this movie right now. I haven't fixed a movie in a while, Jordan. Let's fix a movie together. So number one, I would keep Jason Alexander. I would keep. Well, yeah, I would keep Jason Alexander, or I'd get someone like
Interesting
him.
interesting thing to note is it wasn't that character originally was not supposed to be Jason Alexander.
Oh, really?
There was someone. Hold on, while you talk about it,
Um,
I'm gonna
but
find who it
number
was.
one, we recast Jack Black. Sorry, Jack Black, you're not doing Shallow Hal. You're fired. And we replace him with a traditionally handsome fellow, thin
Is it
fellow.
bad that my instinct is Ryan Reynolds?
He's a good
Is
one.
that is that too
We'll go
easy?
A Ryan Reynolds type. My brain whenever I think Pretty Boy always goes to Pretty Boy always goes, especially in 2001. 2001 that would be too early for Zac Efron. We have to go back to 2001. Who are we getting? That's a Pretty Boy in 2001. I don't know. 2001 Pretty Boy. We're getting Pretty Boy. I can't think. Someone in the comments tell me a good casting for this. But we need someone traditionally handsome. That's the bit. Someone thin and muscular. Um, George Clooney, a George Clooney type. That's it. He's handsome in 2001. Um, and you make it where he is a dick to everybody. It's not about weight, but it's about he's a narcissist, and it's about physical appearance generally. And he
Um,
treats.
so real quick, um, the person who was supposed to play the character that Jason Alexander plays, they wanted to get Gary Shandling.
Okay, interesting, interesting. No, I like Jason Alexander better. I like Gary Shandling, but I like Jason Alexander better. He's more Weasley. Um, but I
I
would.
think Jason Alexander was a good character,
Okay.
or was a good pick for that
He was
character,
good for what he was
personally.
supposed to be.
Yeah, he was supposed to be a shallow dickhead,
He's a
and
dickhead,
he did that quite
he did
well.
quite. But no, I would recast Hal as someone handsome, and I would have it where he sees, like he treats everyone who looks bad generally, like shit, and he's a narcissist. And then I would have it. Yeah, I would still have it where there's something physically like not deformed, but there's something physically off. No, but then it's still, and well, yeah, it's something physically off about the person, and you make it about learning about who the person is on the inside. Same deal. And then you just cut out the fat phobia. Maybe she's a overweight actress, because the message of the movie is not that big fat is bad, because he falls in love with her, but it does the movie does
Jake
kind of.
Gyllenhaal, that's who I would pick.
Ooh, that's a solid Pretty Boy type. Yes, he would be perfect. He's really good at the
And he was
narcissist side.
big. He
Yeah,
was
he would
big
be
in
great.
2001.
Yeah, absolutely.
I can't take full credit for that. I looked up a list of people who were considered sexy in 2001,
That's a solid
and
one though.
he was near the top.
Yes,
So
yes. But I would make the point is that he is handsome, and the idea is he and maybe like if I were to remake this, I would do it where she like it's a couple, and like she sees him as unattractive.
for me, that's the big thing that I
And I
would
think
need if
that's
I
the
was
point. Is
doing.
someone needs to see him as being unattractive, and then
For me,
that makes it
I
about
think
it being on the inside.
if I was fixing this movie, um, one of the big things that I would have to fix because it doesn't work for me in this version. It doesn't make sense. Is he can't be raised by showgirls.
That you're thinking what women want.
No. Oh, yes, I am.
Shallow Hell. Was he raised by showgirls in Shallow Hell?
No, I don't think so. Maybe. I think I'm conflating the two
I think you
movies.
are.
Sorry.
I think you
Oh no, that's what it was. Sorry, I'm yeah mixing things up. Um, the reason why he's the way he is in this one is his dad on his deathbed encourages Hal to never settle with the women he pursues in life and stresses the importance of appearances. And then Hal blocks out his memories of his father, but he has ingrained that in his self.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, you can make the lesson that it's what's on the inside the person that counts. You can make that still the lesson and just take out the fat phobia. Like this movie can absolutely work without the fat phobia. I think it can anyway.
Yeah, like I
But
mean,
I'm saying that having not watched it, so
I
maybe
think
it's
there's a
not.
way to do it, but I think it would need different actors for certain roles, and I think it would need some overhauling of the writing. Like for me, for whatever reason, my first instinct is to make it where Hal is a football star.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um,
Or
so
or
him being
or
a
gender bend
football
it.
star who
That's another way to fix this.
Or yeah, but football star. No, that actually I think would work better because
He,
for whatever reason, when a woman is shallow towards a man, it's not received as
yeah, I
polarizingly.
guess maybe you're like, what were they thinking? I guess they were thinking the notion of a guy being shallow. They think
Is
they
normal.
is not normal so much as like they don't nobody they maybe thought of that as being I don't know subversive because guys aren't thought of as shallow but they are so but yeah I would make it and don't make it so he's fat, make it so he's like nerdy or like awkward and then like she sees him as svelte and handsome, then it becomes less about his physical attributes and more about his
Yeah,
personality.
another person that I would
There
actually
isn't much
maybe
you can do to fix
consider.
this.
Um,
I was
oh my God,
promising so
why
bad.
am I blanking on the actor's name? Another person that I would if I was gonna make a version of this movie, I would base it around he was Superman. He was The
That did not.
Witcher.
Oh,
He was
Henry
Sherlock
Cavill.
Holmes.
Henry Cavill.
Henry Cavill.
Oh,
I would have it focus around him.
you said Superman. I was like, that did not narrow it down. There's a lot of those guys.
I would base it around him because he is known for being a nerdy guy who is hot,
Yeah,
quote
yeah,
unquote,
yeah, yeah.
conventionally attractive, and I would have it be where like yeah I would somehow work that into it.
Make it so like he's a nerdy, like really small guy, and then when she sees him, it's played by Henry Cavill. That'd be fun. That
Yeah.
would be fun. That would be fun.
Um.
That'd
Point
be...
being is I think there are ways
Yeah, this is a
to
case of I think gender bending it probably saves this, and then again, don't make it where he's fat. Like, don't make a fat joke.
no, but you could make it
Cut
where
out
like
the
he's
fat
like
phobia. Is the through
yeah
line of this. You can absolutely make a movie where it's about a shallow guy who has to learn to love people for who they are on the inside and reduce the fat phobia.
yeah yeah
Because like the point of
absolutely.
this isn't that like again by the end of it, there's no they it's not really ultimately fat phobic because he falls. But then
He
when you
falls in love
say
with her for her real looks anyway.
he fall but then you're like but then the argument is always he falling in love with her in spite of her looks is maybe they could
Or
maybe
did he does he has he already fallen in love with her because he's seen her inside and you know
yeah
like yeah.
and he's like oh yeah no physical attraction is a thing I get it
Um
maybe this movie is not savable Jordan or is that it
no, I think it can be.
or is that
I think it would be tricky,
is
but
that
I think it can be. That's shallow how.
God
How?
man
Shallow how.
okay so this shows the story of this show, Jordan, as we often discuss, is Justin ruining movies he liked as a child.
Yes,
And
frequently and often.
this movie, not that I loved it. That's not the right word. I not even
Was
liked it.
fond.
It was a movie that made you sad. You watched it because it made you sad, and you're like, oh, this is a good movie, but it makes you sad. Um, this is. You know what's funny? You said your movies aged badly. This might have also aged badly because this is Pay It Forward, starring Kevin Spacey.
I mean, We don't like Kevin Spacey.
because he got canceled. So
I mean, there's a reason he got
I'm
canceled.
just saying. So does that? But anyway, this takes place. Oh man, where do I begin with this? So I like this movie. I watched it as a child, and I wept at the end of it. And I will never forget I being in 11th grade, planning class, graduated planning class. It was the class where they taught you how to do that. Remember how we at one point they were going to try to make us do like this graduation portfolio, and then like the year before I graduated, like mid semester on the class where they taught you how to do it, they decided that it wasn't going to be a requirement of graduation, and it was that class became an entire waste of time, and they just devolved into them teaching you interview skills. We all had to take it in grade 11. Did you not take? Like, I'm guessing probably by the time
Planning class? I mean, I remember taking a planning class and it being stupid and having to do volunteer hours.
Yeah, yeah, that was part of that portfolio.
And basically there was the exercise or whatever, and just
Yeah.
basically fudging my way through most of it.
Yeah. Before,
And I definitely remember the mock interviews. I was good at that.
Yeah. In that class, they made us watch Pay It Forward, and I will never forget the entire class and the teacher weeping at the end of this. And
Okay.
this movie's bad, like genuinely terrible. It
That's hence why they were weeping. Oh my god, it makes sense.
It's super manipulative in a way that it's going to take me a minute to explain to you how, but
It's not necessary.
If there is a Oscar bait checklist, it hits every single checkpoint. The Helen Hunt is a divorced mom who is also an alcoholic, who has
Check.
a abusive ex-husband who is also an alcoholic.
Check.
Kevin Spacey is a burn victim. He's got a visible burn on his face because his dad was an abusive piece of shit and set him on fire, so he has a tragic backstory.
I mean, you gotta have a tragic backstory. What's even the point in having a backstory if it's not tragic?
There's multiple conversations where characters cry and they weep, and it's like, yeah, it's trying. This movie clearly thought it was going to win an Oscar. It did not. And so this is about I forget the kid's name, but young Haley Joel Osment, fresh off the back of, I think this was right around the time he made Artificial Intelligence and what's the movie? So The Sixth Sense. And Kevin Spacey is his social studies teacher, and he gives them this assignment. He gives the entire social studies class the assignment that you must create an idea that will change the world. And so Haley Joel Osment comes with the idea of Pay It Forward, which is you do a favor for 3 people, a favor that is life-changing, that will absolutely change their life and is big, and it has to be big, and you cannot expect anything in return. And then each of those 3 people has to do their own favor for each of their own 3 people. So
Butterfly effect.
Yeah, kind of. I would have akin it more to an umbrella or a pyramid scheme, but yeah. Multi-level marketing idea. And
Butterfly. Butterfly flaps its wings, which affects a thing farther away, which affects a thing farther away.
In terms of its construction, I would say, though, it's more similar to a but yes. Anyway, the movie begins with Jay, the guy from Polly.
Oh yeah. Wait, when you say the guy from Polly, do you mean the guy who plays Polly, or?
Yes, and also the guy he's one of the guys who takes Polly.
Yeah, the blonde one.
Yeah.
Who had a girlfriend, and he throws the hat on top of her.
Yeah, Jay Moore is what his name is. But the movie opens with him, and he's a reporter, and he's reporting on this kidnapping thing, and the suspect escapes and like destroys his car, and this guy randomly walks up to him and then gives him the keys to his car. He's like, take the car, and then leaves. And he's like, what? And so half of the movie is Haley Joel Osment and what's happening with him, and half of the movie it just keeps randomly cutting back to Jay Moore just investigating what this deal is, and at a certain point he runs into you remember Arrow?
Yes.
You know John Diggle from Arrow?
Yes.
Him. He's in this movie as this criminal who he while he was in the hospital, he basically helped this girl go first at the hospital. And so then Jay Moore is interviewing him, and it turns out that that helped. He's trying to take credit for Pay It Forward, but it turns out that he got paid it forward from this woman who's an alcoholic who's driving around in her car. And in the one kind of fun twist, it turns out that that woman is the grandma of Haley Joel Osment, who is the estranged mother of Bonnie Hunt, who is also an alcoholic. And her pay it forward was Helen Hunt went to her and forgave her for being a shit mom. And so then the mom pays it forward, and the idea has spread because I can't remember where they are, but they're basically on the East Coast, and it has spread to LA. And in the meanwhile, Haley Joel Osment has been trying to do the pay it forward thing. The first person he tries to help is some homeless guy who the kid Haley Joel Osment gives him a bunch of money to get back on his feet, and the homeless guy ends up shooting all of that money into his arm. And the second people he tries to help is he tries to get Kevin Spacey and the mom together, which they end up going on a date, and it doesn't work out because her ex-husband comes back in what is the most... So I should say her ex-husband, John Bon Jovi, comes back because John Bon Jovi is in this movie randomly as her ex-husband in like 1.5 scenes for some reason.
Is he wanted dead or alive?
I mean, kinda. He's definitely a cowboy.
On a steel horse, does he ride?
That he rides, absolutely. He's definitely wanted, dead or alive.
Yeah. Okay, good.
Yeah,
good.
yeah. He's also...
I wouldn't have it any other way.
It's definitely his life, and it's also now or never. And he definitely doesn't want to live forever because he comes back and he says that he wants to be sober, and then he immediately starts drinking. Because the whole thing is Kevin Spacey and Helen Hunt get into this big argument where he's like, he's my ex-husband, I have to try. But he's like the kind of guy where every time they get together, they just drink. And he's like, Haley Joel Osment tells Kevin Spacey that the dad hit the mom. And he's like, oh, he only ever hit me. He never hit the kid. He's like, that's where it starts. And then they get mad and they break up. And then, the husband threatens to hit the kid. And she immediately was like, whoopsie. Oopsie poopsie. And I can't remember. Oh, and then at one point in the movie, for his third thing, he goes to, throughout the movie, there's these, stereotypical bully characters. They're like, just think of a stereotype of a bully, and that's the character. And they keep picking on this kid randomly. So, like, this one kid, for whatever reason, these two bullies have just decided they're going to pick on this one kid. And earlier in the movie, Haley Joel Osment jumps in and attempts to help. And the one kid pulls out a knife, and then the situation breaks up, and the movie goes on. So there's a moment where they're picking on this kid right outside a dumpster, and Haley Joel Osment goes to stop them and freezes with fear and doesn't go to help him. And the kids toss the kid into the dumpster. And so he says to Kevin Spacey that he was too scared to help them. He was too much of a coward to help them. And so he's like, all of my pay it forwards have failed. He's like, this is a failed experiment. It didn't work. Like, it didn't work. I give up. I didn't change the world. And so then Jay Moore, and too much of this movie involves the movie just sort of stops cold, so Kevin Spacey and Helen Hunt can have romantic feelings and sleep together. And like it's agonizing, and it goes on forever. This movie's like 2 hours long, and it should have been an hour and a half. It goes on forever, and you're like, okay, let's just come on, let's pick this up. And so then Jay Moore eventually shows up at Haley Joel Osment's house, and the plot lines coalesce, and they come together, and he shows up at the house, and he's like, yeah, I want to interview your son about Pay It Forward. And Helen Hunt's like, well, that didn't really work out. My son's kind of bummed out about it. He really doesn't want to talk about it. And that's where you find out that Pay It Forward has made its entire way all the way to LA, and Jay Moore interviews Haley Joel Osment about it, and he's really excited. And he's like, oh, this is what it is, and are you excited? Are you happy that you did this good thing or whatever? And the interview ends and they're leaving the school for the interview, and Haley Joel Osment sees that out of nowhere, for no reason and seemingly for he tells Kevin Spacey that he failed to help the kid, right? So yeah, they're leaving, and the two bullies are picking on the kid just out of nowhere, randomly in a completely empty room. They're just picking on the kid, pushing him around and beating him up. And Haley Joel Osment's like, "This is my time. Pay it forward is working. I need to do something." And he goes to step in and he jumps into the fray. And Helen Hunt and Kevin Spacey are like all the way upstairs, like way back, and they're fighting the kid. And then the kid, the bullies are saying to the one kid that they're picking, "Oh, you ratted on me. How dare you rat me out?" And he's like, I didn't rat you out. They're beating him up against these lockers. And yeah, Haley Joel Osment jumps in, and then he pushes the one kid away, and the other kid goes flying back. And the one kid pulls out the knife that he had earlier in the movie, that they set up that he had, and the only bit of foreshadowing for this moment, I guess, stabs Haley Joel Osment and kills him.
As one does.
Does that feel random to you, Jordan?
A little bit.
Yes, that's because it is. It's very random. It comes completely out of the blue. And so, yeah.
Well, I mean, Justin, one would argue most stabbings do.
Well, okay. I mean, in terms of a movie, it comes completely. They don't remotely set it up or establish. It's just the one of the reviews I read was just the review is just the ending sucks. And the fight is like they're kind of tussling, and then the kid pulls out the knife, and then Haley Joel Osment falls into the knife. It's so dumb. It's so stupid, and like. It's one of those. The rest of the movie is so melodramatic. It's unintentionally funny.
I don't think that's the response that they're going for.
It's exactly like I should not be finding this funny, but it's just everyone is overacting. All the acting is bad. The explanation. Nobody talks about the fact that like from the point that Haley Joel Osment gets stabbed to the end of the movie, the characters never talk about it. They never talk about the fact that he got stabbed. You see the outcome of what happens, that everyone is sad, but they never talk about it. They never talk about the fact that this kid, that they don't, like, she's still dating Kevin Spacey afterwards, even though Kevin Spacey blatantly, because the kid that stabbed her son is one of the kids in his class, and he told, like, the movie implies that he told the principal that's why the bullies think that the one kid ratted on him. So you're telling me that there's a lot of failing on administrators at this school. So you're telling me, like, when they brought this kid in, nobody checked to make sure he had a knife? Like, nobody was checking this kid to make sure he didn't have any weapons? Nobody took the knife away? Why did they take the knife away, Jordan?
Because he hid it in his locker?
No, it was in his pocket.
Because it was a poorly written movie?
It's bad. It was bad. I was like, oh my god, I used to think this movie was good, but this movie's so bad. And to be fair, it's another example of this thing got lambasted by the critics when it came out. So was not a well received movie at the time. But yeah, I just remember the ending of it after he gets stabbed. I remember weeping, and this time I was like, this is narratively unsatisfying. It does that thing where it makes you think it's going to give you a happy ending just to rug pull you, and the rug pull is so cheap and manipulative. The back half of it is just this weepy, sad song as everyone cries, and you're like, well, yeah, no wonder people cried.
And now we're all sad.
Yeah.
So we gotta sing.
The ending is bad. The rest of it is inoffensive. Well, mostly inoffensive. It's offensive in the sense that, like, yeah, this is blatantly and unabashedly written to win an Oscar that it didn't win.
I understand.
Bad movie. This was the low light, Jordan. This was the low light of the week. I think this is probably as bad as it gets. No, that's not true.
Do you have any
the low lights?
Do you have any final thoughts?
No, that's pay it forward.
Okay.
I'm paying it forward to you, Jordan, by allowing you to go next.
Okay. All right. So, I have two more movies, but they are considered one rapid fire because they're both short, and I combine them together. I watched two different Pokemon things,
Pokemon.
and I did a little bit of mental logic to make them fit into 2001. Because technically, since they are released in Japan, I was going to say Japan, Japan first, release dates get a little wonky.
Yeah, 2001. I'm pretty sure is
A,
the
a little
is the
wonky.
American release on this one.
So for Mewtwo Returns, the American release is 2001. For Pokemon Forever, the Japanese release is 2001.
Yeah, good, close enough.
So they were technically
Close enough.
2001.
Close enough.
Anyways, so I watched both Mewtwo Returns and Pokemon Forever. Mewtwo Returns was originally a animated special.
Yes, it
It was not a movie. It was a feature
It's, to
length
my knowledge,
special.
considered non-canon, to my knowledge, because of the ending where he remembers that Mewtwo exists.
But I mean, there's no reason why it would be no canon. He remembers that Mewtwo
I
exists.
just recall that this special is considered to be non-canon.
I can neither confirm nor deny that.
I like that special.
All I know
Really
is
good.
that both this one and the Pokemon Forever take place during the Johto League.
Yes, yes, they do. But also,
So
it's not as
in terms
good
of
as
timeline, they're roughly the same. What so I gotta say, and this is a thing that I appreciated about both of the movies. We'll talk about Pokemon Forever after, but we're gonna rush through this first one first. And one thing that I appreciate about both ones that I never really appreciated as a kid, um, is the music cues. The
Yeah.
music.
Yeah, Parkers really nails his music cues.
I really appreciate that this one has the same Mewtwo music
Yeah.
that the movie did.
Yes, it does.
And there's a lot of
This is very
scenes
much
where
a
it just,
sequel to that movie.
yeah, it just literally will cut to scenes from that movie. And
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, wow, I'm kind of, for a TV special, I'm kind
This
of
is another
impressed they
one
did that.
we owned on a
Um,
VHS tape.
but that's also why they were able to have it be feature length is because they have just scenes from
Yeah,
the movie
pretty
to
much.
expend without spending any budget on
Pretty
those
much.
scenes.
In Japan, this was not a. This is. Well, I think it was probably.
No, this
targeted
was just
as well.
this was just a special.
Yeah.
This was aired on TV and it was a special.
In America, it became a movie. I wouldn't be surprised if they, when they brought it over to America, in order to make it longer, in order to justify putting it on a VHS tape, they probably added those movie scenes to make it longer.
From what I can tell, it just was always feature length,
Oh, okay.
even on air. But I take that with a grain of salt. But
It's all right. It's an all right special. I don't
this
think it's
special
as
is
good as the first
also
movie, but it's just,
this special is also notable because it's the first time that the Ash and them meet Giovanni,
yeah.
which is probably why it's considered non-canon because later they probably don't know him and it makes it confusing. But anyways, I like this one. It's fun. It's a nice little resolution to what happens to him after. It's a fun sequel. And I watched it as a movie. We have it on VHS. I watched it as a movie. So as far as I'm concerned, it's a movie. It's movie length.
It's a movie.
It's the same length as the Celebi one. It's just got a little bit cheaper animation.
See, I moving right along to the Celebi movie.
Which is probably my favorite. It's tough for
I
me.
think
It's
the
tough
best
for me to
Pokemon
say.
movie. I stand by it. I think it's better
It's-
than.
It's tough for me. I definitely think it's better. I definitely think it's better than the second and third one.
I think it's a better movie than the first one.
It's tough for me.
Whether it's
This
my favorite, that's irrelevant. I think it's just objectively. I think it's a better movie.
well, I was more gonna say it's tough for me. I can't be objective. I have a hard time being objective because I have such I have such a strong nostalgia for that first one that it's hard for me. But I really like this one, and I really like Celebi, and Celebi is adorable. I like the music in this one.
That having been said, I will say that its inclusion of Suicune does kind of, because it's kind of half-hearted and lazy. It's maybe a bit weaker in that regard, but yeah, I don't know. I just think the twist at the end, that spoiler alert,
Oh man, it has such
it's,
weird implications. Like, okay, so he knew about Pallet Town. Did he move to Pallet Town because he knew that he had to be the one to like it
Yeah.
just it has time travel and it has so many weird
And it
implications.
absolutely makes it look like it lines up. Like, did he give Ash Pikachu
Give
because
him
he
Ash
knew
Pikachu because he knew that he had
because he
Pikachu.
knew that he had Pikachu? It kind of the movie.
It kind of implies that.
I think that stuff is added for the dub though. I think the implication that he's Professor Oak. I don't think that's as clear in the Japanese version. I think
I mean, I could believe that because there's
but I
really
could be
other
wrong
than
about
that
that.
last
I
little
really
bit
could be wrong about that.
where they subtly imply it. There's nothing else in this movie that even remotely makes you think that that's going to come, which is what makes it such a good twist.
Yeah, it's a good
Is there
twist.
is no setup for it.
I had see when I did this for anime, I remember I had specific criticisms that I now don't remember. I seem to recall the resolution of this is kind of messy, and I remember
It's a little fast. It's a little quick.
I did not care for the bad guy, or was no maybe it was that Team Rocket is redundant in this movie. I
Oh,
forget
Team
which
Rocket's
one.
absolute, but that's kind of a thing in these Pokemon movies is they are never a thing.
They're just kind of
So
there.
that doesn't really bother me. My thing with this is I especially because it like if this is supposed to be a movie, this shouldn't be the same length as a special.
Yeah. But Japan's
This like
idea of what a
it
movie is
should
different.
have been like 10 minutes more. You could have had there be like a little bit more in there, like a little beefier.
Yeah,
Um,
this went to
expand
theaters
certain
in Japan though.
scenes.
That's why it's considered a movie.
Sure, I know, but I'm saying it could have been longer.
Yeah, yeah.
It should have been
I
longer.
mean, yes, Pokemon movies are far too
Um,
short.
um, but overall, yeah, I mean, I will always have a fondness for this.
I,
Um,
I,
and yeah, it again a thing
also,
that I
the
didn't
animation
really
is super
I
pretty.
definitely didn't appreciate when I watched it as a kid, which I do this time, is like the scene at the end where Celebi's been brought back to life, and it's got this like the music that's playing there, where they're like
Yeah, good.
la la la
So
la la. Like
as
I
much as I love Mew, Celebi is probably my favorite for whatever reason. I don't know what it is, but he's always been one of my favorite legendaries. I don't know. It's hard not to say
oh
Mewtwo.
Mew's not my favorite. Mew's never been my favorite. Mewtwo is my favorite.
Yeah,
Um,
I love
but
Celebi.
Celebi, for me it's tough whether it's Celebi or Mewtwo.
I think it's just because
It's
it's like
tough.
the movie before this is bad. Like it's just I remember as a
Yeah, the
kid
third
I
one, yeah, the
hated
third
it.
one is just the issue with the third one
It's
is
not
like
Entei.
it's not Entei. The legendary that you see in that movie isn't. Well, I mean, it's supposed to be unknown, but it's not real. Entei is
Yeah,
not real, and
exactly.
so it just makes it meaningless.
Yeah, I don't know. I
Um,
remember that I didn't like the third one
and
when
I
I
just
saw
also
it,
just
and I
didn't like
don't
it.
like it now.
I didn't like the third one because it was like the entire thing of it all. It's based around this annoying little brat of a character, and she was
Yeah,
just even as like, especially as like a 9-year-old or 10-year-old little boy, the fact that all of the problems of it are caused by this little
yeah.
irritating little
I
girl was just
did
irritating.
not like it. No, and this was just so much better than that one. I remember liking this one
Yeah, and that has
way.
everything to do with the fact that the characters are
This
less irritating.
kind of the first
I
time I
will
remember being
say,
like, oh yeah, no,
when
I
when I was watching this and I was hearing the voice of Sam, the character, I was like. I instantly was like, "Oh, she's a famous one. She's a famous 4 Kids one." But where specifically do I know her? And I can't off the top of my head remember now. But I looked it up in the moment, and I had to search through like 80 fucking things that she had been in, and to figure out exactly which one I was hearing. And it was one that like if I said it, you'd be like, "Oh yeah, no, definitely." But I can't off the top of my head. I can't remember. You might, if you heard the character,
oh I'm
be
sure I
like
would.
instantly
I've seen that
no.
movie. Yeah, I can't remember. I can't
But
remember.
no, yeah, I like this movie. I like the other one. It's a lot of fun. And while you talk about your next thing, she's played by Tara Sands, if that name means anything to you. But I'm gonna look
No.
it up because I need to remember. Right, that's what it was. It was Mokuba. She's Mokuba.
Right, Mokuba. Right.
That's all I have to say about Pokemon, though.
Pokemon. So Jordan, I don't
And
know if
that's my
this.
last. That's my last rapid fires.
I don't know if this is a low light. I just don't know. This wasn't very good, but it also wasn't bad. This is Joseph, King of Dreams. This movie Okay. So, how do I want to do this?
I don't know. How do you want to do
The,
that?
the big important thing to kind of keep. Okay, not a religious person, so I may say something that you find objectionable. If you do, I'm sorry. There, I did it. That's the
I'm
only.
I'm not.
That's the only disclaimer you're gonna get. Because Joseph King of Dreams, it was related to. Well, it's technically a prequel to the Prince of Egypt, because it technically ends with the Hebrews coming into Egypt, and yeah, so it technically takes place before. But like calling it a prequel feels weird because it's based on a Bible story. So like,
Oh
um,
boy. Yeah.
but it's
Okay.
made by the people who made the Prince of Egypt, so it's the same art style, same animation. The only difference is this went straight to DVD. So does it look as good or as pretty or is it as beautifully animated as the Prince of Egypt? No. Does this look like shit at times? Yes. But does it look good for a straight to DVD movie? Yes. It looks there are times the animation you're like, "Oh, that's reasonably impressive." Um I I think I don't remember who said this. They disagreed with this, but I would say that the Prince of Egypt is mostly a religious to a point. Like there's obviously religion in there, but
I
I
think
would
it was
say that,
Haley.
huh?
I think it was Haley. I think it was Haley who disagreed.
I think Jake also disagreed with me on that. But I would describe that movie as reasonably a-religious, in the sense that, speaking from experience, I can enjoy that movie, and the religion doesn't get in my face about it. Like, yeah, there's
I
a
don't
point where he
think that
talks to
makes it
the,
a religious though. I don't agree with I agree with your premise. I don't agree with your wording.
like, there's one time where he talks to God, and it's
I
sort
mean, there's
of,
an entire song about the god smiting them with plagues,
right, but what I'm saying is, like, you
and
can't, like,
about looking at things from God's perspective. So no,
sort of, but
I
not,
don't inherently agree with you.
not, there's no, I guess there's
I
no,
would
it doesn't
say
preach to you, I
it's
guess, maybe.
there, but it doesn't beat you over the head
It
with
does
it.
not preach to you. It does not attempt to convince you that God is. It presents God as more of a
It's
mystic thing than it does a religious thing. Is how I would put it.
yeah.
Um,
Again, I get what you're saying. Anyways,
um,
I'll let you finish your thought. Go on.
this movie is not that. This movie is hyper religious. There's points where like the character, like there's a point where the so the, okay, the plot of this. So the plot of this is that Joseph is a miracle baby born to a late in life parents. I can't remember their names. Um, and his parents treat him nicely and treat him better than his brothers, like 5 or 6 whatever brothers. One of them is played by Mark Hamill. Um,
Okay,
and
random.
um, they believe that God has sent this child to them, so they give him a you know the musical Joseph and the Technicolor Dreamcoat, and it's yellow and pink and yellow. No, that's also based on this story. We're gonna do that for another episode. Anyway, so they give him this like this really nice bright coat, and they're all sheep herders. They're farmers. They're shepherds. They take care of sheep, a sheep flock. And Joseph never has to take care of the sheep flock. He gets treated nicely. And the whole thing is he keeps having dreams. So he has a dream of the sheep's being attacked by wolves, and that dream comes true. And the dad thinks that the dreams are visions from God, and they very specifically say they're visions from God. And so the brothers trick Joseph into falling, because they're all bitter and jealous of Joseph. They trick him into falling down a cave or into a ledge, and when he climbs up, they trick him and they sell him into slavery.
Okay.
I was expecting more of a reaction from that.
It's a Christian story. Slavery's all over that bitch.
So they trick him and they sell him into slavery, and he gets taken to. And this was really because
I mean, this is a prequel to the movie where it's all about slavery.
so
So
I'm
I
going to tell
don't.
you how it's presented in the movie, and then I'm going to tell you what the Wikipedia article said, because it made me go, wait, what? So he gets taken to Egypt as a slave, and he gets put as a slave. He gets bought by this particular guy, this particular couple or whatever. Egyptian couple, rich Egyptian couple. And, like, he's cleaning their floors or whatever. And him and the head of the household there I can't remember what they're building, but they're building something. And the guy's wife develops...
So this is pre-Moses.
Develops an affinity for Joseph and starts to like him. And tries to... I'm trying to think of a PG word. But the Wikipedia article says tries to seduce him. I guess that's what it is, but it's a PG movie, so that's not really what it is. And so then the Wikipedia article says...
So wait. He's a slave.
Yes.
That's his owner.
Yes.
Seduction doesn't feel like the right word in that instance.
It does not. Like, she goes to grab at him, and he's like, no! And then she, like, tears off his shirt. And,
yeah. Okay.
And so she goes to...
Family movie!
She goes to the husband and says that Joseph attacked her.
Oh, no.
But the Wikipedia article says... She says that he attempted to rape her. And I went... What? And then I watched the movie, and then that scene happens, and I'm like, I guess that's what happened technically, but that's not the language they used. And then you go back, it's like, okay, that's because in the original Bible story, that's the language they used. So, like, because it's a Bible story, I guess it has to maintain that part of the story. So anyway, and this is the moment where it was like, yeah, this movie feels preachy. The husband goes to kill him, have him killed. That's what it was. Earlier in the movie, he's trying to buy this temple or something. He's trying to buy something. And the guy's like, trying to haggle with him. And Joseph is like, actually, it's actually worth it. They're using like this scale. And he's rigged the scale to make it cheaper for himself. And Joseph shows him that the scale is being rigged. And he's like, I could take him away and put him in the fields and have him work till he's death and he's basically, you're going to be a slave now, basically. And I went, oh, and the movie treats this guy as if he's a good guy. And I went, times have changed. Like, it just felt bad. Anyway, so the wife goes to blah, blah, accuses him of rape. And so the husband's like, I'm going to kill you. And the wife's like, no, don't kill him. And then I guess the implication is supposed to be, but I didn't get this, that like Joseph, it becomes evident that Joseph didn't do this, but in order to save face, the husband throws him in jail.
Okay.
Because it's ancient Egypt, I guess, and it's about reputation. And this movie is a musical, same as Prince of Egypt, but the music is bad. And Joseph has this musical number where he's growing a tree, and then all of a sudden the movie
in his cell.
In his cell, yeah. And the movie cuts to and so at one point he's in the cell with these two guys. They have a biblical name.
His new boyfriends?
No, the Bible or the Wikipedia article has a name for them because I guess this is supposed to be a biblical parallel, but I can't remember what they are. I'm sure Christian is getting it. But anyway, he says to one of them, he's like, yeah, it's the baker or something. He's like, you one of them is the scribe. That's what it was the scribe of the Pharaoh. And he's like, you're gonna live. They're gonna take you back to the palace, and you're gonna live, and you're gonna get to work for the Pharaoh, and you're gonna be fine. And all I ask is that when you do, tell him about me. Tell him about my magic dreams that I have from God. And he turns to this other guy who I think he's a baker.
Apparently the Pharaoh didn't, because it took until like a whole other guy came along, a prince, and stole all the slaves before any of the Egyptians even remotely listened. So this guy apparently did a really bad job.
He's a Canaanite, which I think is what the people that Moses marries into. I think that's who they are. Some biblical scholars screaming at me right now, but he says to the other guy, he interprets dreams. The whole thing is he interprets dreams. So the one guy, he has the dream where the other guy, he said, I had this dream where I dropped something. And Joseph was like, yeah, that dream means that you're going to be executed. They're gonna take you out and they're gonna execute you and they're gonna kill you. And the guy gets really offended. He's like, "What? No, that's impossible. That can't mean that can't be what that means. You're crazy. You're insane." And then eventually the guards come in and they're like, "Yep, no, you're gonna be executed." And the guy's like, "What?
Who's crazy
What?
now?
What? No, you can't execute me. That's bad." And then the other guy gets taken back to the Pharaoh. And again, I missed this, but I guess he forgets about Joseph in the cell, and that's why the tree grows. And it cuts to him, and this all happens over the course of a musical number. So I guess maybe that's why I didn't pay attention to it. But Joseph is now older, and the Pharaoh is like, and this is where it got kind of interesting to me, where it's like you got to kind of remember that back when this movie takes place, there's more than one god. Like definitively,
Pantheon. There's a pantheon.
Yeah, and especially in Egypt, there's Osiris, there's Ra, but just generally in the world at that point, there was more than one god. So the Pharaoh brings Joseph.
Justin, you speak heresy.
Joseph brings the Pharaoh the Pharaoh brings Joseph to interpret his dreams, and he's had a bunch of his own priests come in, and he's like, yeah, my gods couldn't get this done. What makes you think yours can? And then Joseph has this vision of, like, he says that you're going to go through 6 years of an overabundance, but then you're going to have 6 years of utter famine. So what you need to do is save your food for when you have the famine, so then you don't run out of food. And so then the Pharaoh, as a result, gives him a new name and makes him rich. And then
everything's coming up, Joseph.
Yeah, the movie ends with the brothers eventually come back. It's been like 10 years or whatever, and from the brothers' perspective, they sold him off into slavery and they never saw him again. So them and the dad think that Joseph just died, and so they show up.
I'm rich now. Who's a loser now? Fuckers.
They show up and he's dressed like an Egyptian, so they don't recognize him. They show up looking for grain for their farm, and they're like, oh yeah, we're here to get grain, and our younger brother and our dad are at home. And Joseph thinks that they're lying. They're like, well, you don't have a younger brother. He died. And so, like, bring me the younger brother, and if you don't, I'm gonna kill this brother. And they bring back. And it turns out that since he's been gone, they've had another younger brother. And that the brothers all regret sacrificing or selling the brother to slaves, and they've regretted it their entire lives, and they're really remorseful, and everyone's happy in the end.
Oh, well, I mean, that definitely sounds like a Bible ending, but that's not how it would have ended.
And then the movie ends with you seeing all the Hebrews coming into Egypt, and it sets up the Prince of Egypt. This movie's bizarre. The main guy is played by Ben Affleck, and I couldn't tell if he did this. I was trying to think, where was Ben Affleck in his career in the year 2000? Like, did he owe somebody a favor? Like, this was apparently gonna get a.
How desperate was he?
This apparently was closer to the original Bible story in its original version, and then it was gonna go to theaters, and then once again they put it to a test screening. And an executive went, "What is this? We can't sell this." And then they got a complete rewrite into being more family friendly, apparently. But this wasn't very good. Like, this is like I would call this the Prince of Egypt's ugly stepbrother, or like lazy dirtbag cousin. I'm like, this was bad. This wasn't good. I'm like, surely we could make better. I don't understand what it is with movies based on Bible stories being mostly not very good. Oh, I'm gonna get a lot of shit for that. Except for the ones based on Jesus. The ones based on Jesus are always good, but the other ones are never good. Although I hear David's good. We're gonna come back to David one day. That's it. I can't decide if that was a low light or not. I did not have a good time. I did not enjoy it. It's no Prince of Egypt. That's Joseph, King of Dreams.
Ooh. Okay. So we're gonna move on to have scenes, and so in 2001, comedy was a very different thing, and we were in a very we were in a very different place back then. What was and wasn't allowed, was a very different thing. This is American Pie 2. This is a sequel to the 1999 comedy American Pie 1.
Which made a shit ton of money. This also made a shit ton
Uh,
of money.
and
There's the reason they made 5 of these.
oh boy, what can be said about this one?
Other than it's a movie that came out
Um,
in 2001. Good night, everybody.
it follows the sexual exploits of 5 friends: Jim, Kevin, Stifler, Oz, and Finch. And they want to have the greatest summer party ever at a summer beach house.
They also do a lot of sex crimes. Just so many sex crimes. Just a lot of sex crimes.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah, I can't go into all the details of everything in this movie,
So many sex
but
crimes.
needless to say, it was popular. It had a budget of 30 million.
Yep.
Justin, guess the box office.
120 million.
$287.5 million.
It was a very successful movie. They made a thing.
And so yeah, Jason Biggs is Jason Biggsing it up.
Does he fuck a pie in this one?
No, but he does super glue his hand to his dick while holding a porn tape in the other hand.
Yeah, he does do that. My favorite bit in this movie is the beginning when he's, the line. I wish I could remember what it was, but the line the dad says when he walks in is really funny. Here's my big boy. It's funny, very funny.
Nadia is going to be coming at the end of the summer or whatever.
This is the one where he finally gets together
Jim
with Allison
is
Hannigan, right?
Jason is I don't remember the character's name. Jim is nervous, so yeah, him and Allison Hannigan at a certain point start pretending to be dating, and then along the way, he realizes that he actually likes her, and they end up together at the end of it, and it's kind of sweet.
They do. At least to the third one, where they get
Stifler is Stiflering it up. Finch is obsessing about being with Stifler's mom, who we learn the name of at the end of the movie, and while she's having problematic sex with the 19-year-old, she's like, "Call me Stifler's mom."
Hey.
And he's like, "Oh, Stifler's mom."
He's 19. It's no longer problematic.
Sure, but when they first had sex, he had just graduated from high school.
It was problematic in the last one.
It was problematic.
In this one, he's a...
It continues to be problematic in this one because he continues to obsess over her. And just when he's finally getting over her and is like, I need to find a new person to be my goddess, someone who I can actually be with, then she shows up and like re-engages his obsession again.
All right, I'll give you that. That's problematic. That does, based upon your description, that does sound problematic.
It's definitely a product of its time.
Boy,
that's the best thing that I can say about this movie. I honestly, I don't think you could make this series these days.
No, I don't think you could.
I
don't think you could.
I mean, what else?
Product of its time.
What else is there to say about these? I mean, yep. They're American Pies.
Yes, they are. There's that weird scene with the lesbian couple that has aged badly. It's all aged badly, Jordan.
They're not. They never said they were lesbians, Justin. They're not lesbians. And they, for some reason, end up going off with Stifler.
Do they?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, they do, don't they? Yeah, it's true.
For some reason.
Because?
Because back in 2001... I guess chicks liked douchebags like him.
Yeah, women found that guy attractive at one point.
Anyways,
I don't understand.
That's American Pie,
but they did. They did.
That's the most that I can say on YouTube. Justin, we can't go into any extraneous details.
Well, Jordan, you see, Jordan, the wonderful thing about Tiggers.
Tiggers are wonderful things.
The tops are made of ribba. The bottoms are made of springs.
The bottom is made of springs.
The bouncy,
fancy, fun.
The most wonderful thing.
The wonderful thing about Tigger.
I'm not Tigger.
That Tigger is, in fact, the only one.
And that's what this movie's about, Jordan. How Tigger is the only one. Because this is the Tigger movie.
Oh. Oh, I just thought we were just singing it for fun.
No, this is the Tigger movie. It came out in the year 2000.
So this is actually very relevant.
Knowing
You know,
the
it's funny. I I seem to remember watching this in theater and my father falling asleep.
I have a similar memory, and he did fall asleep, snored like a chimney, and I
Like
don't blame
very
him.
loud.
I do not blame him because I don't understand. Knowing that this came out in the year 2000 and knowing I would have been 10 years old, I don't understand why we watched this movie in theaters.
I mean, loved Winnie the Pooh.
Yeah, but it's
Arguably
just,
longer than we should have.
this movie is just really out of that age range for us. Like, it's so basic. Like, even for a 10-year-old, this is basic. Like, I will say it does get it quite a bit darker. It does that thing movies like this bothers me now when it does. Like, I don't think Winnie the Pooh requires an element of danger.
I mean, but that's what the heffalumps and woozles are for.
Yeah, but like there's a bit at the end of wait,
Do you not remember the nightmare sequence from
I do.
the old
Yeah.
ones?
But what I mean is like there's a bit at the end of this movie where so this movie's about how Tigger he's lonely and he wants to find his family.
He wants more Tiggers.
And the Winnie the Pooh gang write him a letter and trick him into thinking that he does
That
have
he
a
has a
family out
family.
there. And he goes off running looking for them. And he's about to like fall off a cliff and die trying to get a letter. And it's like I don't need to worry. I mean, hey man, I'm being funny duddy, but I don't need to watch a movie where I wonder whether or not Tigger is gonna fall off a cliff and die. I just don't need that. It just doesn't.
I mean, it's a kid's movie. He's never gonna die. He's
No,
never
I
gonna
know.
fall
That's
off
what
and
I mean.
die.
That's why I mean it doesn't add anything for me. It doesn't. The added
Sure,
drama
but-
is just unnecessary.
But I mean, this is an example of you're an adult.
No, but even as
A kid,
I'm
a
like,
kid
there's
might
no
believe
way.
it. A kid who's
Yeah.
intended, not you were watched it when you were 10. I'm
Yeah.
saying a kid who is intended, who is like 5 or
Yeah,
6.
but then I'm like, it's too
Kids are
intense.
stupid.
It's too intense for a 5 or 6-year-old. I think it's too scary. Like that's my
Uh,
point. I don't know.
I don't know. I'm mostly playing devil's advocate. I haven't watched it since I was 10. So
Uh, yeah, and the music is all right. The interesting thing about this one was, that I learned while watching this is the New Adventures of Winnie the Pooh.
yes, the show. I
Yeah.
very much remember
The
that.
cast
Yeah.
of that show, they were those characters for like years. Like, so this movie features is the final performance of I think they did some of it. No. This is the first full performance of Jim Cummings as Tigger. So the Paul Winchell. I think
Wait,
Paul
he
Winchell-
he wasn't Tigger in that show?
He's in that he's Tigger in that show for the second half of it. For the first
Huh.
half of it, it's the original Tigger.
Oh, interesting.
Jim Cummings is Winnie the Pooh for that show, but he's not
Yeah.
Tigger for half of it. And so the Tigger movie is the first time he was Tigger for the full thing. But the rest of the
Interesting.
cast is it's the rabbit from New Adventures of Winnie the Pooh.
Yeah.
The original
Gopher.
Piglet. It's Gopher. The original Piglet. Like he was Piglet for a long time. I thought that like most of the New Adventures of Winnie the Pooh cast, I thought that he was recast, but no, he's the original Piglet for like all of that show and for that movie.
Cool.
Yeah.
I just learned something.
Yeah. It wasn't until later that they started doing that thing where they recast. It always seems to be Piglet, Rabbit, and Eeyore that they recast because they always keep Jim Cummings as Winnie the Pooh. But yeah.
I think he'll be doing Winnie the Pooh until the day he
until the
dies.
day that they pry the microphone from his cold, dead hands. I did also learn that Peter Cullen was Eeyore. I didn't know that.
Now
Yeah.
that you say that, it makes a certain amount
I
of sense.
know. I once I heard it, I was like, oh yeah, now I hear it. But yeah, it's I don't have much. It's a
He's
Winnie the Pooh
he's a
movie.
depressed optimist.
It's one of those things where the most interesting thing about this is the making of it, which is to say that, and once I say it, it won't surprise you. This was initially a straight to DVD movie.
Yeah, I can believe that.
Where they decided like last minute to put the theaters, which shocks the shit out of me in retrospect. The concept that this is the first time that Tigger, like, they really hone in on the fact that Pooh's a secondary character in this movie. He's a
It's Tigger's movie.
there's a really funny bit where like this. Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to mention. The notion that the smartest person in a group of idiots is still an idiot. And to be fair, they're supposed to be. I think they're supposed to have the relative intelligence of children because they're obviously the
I mean, they're the imagination of Christopher Robin, and
Yeah.
Christopher Robin's supposed to be like 6 or 7.
So like, I love how Rabbit is presented as smart, but his ideas are dumb. Like, I just think that's really funny.
He just says it with a lot of confidence.
There's the bit at the end where where I think okay no I'm gonna frame it this way. Would you consider Winnie the Pooh to be an adult?
No.
Because like in the sort of collection of those characters, you've got Kanga and Roo is a child, and Roo throughout this movie, he's kind of more or less the main character of this movie, and he wants Tigger to be like his older brother. So that's the dynamic between those two characters, and Kanga is treated like an adult, right? So there's a really funny moment.
I just looked it up because I was curious. Christopher Robin, for reference's sake, is supposed to be around 5 or 6 years old.
Okay,
so that means that I would say if I'm then aging characters based around the age of what Christopher Robin is supposed to be, Roo I would say is supposed to be like 3 or 4. Winnie the Pooh I would say is like 6, is like his own age. Tigger is like 5 or 6. Like the older ones are closer to his age, I would say.
Okay.
Or maybe he's playing them like if he's playing with them as if they're toys, I would say maybe he's playing them as if like they're slightly older. But like for example, Al, I could see like as a kid playing with toys, you're playing Al as if he's like the old guy.
Yeah.
He's a kid's perspective of an adult.
So there's a really funny moment where Tigger runs away to find his family, and Roo goes to Winnie the Pooh for help, and he's like, "We need to find Tigger," and Winnie the Pooh goes, "Well, let's go find him then," and just starts to put on his scarf and leave, and it made me go, "Oh God, Winnie the Pooh is the responsible adult in this situation." Oh no, oh this feels bad. And it's just really funny at the end. Christopher Robin shows up and is like, "What's all this then?" And he just interjects himself into the middle of the problem. And I'm like, "Where were you earlier? Feels like you could have resolved so much of this. This problem wouldn't have happened if you had been here, Christopher Robin."
If you could have talked down Tigger.
Right. But yeah, this movie's cute. It's not for me. I'm not. It's not.
You're an adult.
I'm an adult. I'm an adult. Like there's just it skews too young for me, and it just doesn't hit my. I don't know what it is about Winnie the Pooh or my. Maybe I will come back and do another Winnie the Pooh thing. We'll see how she goes. But
I think I'd have to. For me, the thing that would make me have to, or make me able to get past the fact that it's a thing for kids, is it would have to be a thing that I like 100% watched as a kid and loved.
Yeah,
and I'd have to go in at it with the nostalgia. Like I remember the Christmas one. That one I like can picture that one. Or maybe I'd watch a couple episodes of the show.
I would like to watch a couple episodes.
Great Avenger, not the what is it? The Great Avenger.
The Great Avenger. The
Masked
Avenger.
Masked Avenger. That was
Masked
it.
Avenger.
I think I'd want to watch that episode.
I'd like to watch. There's the one where it's like I remember being as a kid being kind of slightly scary, where it's Rabbit lies to Tigger about something, and he has a dream where he's feeling guilty, and they're all making him feel like, or the Land of Milk and Honey. That's another one I remember.
I just remember, I think it was the Masked Avenger one, where it's like there's this like sticky thing that they're all stuck to.
Yeah, and I remember being
and it's like along the tracks, and it was like vaguely scary for a 4-year-old.
Yeah, because I was like 5. Yeah, I remember being vaguely scary. Yeah, I would maybe do that. The Christmas one you're thinking of, where they were a bunch of episodes of the New Adventures of Winnie the Pooh that they released on a VHS tape. That it also.
Oh, was that what it was? I thought it was a special.
They had the Spot the Dog. It might have been a special, but I just remember that it was attached to an episode of Spot the Dog. Was the B side of that.
I remember it being like a special. So I don't know. I'd have to look it up.
I can't foresee myself doing the Heffalump movie, for example.
Not unless I was complaining about the worst character in the entire game.
You know what's funny about that? I looked it up. He does not sound like that in the movie.
No, that's what I remember
That's
about
what's
that
really
too.
funny about it, is that's not what that character sounded like. It's just, for whatever reason, in Kingdom Hearts 2, they decided, or Kingdom Hearts
Kingdom
3,
Hearts 3,
decided to
yeah.
make him sound like the worst
They
character in the
needed to make him the
game.
worst character in the game. And
It's never
in
not going
terms
to
of
be
the game,
funny.
sorry, this is a tangent, but I have to. In terms of the game, what makes him so bad is the rest of the characters don't sound flat, and he sounds flat and stiff, and it just makes it
Yeah, it's because
worse.
he's played by this random kid, and it's the only thing he
He's
did.
played by an actual kid,
Yeah,
and the rest of them are played by
and
adults.
it's the only role he ever did. He just played that character in that one game. Like, it's not even the original voice from the movie. It's just because
Yeah.
that one random kid played that one random character in Kingdom Hearts 3 for some reason. He must be related to one of the people who made the game. That's my guess. Anyway, that's the Tinker movie.
There is a random tangent. So okay, my second half scene. I don't have a lot to say about, actually.
Ducks. Ducks in outer
But
space.
no. It's Lara Croft Tomb Raider. It's the the first Angelina Jolie Tomb Raider movie. And okay, so I guess what I'll start off with this is, um, did did you like Indiana Jones?
I mean, it's all right.
Did you did you like The Mummy?
I mean, yeah, I do quite like the Mummy. Yeah.
Like do you like Uncharted?
I mean, not the
You
Tom
know, do you
Holland
like a
movie, but
movie
the
where
game
like
certainly, yeah.
do you like a movie where an antagonist has to go and find some mystical thing which will allow them to defeat a group of individuals who are trying to gain said mystical thing for nefarious purposes? Because this movie
Is
just slides into that category of
is
movie.
the bad guy unbelievably generic and forgettable?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. You know
Like
what's funny?
that's kind of the
I've
thing
seen
as
this
I
movie.
watched this movie is I was just like this really just slides into that category of like, yeah, Indiana Jones, The Mummy, like any one of those that you can think of. This is just one of those, but it
But it's
has
Angelina
Angelina
Jolie.
Jolie.
It's funny. I know I've seen this. I put it on once. I don't remember a thing about it. It definitely. The one thing I remember is I remember being on my phone, looking down at my phone, and then looking up, and then the next thing I knew, the movie was over. Like, it was just
Like
one of those. Like, I was
basically,
in the
like
middle of the climax, and I had no idea what had happened.
basically the premise I mean, it's as bare bones as you can imagine, where this group who ends up being the Illuminati wants this pyramid thing, this triangle pyramid thing, which triangle of light, sorry, is what it's called, which
Isn't it
is
Pyramid of Light?
no, it's
Oh.
the halves of the triangle of light is what they
Oh,
want.
okay. Okay, fair enough.
Pyramid of Light is Yu-Gi-Oh.
No, the movie's called The Cradle of Life. That's what the movie's called.
No, that's the third one.
Oh, third one.
Or second one.
Second one.
Either way, it's not this one. This one is literally just called Lara Croft Tomb Raider.
Oh.
Um,
That makes sense.
um, but I mean, yeah, no, it's just it really just reminded me of watching like uh um the things that I previously mentioned.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
and I mean, clearly it was popular enough that it got a sequel. It had a budget of 115 million. Do you want to guess what its box office was?
300.
Close. 274.7
Okay,
million.
so it was successful enough to get a sequel and then no
Six-
other movie after that.
I'm pretty sure there was 3 of them.
There was not 3.
I'm pretty sure there
None of
was.
the none at least reasonably sure. None of the Angelina Jolie ones anyway.
Hold on, I'll get back to you on that.
They made 2 and then that was it.
I'll get back to you on that. I don't really have anything else to say about this one. Oh, apparently. Oh no, never mind. I don't really have anything else to say about this one.
The world
It
is.
was fine.
Yeah, no, I know they made it. I know that they at least made 2, and then they made two that were based on the new game, and then now they have the show.
All right, I'm just looking up. I need to know. But yeah, that's all I have to say about that. You can jump into your next thing and tune back into me when I confirm or deny whether it was only 2.
Well, my next thing. Going back to the year 2000. Okay, so the thing you got to remember about DreamWorks is DreamWorks was started by Jeffrey Katzenberg, and Jeffrey Katzenberg
Yeah.
is a petty.
There was only 2. You were right.
Yeah, Jeffrey Katzenberg is a petty small man, and at the time in the year 2000, Jeffrey Katzenberg just wanted to make a Disney movie. He just wanted a Disney movie. He wanted Disney money. And so this is Road to El Dorado, which like is in that era of DreamWorks animated movie where they just desperately want to be a Disney movie.
I like that movie, so be gentle.
I'm just saying it desperately. I'm not wrong.
I'm not saying you are or you're not. I will neither confirm nor deny those statements. What I will say is I like this movie. Be gentle.
So they're like, what? Your movie with Lion has Elton John? Let's get Elton John in this bitch. And it's weird because Wikipedia is like Elton John stars as the musical narrator, and I went, what?
What does that even mean?
What musical? I mean, he sings the opening song in the opening bit that I guess maybe that's supposed to tell you the background of El Dorado, but it doesn't really. It's just kind of a vague song about El Dorado. I guess you could be like the times where the movie cuts and he's singing songs. I guess that's him musically narrating, but I wouldn't consider him a musical narrator. Really? All right then. But yes, I love this movie. This movie's really good. Loosely, apparently this movie was originally going to be more adult oriented, and it was going to be the idea of this is it's a parody and it's an homage.
Or like El Dorado, am I right?
Yeah, well, it was gonna be more focused on the romance between Chell and the guy, and there was gonna be more focus on
there's no romance, Justin.
But this is
what are they gonna think if they catch her with the gods, Justin? Lucky God.
Lucky God. This movie is an homage to the Bob Hope and Bing Crosby Road to movies. The Road to Rio,
Morocco.
Road to Bali, Road to Morocco. It's based on those, and it very much is in spirit with those movies. It's about two guys who bumble their way into an adventure and happen to discover the lost city of El Dorado, the lost city of gold, which does not exist and is not real.
We know of.
No. I watched a really good video on this. Technically, El Dorado doesn't mean city; it means gold. It means gold man. In fact, speaking of Uncharted,
that's why it was just an idol.
That's why in that movie, in that game, I should say it's a gold statue, because that, in fact, what it actually probably was one of the explorers visited like
Native American village,
a native village, and they had a what's the word I'm looking for? Tradition where they had ceremony where they painted themselves in gold, and that's where the term El Dorado came from, and it eventually evolved to become Big Gold City. This city is probably more.
To be fair, and also the story of this in terms of El Dorado combines it with
the Lost City
Shambhala,
and the Lost City of Z as well.
There's
more than
it kind of meshes a few different myths and stories together.
It's funny that Cortez is in this movie, as played by Jim Cummings. He has one of my favorite lines in this where he discovers them. He's like, "You will be taken to Cuba, where you'll be flogged,
put on a plantation, flogged, and then God help me, you shall be flogged some more."
Yeah,
Cuba.
God willing, you will be flogged some more. And it's just the way he furrows it, and God willing, you will be
flogged some more.
It's just the way he says it is so funny. You will be flogged again. But Cortez.
Cuba.
Cortez is a real guy. The Spanish Inquisitors
was a real guy.
Absolute shit. But he did allegedly find a lost city of gold, as it were, and that's where the myth of the lost city of gold comes from, is from Cortez. So the fact that he's a character in this does have a sort of a shed of irony to it, which I appreciate. I'm pretty convinced the Chief this is like my 5th time watching this. The Chief knew.
Oh, Chief knew right away.
The Chief knew immediately.
I suspect, and so see that's where it's interesting, because I've seen a lot of different fan theories and stuff, and one of them was the two gods that we see in the beginning in the opening song or whatever, that they were watching through the eyes of the little armadillo thing all along, and that's why when the two of them are doing their arguing bit at the very start, and the volcano does the volcano thing where he's like, "Stop!" and then it doesn't explode or whatever.
Yeah.
That's why that happened, is because they were watching through that thing and they thought it was funny.
That is funny.
That's one
I
fan
like that.
theory
That's
that
good.
I've
That's
seen.
solid. I yeah.
Like basically they were
Yeah.
fucking around trolling.
Yeah, beautifully animated. The animation in this movie is gorgeous. I was really sad when DreamWorks stopped doing 2D animated movies because man, they all look great.
And see, what's funny is that's another example of I could see how you could do a live
Oh,
action
for sure.
adaptation of that one.
You absolutely. This one might be tough. Just the set work might be tough but you could. This movie reminds me a lot
I
of. It's
think you
funny.
could do it,
It reminds me a lot of Atlantis. I would
especially if you
argue.
shot it on location down in South
Yeah.
America.
This one felt like it was setting up. It was gearing up to be a franchise as well. Like,
Yeah, I could see that.
I could see that you could do a sequel to this, Road to whatever, and they find another. They happen upon another thing. Like, what's interesting
And
about
then
this
Shell's
is like,
there. I'm kind of surprised there was never a straight to DVD one.
I don't think. I mean, I guess one could say that Kenneth Branagh, who is the blonde one, he was kind of famous, but I would argue there really isn't anyone like super famous in this movie. Not really.
Not that I can
There
think
isn't
of really.
a real celebrity star. I guess maybe no. I think the guy playing Tulio, the black haired one. I think he's Kevin Kline. So maybe in 2000 he's famous, but for me, there's no one in this like that's exceptionally famous.
There's no like Robin Williams
No.
or like Jake Gyllenhaal or like names that go like I see and I go like, oh, it's
Like Ben
blank.
Stiller for when they would
Owen Wilson.
or Owen Wilson. Yeah, where you're like, oh, that's a really. But again, maybe in 2000, Kenneth Branagh was super famous. I don't think he's super famous, but that's just me. That's just my opinion. I know I made fun of the music, but the music is great. I always find it interesting that the versions in the movie are different than the songs on the soundtrack. Like they're all different. They all sound different. Especially It's Tough to Be a God, which is a duet that I tried to figure out if the main actors sing it in the movie, but I couldn't figure it out. I think so. I think they do.
I think so.
But yeah, the music's great. I like all the songs in this movie. I think they're all good. Was there anything else that
It's one of my favorite non-Disney Disney movies.
I think it might be my.
It might even be my favorite non-Disney Disney
might
movie.
be.
Although Anastasia is up there.
It might be my favorite DreamWorks movie.
Yeah, I could see
I
that.
cannot think of it. Ooh, but Shrek.
Megamind is close. I really like Megamind, but
Shrek though.
in terms of 2D animation, it's definitely probably one of my favorites.
It's interesting though that they went from this. I think the next one is Shrek because this is 2000. Shrek's 2001. So the next one must have been Shrek.
Yeah, I mean, I know. Well,
I know they did Sinbad.
I know they did. I know that they did Prince of Egypt, and while they were doing Prince of Egypt, they also were working on Shrek.
They were working on Shrek. So yeah.
Because if you pissed someone off, you got sent over to Shrek, and it was like being they would refer to it as being Shrek.
So Prince of Egypt must have been the last 2D animated movie they did then.
I'm guessing,
Yeah.
or unless Prince of Joseph and the King of Dreams, unless you want to count the straight to DVD
Yeah.
slop.
No, I wouldn't count that. Anyway, that's the Road to El Dorado. El Dorado. The Magnificent. And Golden.
So my first have not seen. I had never seen this movie, which is why I picked it for a have not seen.
That makes sense.
Is called The Score. Robert De Niro, you got Edward Norton and Angela Bassett, Marlon Brando, which this was his final film role. And it was the only time that Brando and De Niro appeared on screen together. Did you know that?
So Brando and who now?
I said this movie had Robert De Niro, Edward Norton, Angela Bassett, and Marlon Brando, and this was Marlon Brando's final film role, and it was the only time that Brando and De Niro appeared on screen together.
Really? That does
Yes.
surprise me. Really? You figured they would have done a Scorsese film together. But no,
Nope.
fair enough.
This was the only time. And so
Marlon
basically...
Brando, bad bloke.
Basically, Robert De Niro is a career criminal, and then Marlon Brando comes to him with like a one last big score kind of scenario.
It's one of those movies.
And you have Edward Norton is like the person who originally came to them with the idea, and they have the whole heist, and they go through all the procedure of doing the heist, and then we see the heist, and Edward Norton tries to screw Robert De Niro while they're on the heist, but Robert De Niro saw it coming and
Wait,
pre-planned.
Marlon Brando was still alive in 2001? Sorry, I'm just...
Apparently.
Huh? I thought he died. When did Marlon Brando die? Sorry, keep talking. I'm listening.
I don't know. All I know is this was his final film role.
When did Marlon Brando
So
die?
sometime after this. Um, and then yeah, uh, at the end of it, Robert De Niro walks away with the thing, and it
Oh, apparently he died in
walks
2004.
off into the sunset, as it were.
As it were.
And I oh yeah, also it takes place in Montreal. Um,
Montreal?
yeah, which is
Oh.
random, but I hesitate to say that I didn't like this movie, but neither would I say that I really liked it. It was a real plateau for me. Like, I didn't really have strong feelings one way or the other towards it. It was okay, but
Understand.
like nothing that I would write home about. I guess it really depends on how much you like heist movies.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, not a lover of the heist movie.
And like, it has to be like a real good heist movie for me. Like, I have to really engage with the characters to
Yeah.
really like it. And I don't know how to put Robert De Niro was just sort of Robert De Niro.
I like Robert De Niro.
Sure, but like he wasn't doing anything like amazing for me.
I mean, that's fair. I'm sure there's
He was
probably
just
better
sort of
Robert De Niro movies out there.
yeah, like he was just sort of classic Robert De Niro, which is fine. Like
Well,
that's
if
where
I'm
I
gonna,
say
I'm gonna watch a
this
Robert
movie
De Niro
wasn't
movie, I'm gonna go watch. I'm gonna go watch Goodfellas. I mean, that's a standout
like
Robert De Niro movie.
like that, and I think part of it for me too is like this movie was a little bit too long.
Oh yeah,
It
yeah,
was
yeah.
124 minutes.
Ooh, yeah, that's just over 2 hours. That does feel too
And
long.
and so like it felt a little for what we were doing for just stealing a thing. Like we could have cut some of the setup
That's fair.
and just
That's
had
fair.
it be more of the heist. And I don't know. I mean, apparently, the box office must have agreed with me because it had a budget of 68 million, but it only made 113.5 million.
That's not a lot.
Like it didn't do that good.
Did not do that
So,
good.
um,
Have you switched
is
over
there
yet, by the way?
anything? What do you? Yeah, I'm plugged in.
Oh, interesting, interesting. I didn't even
I did.
notice.
I did it while you were talking. Although I will say I don't know if it's my cord or if it's the thing itself, but it's doing that thing where and so that's why I'm trying not to drag on too long. But it's doing that thing where it says it's charging, but I don't think it's getting enough of a charge to actually charge, but it's slowing the dying.
Hey man, I'll take slowing the dying.
So I'm at 15 now.
Oh, okay. But is it going
Um,
up or is it just not going
no,
down?
that's where I say it's still going down, but it's
Oh,
slow.
oh, fair enough. Well, hey,
But I don't know if that's my cable or if that's the device. Like I don't,
further experimentation required.
Anyways, that's the score. I don't really have much
Score.
more to say about this one.
Excellent.
So I have one more. So that's where I say I think we'll get through this. As long as you don't take 40 minutes, I think we'll get through this without having to
God,
switch or do anything.
I can't imagine I'm gonna. So Jordan, this next one requires a tiny bit of background. So to catch you guys all, re-catch you guys up and remind Jordan. In previous weeks we had Jake on. We did professional wrestling, and we referred to the time. We talked about the time where David Arquette became WCW champion, and he became WCW champion because he was promoting a movie called Ready to Rumble. And I made the mistake of not watching Ready to Rumble, which I regret. Because Jordan, Ready to Rumble is honestly quite good. But then again, also the No Holds Barred video is doing really well. This is a better version of what No Holds Barred was trying to be, which is like it's a really excellent parody of professional wrestling. The number one thing I was thinking when I was watching is like, I'm really digging this because I'm into professional wrestling right now, and there's a lot of inside baseball professional wrestling jokes in this movie that I find funny. But I'm like, but do actual professional wrestling fans find this funny? And then coincidentally, I opened up an episode on a guy by the name of Chris Canyon, and there was a segment of that episode where they were like, Ready to Rumble is the greatest professional wrestling movie of all time, and professional wrestling fans love that movie. I was like, okay, that makes sense. So that was a long way of saying that Ready to Rumble stars David Arquette, and I don't remember who the other guy is, and they are big fans of professional wrestling generally, but in particular, a professional wrestler named The King, played by an actor who you
Elvis?
you would recognize the actor, but I can't think of anything you know him from off the top of my head. Oh, I think he was in Bicentennial Man. I think he was. I can't remember who he was in that movie, but anyway, not a professional wrestler. And this movie has a bunch of professional wrestlers in it. So the main bad guy is Diamond Dallas Page. Goldberg is in there. He's the best friend of the King, and it all takes place in the WCW. So the whole thing is he's a long running defending champion of the belt, kind of in the vein of like a Hulk Hogan, and he kind of started off as a nobody, and he's kind of gotten too big for his britches. So the evil promoter, who because this takes place in the WCW, it's a fictional character, but like in my opinion, you don't know who he is, but it should have been Eric Bischoff, because like apparently this movie came out after he was fired from the WCW, but you could tell like basically he's the WCW equivalent to Vince McMahon.
Okay.
Yeah, it should have been him. Like it's clearly supposed to be him, and the I think the joke would have been funnier if it was him. But he and the thing I kind of appreciate, there's a bit in the beginning where they're discussing the finish. Like this movie doesn't really pretend. It kind of does, and it kind of doesn't pretend that professional wrestling is real. It kind of blurs the line a little bit. But they're discussing like the finish. Like, okay, what's the finish gonna be? In front of Goldberg, and they're like, you know who Goldberg is, right?
I recognize the name.
They're like, he's like, oh yeah, I know you're gonna put the King over, and you're gonna do this, that, and the other thing, and then he walks away.
Gold.
He was in, I think he was in the Expendables. I'm pretty sure he was in the Expendables. At one point, there was a rumor he was gonna play Nappa in a Dragon Ball Z movie.
Bill Goldberg.
Bill Goldberg, yeah.
Yeah, he looks vaguely familiar.
I'm pretty sure he was in. He's been in a couple of movies you've seen. I'm pretty sure he was in Expendables. Anyway, so then he pulls,
Probably a lot of famous people were in that.
He pulls Diamond Dallas Page aside, and he's like, actually, this is the real finish. You're gonna get the belt tonight, and you're gonna be the new champion. And so they double cross the King, and then a bunch of what they call Diamond Dallas Page's goons come out, and it's a bunch of different professional wrestlers. One of them is Sting, and they do what they call a 4-poster nightmare, which is the coolest fucking move I've ever seen, where 4 of the wrestlers all stand on one of the corners of the wrestling ring, and they all dive him at the same time, and it's really awesome.
That sounds insane.
I know, it's so funny. And so then David Arquette and
he was in The Longest Yard.
Gold, that was something he was in. Yeah. There's a bunch of professional wrestlers in that movie for some reason. So they decide that they're going to.
I got curious, so I'm just looking at his filmography. He was also in Looney Tunes Back in Action.
Oh yeah. But anyway, so they're bummed out that he was double crossed. So they find him, and it turns out that he's not actually a king, and he's not actually rich. He's a bum who lives in a trailer park, and the movie's basically about. They take him to a wrestling trainer, and he trains him to be a professional wrestler, and they eventually challenge the Diamond Dallas Page to a fight, and the evil promoter is like, yeah, we're gonna do this fight to the death, and it ends up being in a triple cage match. And the belt will hang from the center of the triple cage, and he has to climb up, and if he can retrieve the belt, he becomes champion again, and he gets $1 million. And the movie's about basically them training for that, and it's really funny. And there's a bunch of really funny.
I'd like $1 million.
There's a bunch of really funny, again, professional wrestling jokes, and there's the triple cage. They eventually ended up doing it in real life, and it's really like in order to get up to the second layer, he has to climb up. It becomes a ladder match as he's trying to climb up the ladder to the second. And then at the end, there's this entire running subplot about how David Arquette's dad wants him to become a police officer, so he shows up at the end as the Law, which is basically a parody of Sergeant Slaughter, where he's dressed in a trooper outfit, and he joins him in the professional wrestling match. And what was the other bit that was funny about this? Oh, when David Arquette promoted this by being in the WCW, he donated all of the money he made from that to charity, to charities related to professional wrestling. Yeah, it's pretty cool. And yeah,
That's cool.
if you like professional wrestling at all, this was way better than No Holds Barred. This movie was genuinely funny. Like I really enjoyed it. David Arquette is clearly very passionate about professional wrestling, and I guess it's because there's so many like real life wrestlers in this that are participating in this, and none of them, in my opinion, put in a bad performance for what this is. Like, considering this is a screwball goofball comedy, like none of the professional. There's a really funny bit with Sting that's really funny. Like that, there's a bunch of jokes in this that are just really funny that I enjoyed. That I regret. I was gonna swap this out for No Holds Barred, and I wish I had, because Jake would have appreciated all of the humor for this way more than I think you do.
Probably. It's I have a feeling he would. Yes.
Yeah, but yeah, you should check it out. It's pretty good. So
Maybe one day I'll do that.
ready to rumble when we do a second professional wrestling episode.
Okay, so my last have seen, and by have seen, I mean have not seen, features a young Anne Hathaway. I actually Googled it because I was curious how old she actually was when she filmed this.
One of her first movies.
It is her first. It's her film debut.
Oh, it's her very first movie. Oh, wow. Okay.
So she plays a 15-year-old, but she herself was 17.
When she was 17.
So she was baby Anne Hathaway.
She was baby Anne Hathaway.
So I mean, in terms of the movie itself, this movie is a pretty paint by numbers. Girl finds out that she's a princess and has to learn how to accept that she's going to be a princess. Doesn't want to be a princess. And ultimately then becomes a princess. And it very much made me think of, in terms of things that I've seen recently, of like the Princess Switch and all of those ones, the ones with Vanessa Hudgens.
Yeah, it's got that vibe. I need to pull up the Wikipedia article for this next one, Jordan.
And especially because there are, I believe, I know there's at least one more. Pardon me. But I know there's a sequel. I thought I read there was a third one, but I know there's at least a sequel, which is the Royal Engagement. But I can't speak whether there's a third one. But there's definitely at least a sequel. And yeah, no, this one did, I would say, well, had a budget of $26 million and it made $165.3 million back.
Okay. Yeah,
so
I mean, it did.
In 2001 money, that's not bad.
It did well enough that they made a sequel.
Yeah, exactly.
They keep talking about making a new one, and then they never do.
When did the second one come out?
A few
Just
years
out of
later.
Curiosity. 3 years later.
Yeah. It was recently enough, like within the.
But yeah, no, I mean, this is classic 2001. So, like,
sure.
the main girl has the bullies who still treat her like shit even when they find out that she's a princess, which nobody would do, and everyone would immediately suck up to her.
Send her to the dungeon.
Immediate
dungeon.
And yeah, I mean, inoffensive. That's the word I would use for this. Very Disney. Very, very.
Oh yeah.
2001 Disney.
Very 2001 Disney.
Apparently, I just learned this. This was based on a book.
Yes.
This was based on a young adult novel of the same name.
Yes, The Princess Diaries. The book is her diary.
That's what this is called. This movie is called The Princess Diaries.
I know. The book is her diary.
And yeah, no. So there's a point in the movie where her dead dad, who was the king or prince, I don't know. Anyways, gives her or has left her a gift for when she turns 16, and it has the letter, which the inspirational letter, which is always stuck inside of these things, which says exactly the thing that needs to be said, so that she realizes that she actually does want to be the princess.
She wants to be a princess all along.
Oh, and also this has Julie Andrews.
Gosh, yeah, no, it's post vocal surgery. Julie Andrews, who can't sing. I think they make
But
a
yeah, no,
joke about that. I think they make a joke about the fact that she can't sing in this movie.
I can't speak to that.
Maybe
But
it's the
what I
second one.
can say is that I enjoyed this movie.
It's a spoonful of sugar. Helps the medicine go
I
down.
might end up finding a reason to watch the second one.
All right.
And that's it for me this week, Justin. That's
No.
2001.
Space Odyssey?
No,
No Space Odyssey.
there was no space. There was no Odyssey.
So Jordan, this last one is so
There was
complicated
only 2001.
that I had to pull open, Jordan. I had to bring up the Wikipedia article on this one. I had to call in backup. So first of all, for whatever reason, I had this movie. I opened it up, and the opening text crawl, was just randomly in German,
Okay.
and I was like,
Why?
"What? Why?" So I was like, "Oh,
Sorry. Go back. What was this movie?
okay." So yeah, number one, opening text crawl in German. I was like, "Ugh." So this is Battlefield.
Did you say
Earth.
Did you say what the movie was
Hold
called?
on, I'm getting to it. You gotta let me do my intro.
I'm just clarifying.
So this is Battlefield Earth, and
Why was the opening scroll in German?
no clue. The rest of the movie was in English.
Was it just your version of it which was in
the
German?
rest of it? The rest there were subtitles.
Are-
Subtitles at one point were in English. The ending
Are
credits
all
was
versions
in
in
English.
German?
I googled it.
I have so many questions. Why was it randomly in German, Justin?
I googled it. No, as near as I can tell, like the VHS tape of this was in English, but the title had a little German subtitle on it, and then there was no German in the rest of the movie. None of the characters spoke German.
But-
None of the text was in German. Just the
but-
opening crawl and the little subtitle underneath the title was in German.
Does
That's
it take place in Germany?
No. Is
Is there any connection to the German people at all?
No, as I can tell, the original version of this is in English. I don't understand why that one text crawl is in German. I don't know if this was the German release. I couldn't find a version of this that didn't have the text
I don't
in German.
understand,
Other than
Justin.
one random YouTube video where they were filming the VHS tape version of this movie, which was in English. So I had to Google what the text crawl was. So okay, this is the plot. Okay. This is the plot. Hold on.
Okay. I understand.
Oh, hold on. Because
I don't think we're gonna have any more chat members, so I'm shutting down my tablet.
so it is the year 3000. Earth, once mankind's home, has been ruled for the past 1,000 years by a cruel alien race from the planet Cyclo. As they have done with countless other planets across galaxies, the Cyclos mine Earth's metals and teleport them back to their home planet. Gold is the rarest and most valuable metal of all. So that's the premise. So the movie is about this guy whose name is unimportant, who he is one of the humans that are left over, who have, in the 1,000 years since the Cyclos have taken over, have become primitive. And they all talk in primitive language. I don't know how else to describe it. And one of them gets kidnapped by the Cyclos, who are 9 foot tall and 1,000 pounds. And how the movie translates this is they're just really tall and on stilts. And Jordan, I don't know if I've said this already. This movie's really bad. This movie is notoriously,
Yeah, sounds like it.
Notoriously bad. This is one of the most notoriously terrible movies of all time. And the only fun character in this movie, okay, all of the human characters are really self-serious and saying their lines really self-seriously. But then one of the main characters is John Travolta, who is the main bad guy, who is one of the main Cyclos. And he's acting so over the top and silly. And it's him, and he's got his little sidekick, it's Forrest Whitaker. And it's hard to tell whether it's supposed to be, whether or not he's intentionally playing the character comedically, or if it's incidental. It's impossible to tell. And the thing is, like, there's no way to find out, because John Travolta will never speak about this movie honestly, because it's based on a book written by L. Ron Hubbard.
Okay.
And so...
And he's... Wait. So the cult leader that he's joined the cult of.
Yes, the Scientology guy. Yes, this is his second book, I think.
Yeah, I mean you can't speak ill of the cult leader. I mean
And so
that goes against all
the
the
big thing
rules.
with Scientology, God, I don't want to talk shit about Scientology. I'd like to remain alive. But one of the things about Scientology is that they hate psychologists because Scientology is this is a Coles Notes version of what Scientology is. But Scientology, the whole idea behind Scientology, behind the alien shit, is it's based on a psychological pseudoscience psychological idea called Dianetics, where all humans are innately good, but we're being poisoned by bad thoughts and bad ideas and bad impulses that make us destructive. And we need to self-audit by using a machine called an auditing machine that hits you with electric shocks that with a combination of hypnosis you can rid yourself of these impulses. And
For the right price.
for the right price, you have to rent the machine. That's where the price comes from. And all psychologists called it pseudoscience and crazy. And so in this book, this movie is allegedly only based on the first 150 pages of the book, and it doesn't even cover the whole book, which I don't see how it's possible. But anyway, apparently in the book, you find out that the Cyclos are being ruled by a group called the Catrists. Is being ruled by a Catrist, Cyclo-Catrists, which sounds like psychiatrist.
Hey, I can't, man. This just sounds like nonsense.
And the movie
Not even the fun kind of nonsense. Like just
but
this
like
sounds
it's so
dumb.
bizarre because when John Travolta is on screen and he's hamming it up and he's like he says some lines, he has some lines in this that are like genuinely funny, but you can't tell they're said with the tone of a joke and a one-liner, but you can't tell if it's intentional, if he's trying to be serious. And the performances are all over the place, and I never fully understood what a Dutch angle was. Like this movie would be great to show in a film class to teach you what a Dutch angle is, because I never fully understood what a Dutch angle is until I saw this movie. Do you know what a Dutch angle is?
Not a fucking clue.
I tried to Google it so I could find
I'm
easy...
assuming it's a filmmaking technique.
It is. I tried to find a good. I tried to Google it to find a good one word sentence explanation of what it is, but it's a particular photography technique or film technique where it looks off kilter, basically. So everything looks like it's off center. So all the characters, you have to if you look like this, they look like it's straight, but it's actually off kilter, and it's meant to create a sense of unease. But this movie is wall to wall of them, where you're like, oh, okay, so that's what a Dutch angle is. Okay, I'll have to find some examples of what a Dutch angle is. But this movie is just wall to wall Dutch angles, and yeah, they apparently the original book that this is based on, you had to buy it if you're a Scientologist in order to make it a bestseller, allegedly. John Travolta has insisted.
Yeah, okay, no comment on that one.
John Travolta has insisted for years that they're gonna make a sequel, and I think it's a bad movie. It's one of those. It reminded me of The Room, or
Ooh, that is not high praise.
or I can't think of another example, but that's the best one. Or Troll 2. I think did I have you watch Troll 2? I did have you watch Troll 2.
Yeah,
okay?
I think you had me watch that one. It was really bad.
It's
But
that kind of
it's the kind of bad where it's structurally bad.
Yeah, well, it's bad in the kind of way that's hard to describe. You have to see it.
Like I said, structurally bad.
So, I think I'm gonna add it to your list because I need you to I need you to see this and
So,
then explain it back.
What
to
you're
me.
saying is I need to find two bad things for you to watch.
Yeah, I think so.
I need to torture you with two bad things which will never match up to what you're giving me.
I'm gonna have to put a pin in this to come back to it. Or actually no, the suggestion for this was gonna be this movie very famously won a shit ton of Razzies. And we have a Razzies episode coming up that we're gonna do. Spoiler alert! And I think we're gonna do the.
We landed on that. We decided we were gonna do that.
Once Jake said it, it was decided.
Oh, okay.
So the 1 week we're gonna do the Oscar. The first week we're going to do the Razzies, then we're going to do the Oscars. So yeah,
Uh-huh.
and I think for the Razzies, because I've seen most of what I watched most of what's being nominated for the Razzies this year. I've already seen it, so I think I'm gonna
You'll do a past year one.
I'm gonna open up the caveat where as long as it's been nominated for a Razzie, it counts. So yeah, we're gonna put a pin in this one. We're gonna come back to this one later because it's just I'm not quite. You've given me the impression that I've articulated how bad this is, but I don't think I've done a good enough job making you understand how fascinating.
I mean, as soon as you compare it to
is.
The Room, that says a lot.
Just in the sense that it's hard to describe exactly how bad it is without you seeing it. That's really one of those kinds of movies.
I mean, that's fair.
I
understand.
It's a particularly kind of spectacular, but again, this when it's John
it's a train
Travolta
crash
and Forrest Whitaker and they're being silly. It's really fun. It's really funny. I laughed genuinely at it a few times, but yeah, when it's self-serious Dutch angle garbage, it's terrible. That's it. That's Battlefield Earth Part 1. To be continued?
To be concluded.
To be concluded. But Jordan, you're probably wondering to yourself, what's next week going to be?
I'm wondering what next week's gonna be.
Jordan already knows. We're gonna do musicals again. We're gonna do musicals, and I don't know.
And don't worry, you won't have to hear me be the one that's singing.
I don't know if Haley's gonna drop on by. I have not talked to her about it yet. She might drop on by. But yes, we got musicals. We're gonna do musicals because I need to watch Merrily We Roll Along for Haley's show, and this gives me an excuse to, and then I don't have to add extra shit to my week, and it's gonna be the first thing I watch tomorrow. So yeah, that's next week. Musicals.
I have no idea what I'm gonna pick.
Musicals. I already picked my list. I'm gonna send it to Jordan immediately after we get off here. So that's next week. It's musicals, songs, singing, dancey type movies. Look forward to that. Jordan, where can the people
Minecraft Monday, Zethcore 187, Twitch.
Boom every Monday, and Jordan's here on the weekends.
I'm also here. I do this
He does
from
this
time to time.
From time to time, occasionally. The other times, it's another person in a mask.
Who is dressed to look exactly like me and is indistinguishable.
They're wearing a mask. They're wearing one of those Mission Impossible masks.
It's a real expensive mask.
So expensive. I'm on TikTok.
You don't know whether I'm actually me right now or if it's a mask.
Or it's
you can never tell.
It's the guy in the mask that we.
You can never tell.
Never tell. I am on TikTok, Justin Spurr.
Or maybe I'm AI.
I post irregularly now because, I post irregularly. You can find this show. It's Spur of the Moment P on TikTok. You can join the Discord. Theoretically, there's a Patreon link that I don't know if it works. I haven't checked it. If you want to do anything with the show, you can email me. It's justinsbusiness@gmail.com. We love emails. What else? If you want to see last week's, the boxes are going to show up at some point. I don't know when they have or if they have, but when the boxes do show up, you click the box on the left. That's going to take you to last week. What was last week?
Last week was in the box on the right, and you're going to have to click to find out what it was.
Jordan, it was Valentine's Day.
It was Singles Awareness Day.
It was sad, but it was Valentine's
It was
Day.
sad.
And if you want to see that episode, box on the left.
See, I've already blocked it out of my memory because it was so sad.
It was the full stream on the left, and then if you wanted to see a random video, box on the right. Hit subscribe if you haven't already, because there's new videos, new content, 7 days a week. Because when we put out videos, there's editing in there. There's edits. It's different than the main show. Those videos. That's why you should watch them, because you get to see fun clips and little things I've added. It's great. It's fun. That happens.
Think of the animals.
6 days a week. Leave us a like. Likes help. Seriously, likes boost the video like crazy. That helps the video more than you can
subscribe,
imagine.
share, comment.
It's about whatever you think about anything involved in this episode. Think of the animals. Go check out BC Education. Click the link at Vizzard.AI. Musicals next week. We'll see you all next week. Have a good day, everybody.